Hey, friends! If you love mysterious stories, secrets, and unexplained events, you're in the right place. Support the channel by leaving a like, sharing your thoughts in the comments, and, of course, subscribing so you don't miss new eerie stories. It really helps the video reach more people. Now, let's dive into the unknown. Backstory: Chris and Julia were siblings, though their personalities were far from similar. Chris, the younger of the two, was a college student who loved reading detective and mystery novels. His sharp mind and curiosity often led him into unexpected situations. Julia, the older sister, had recently graduated from university and, upon returning home, was trying to find her place in life. She was more pragmatic than her brother, but still had a sense of adventure. They both lived in a small town in Florida, where life was quiet and predictable. Their journey began with the idea of spending the weekend together, reminiscing about their childhood, and enjoying the summer days. They decided to visit their grandparents, who lived on the other side of the state, in an old farmhouse. This trip was meant to be a kind of reset for them, a break from the hustle and bustle of the city, work, and studies. They packed their old car's trunk with things, turned on their favorite playlist, and set off early in the morning. The trip started wonderfully. Chris and Julia chatted, laughed, and reminisced about family stories. They stopped at a small cafe by the roadside, where they ordered famous strawberry pies and coffee. The atmosphere of serenity and freedom filled the air as they ventured into the more deserted stretches of the road. On the empty road, the road they were driving on was long and winding, stretching far into the horizon. On both sides, it was surrounded by endless fields and forests. The sun was gradually setting, painting the sky in golden-orange hues. Julia, sitting behind the wheel, turned on the radio, but the signal was weak, and the music was constantly interrupted by static noise. Chris, studying the map, noticed that they would be passing through a less populated part of the state, but it didn't cause much concern. "We're almost there," Julia said, glancing quickly at her brother. "A couple more hours, and we'll be at Grandma and Grandpa's." "Great," Chris replied. "I hope they'll greet us with a warm dinner." The pie was tasty, but it was a little too small. They had been driving for several hours when they began to notice the thickening air and the absence of other cars, which started to create a strange sense of isolation. It felt like the road belonged only to them. The unnatural truck. The first thing that caught their attention was the sound. In the distance, a low engine roar could be heard, growing louder. Chris, looking out the window, spotted a strange vehicle ahead. It was an old, battered truck with a rusted body and a license plate that was unreadable due to the dirt. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, breaking their solitude. "What is that wreck?" Chris asked, surprised, nodding toward the approaching truck. "No idea," Julia replied, slightly tensing up. "Just stay away from it." However, the truck didn't seem to want to leave them alone. The vehicle began approaching at an unnatural speed, despite seeming heavy and clumsy. The truck got so close that Chris and Julia could feel the engine growling, and clouds of black smoke poured from the exhaust pipe. It was as if the truck were alive, with the sole purpose of catching up to them. "What does it want?" Chris asked anxiously, watching as Julia pressed the gas pedal. "I don't know, but I'm not sticking around to find out," she replied sharply, trying to increase the distance. Despite their efforts, the truck continued its pursuit, as if playing with them. After a while, it suddenly swerved off the road, disappearing in a cloud of dust. The situation left them with a sense of unease, but Chris tried to lighten the mood with a joke. "Probably just some farmer with a bad mood," he smirked, though uncertainty tinged his voice. The beginning of the nightmare. They continued their journey, hoping not to encounter the mysterious truck again. But after a few miles, The road led them to an old church, standing off to the side of the highway. The building looked abandoned. The roof was crumbling, the windows boarded up, and pieces of paint were peeling from the facade. However, it wasn't the building itself that drew the most attention, but what was nearby. A few dozen meters from the church, Chris noticed a large pipe protruding from the ground. It looked like the ventilation shaft of an underground bunker. But the strangest thing was the figure of a person, barely moving near the pipe. The person was wearing a long cloak and a wide-brimmed hat that completely concealed their face. "What's he doing?" Julia whispered, stopping the car. They watched as the figure dragged something heavy toward the pipe. It resembled a human body wrapped in a dirty white cloth. The stranger approached the pipe, opened its lid, and dropped the bundle inside. Afterward, he froze, as if sensing that he was being watched. Chris and Julia huddled down in their seats, not daring to move. Their hearts were beating so loudly it felt like the stranger could hear them. After a few seconds, he jumped into the truck, the same one that had been chasing them earlier, and disappeared, leaving only tracks on the dusty road. Exploring the pipe, for several minutes, they sat in the car in complete silence, unsure of what to do next. Finally, Chris spoke up. "We can't just leave without knowing what he dropped in there. It might be someone alive." "Are you out of your mind?" Julia exclaimed. "We saw what he did. This is clearly not a place we should go near." But curiosity had already taken hold of Chris. He got out of the car and headed toward the pipe, despite his sister's protests. Julia followed him, not wanting to leave him alone. As they got closer, the smell of rot and dampness hit them, causing a wave of nausea. "My God, what is this place?" Julia whispered, covering her face with her hands. Chris examined the pipe. It was covered in rust, and the edges looked sharp and dangerous. Dark stains were visible on the walls, dripping down into the darkness. "I'm going down," he said firmly, grabbing a flashlight he had found in the car's trunk. "Are you serious?" Julia tried to stop him. "This is madness." But Chris had already knelt down at the edge of the pipe and began to descend, clinging to the rough edges and supports that looked barely reliable. The beam of the flashlight cut through the thick darkness, illuminating the walls marked with scratches and strange symbols. The smell grew stronger, and the air grew colder. When he reached the bottom, he found himself in a large underground chamber. The walls were made of stone, covered in mold and dirt. On the floor were piles of belongings: clothes, shoes, old suitcases. All looked forgotten and covered in dust. But the most chilling thing was the sight of human bodies hanging on one of the walls, arranged like a grotesque mosaic. Chris froze, realizing the horror of what he was seeing. His breathing quickened, and he felt cold sweat dripping down his back. He shone the flashlight on one of the bodies and realized it was mummified, though its skin appeared strangely smooth, as though it had been treated. "Chris, are you there?" Julia's voice called from above, full of concern. "Don't come down," he shouted, trying to hold back the panic. "There's something terrible here." Chris felt his legs weaken, but he forced himself to continue his exploration. Along the wall, narrow corridors stretched, paved with the same stone tiles but decorated with even stranger symbols. They looked ancient, as if they belonged to a culture long vanished from the earth. In some places, the corridors widened, revealing rooms filled with items that seemed both modern and out of place. Rusty surgical tools, antique music boxes, and faded photographs. Chris picked up one item after another, feeling the fear intertwine with uncontrollable curiosity. But his investigation was interrupted by a sound, faint, yet distinct. It was a moan. It came from the far end of the corridor, causing him to freeze in place. His inner voice told him to turn back, but something kept him from doing so. "Julia, there's someone here," he yelled up. "I need to check." "No, Chris, come back. It's too dangerous." Her voice trembled with fear. Ignoring her warnings, Chris headed toward the source of the sound. The closer he got, the clearer the moans became. They sounded muffled, as if someone were trying to scream but couldn't due to weakness. The corridor ended in a small chamber where a single metal table stood. On it lay a figure wrapped in dirty cloth. Chris's heart stopped. He slowly approached the table, holding the flashlight so he could see everything around him. Carefully unwrapping the cloth, he discovered a man, middle-aged, with a gaunt face and deeply sunken eyes. His skin was pale, and his lips trembled, as if he were trying to say something. You need to leave," the man rasped weakly. "We'll return." Chris stepped back, trying to make sense of what was happening. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from somewhere in the distance. They were loud and growing nearer. Chris quickly grabbed the flashlight and ran back toward the pipe, desperately trying to suppress his fear. His heart pounded, and his breath quickened with panic. "Julia," he yelled, reaching the wall with the pipe. "Throw me the rope. I need to get out." Julia, seeing his face, understood that something terrible had happened. She quickly unrolled an old rope she had found in the trunk and threw it down. Chris, grabbing onto it, began to climb, hearing the footsteps growing louder. Just as he was almost out, a dark figure slid out of the corridor's shadow. It was too far to make out details, but its presence instilled primal terror. Chris scrambled out, gasping for air, and collapsed onto the ground beside the car. "Start the car! Start the car!" he yelled at Julia, struggling to get to his feet. Julia rushed to the driver's seat, started the engine, and sped off, leaving the pipe and the church behind. Chris sat in the passenger seat, breathing heavily, trying to explain what he had seen, but the words wouldn't come. The only thing he managed to say was, "We need to warn someone about that place." But deep down, he knew the evil that resided there wouldn't be contained in one place. Truck chase. It seemed that the fear left by the pipe and the underground nightmare was gradually fading as they sped down the road. Chris remained silent, staring out the window, his face pale, and his hands still slightly trembling. Julia gripped the steering wheel so tightly that the knuckles on her fingers turned white. She didn't ask questions, knowing that her brother needed time to recover. Their car raced down the road, as if they were trying to escape not only from the truck but from the terror itself that was chasing them. But after a few miles, they heard a familiar sound, the roar of an engine suddenly breaking the silence. The sound was as ominous as the first time. Chris tensed and looked out the window. Behind them, barely visible in the dusty haze, the truck appeared. Its dirty body, looking like a relic from another era, was relentlessly closing in. "It's here again!" Chris screamed, grabbing the seat. "Damn it, Julia! Step on it! I'm already at full speed," she replied, quickly glancing at the rearview mirror. Her face tensed, and her eyes flickered from the road to the truck, which was closing the distance. The truck moved as though the laws of physics didn't apply to it. It easily navigated the curves and bumps in the road, as if it were more than just a machine. It let out a low, menacing growl, and thick black smoke poured from the exhaust, obscuring their view behind. "What does it want from us?" Julia screamed in panic, pressing the gas pedal to the floor. "It can't have normal motives," Chris replied grimly. "Did you see what it did near the pipe? That thing, or whatever it is hunting us." The truck suddenly accelerated, sticking so close to the rear bumper of their car that Chris could feel the shiver run down his spine just from looking at its broken and terrifying front. Then there was a crash. The car jerked forward as the truck rammed them from behind. "It's trying to push us off the road," Chris screamed, gripping the dashboard. "Hold on tight." Julia yanked the wheel, desperately trying to keep the car on the road. The headlights of the truck blazed through their rearview mirror, and its horn blared loudly as if signaling the inevitable end. It hit them again, harder this time. Julia's car swerved, nearly going off the edge. "We can't keep this up," Chris shouted, his voice trembling with fear. Julia looked ahead. There was a fork in the road just a few hundred meters away. She made a snap decision. "Hold on, we're turning." The truck hit them again, but at that moment, Julia sharply turned the wheel left, and their car veered onto a narrow dirt road leading into a dense forest. The truck seemed to lose control for a second but soon followed, its wheels leaving deep tracks in the mud. The dirt road was bumpy, with deep potholes and turns that could trap them. However, the thick trees around them limited their maneuvering space and made it feel as though the forest was watching them with silent reproach. "We need to lose it, or it'll crush us," Chris screamed, frantically looking back. "How? It's too fast," Julia replied, struggling to control the car, which was beginning to lose traction on the wet ground. And then Chris noticed something ahead. "There's a bridge. It crosses over a river. If we get to the other side, it might fall behind." "That's too risky," Julia shouted, but there was no other choice. They sped onto the narrow bridge, which creaked loudly under the weight of their car. The boards under the wheels groaned and buckled, and for a moment, Chris thought the bridge wouldn't hold. But they made it across. The truck, however, didn't seem to care about the bridge's condition. It also started crossing, and the loud crack of braking wood could be heard over the roar of its engine. As soon as their car crossed the bridge, Julia sharply swerved to the side, nearly crashing into a tree. She stopped to catch her breath. Chris looked back and breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the bridge begin to collapse under the truck's weight. Soon, a loud crack echoed, and the truck fell into the water with the wreckage. They sat in silence, breathing heavily, as the river swallowed the remains of the bridge. But even that didn't bring complete relief. Deep down, they knew that the evil that had been chasing them might not be done with them yet. The creature from the water. Julia and Chris sat in the car, breathing heavily, watching the wreckage of the bridge and the truck disappear into the murky water. The sun had long set, and the thick twilight of the forest surrounded them. For the first time in a long while, they felt relief, though it was fragile. "That was madness," Julia mumbled, wiping sweat from her face with her hand. "I don't know how we even made it out." Chris, sitting with his eyes closed, still couldn't calm down. He kept replaying every moment of that terror in his mind, trying to convince himself that it was finally over. "Do you think? Is it over?" he asked quietly, almost afraid that even these words might summon a new nightmare. "I don't know," Julia answered, staring into the dark forest through the windshield. "But I know one thing. We need to get out of here as fast as possible." Chris was about to nod when he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. His gaze turned to the river, and something inside him tightened. "Julia," he started, his voice shaking. "Do you see that?" She turned her head and froze too. Something was emerging from the water. At first, it was just a silhouette, tall and oddly curved. But as the figure drew closer, it became clear. It wasn't human. It was a creature, draped in a long wet cloak that clung to its body. A wide-brimmed hat obscured most of its face, but wet strands of strange hair, or perhaps something else, hung from underneath. It moved slowly but surely, as though it knew its prey was still here. "This is impossible," Julia whispered, her hands gripping the wheel again. "It couldn't have survived." "But it did survive," Chris shouted, grabbing her hand. "Start the car. Now!" The creature got closer, and now they could make out more details. Its skin was unnaturally pale, as if covered by a mummified layer, and its eyes, gleaming in the headlights, looked like empty, endless holes. Suddenly, it stopped, staring right at them. Then it lunged forward. "Drive, Julia!" Chris was already shouting, shaking his sister. "It's coming!" Julia turned the engine on, which thankfully roared to life, and slammed her foot on the gas. The car shot forward, gaining speed. But the creature didn't lag behind. It ran after them with inhuman speed. Chris screamed as he saw it leap directly onto the hood. "Shake it off," he yelled. Julia swerved the wheel hard right, the car spinning, and the creature was thrown onto the ground. She didn't give it time to get up. The car roared forward, and Julia ran it over, feeling the wheels roll over its body. Chris gasped loudly, and Julia bit her lip, trying not to cry. But even after running it over, they didn't feel safe. The creature moved. In the rearview mirror, Chris saw it rise, as though it hadn't even felt the impact. This is impossible," he gasped. Julia turned the car around and charged straight at it again. The tires screeched as she floored the gas pedal. This time, the hit was strong. The car practically threw the creature aside. Its body flew several meters, crashed into a tree, and lay still. "Do you think it's really dead now?" Julia whispered, her voice filled with fear. "I don't know, but I'm not checking," Chris replied, still out of breath. Julia hit the gas and the car shot forward again. They sped down the forest road, not looking back. Every turn and bump they encountered was a struggle to keep control, but the fear driving them forward was stronger than anything. In search of help, they drove in complete silence for several minutes. Chris anxiously stared into the darkness outside the windows, while Julia kept her focus ahead. Their car slid across the wet mud, but they didn't stop. "We need to find help," Julia finally spoke, her voice trembling. "The police? Anyone? There should be a gas station or a station in the next town," Chris replied, looking at the map, which seemed almost useless in the chaos. After several more miles, they finally saw a light. It was a small roadside gas station, surrounded by a few old lamps. For a moment, their hearts filled with hope. "There!" Chris shouted, pointing at the building. They stopped in front of the entrance. Julia quickly turned off the engine, and both of them rushed out of the car, looking around. The gas station looked old and abandoned, but the light inside the building was on. "Hey, is anyone here?" Chris shouted, pounding on the glass door. But instead of an answer, they heard a strange sound behind them. It was a familiar, low growl, the same sound they never wanted to hear again. The fight at the gas station. Chris and Julia froze when a strange rustling sound came from behind. Chris turned around, and his heart stopped. From the darkness, something was approaching them. It moved quickly and confidently, its silhouette even more terrifying in the moonlight. It was the same creature they had seen before. Its long limbs twisted unnaturally, and its eyes, like empty pits, seemed to look right into their souls. "Julia, run!" Chris screamed. Grabbing her hand, they ran toward the gas station door, but just as Julia grabbed the handle, they realized it was locked. Chris began banging on the glass with all his strength, shouting, "Open up! Please, help us!" But inside, there was no one. The creature stopped a few meters away from them, as if savoring their fear. It tilted its head to the side and emitted a low, eerie sound, almost like a wheezing laugh. "We need to come up with something else," Julia gasped, trying to stay calm. Chris looked around and noticed a metal barrel of gasoline near the entrance. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and shouted, "Julia, find something to make it explode." Julia ran to the corner of the building, where old rags were scattered on the ground. She picked one up, and a flash of hope flickered in her eyes. "Here, we can make a torch." Chris quickly shoved the rag into the barrel's opening and, with trembling hands, took out a lighter from his pocket. When the rag ignited, they rolled the barrel closer to the road. Meanwhile, the creature, almost playfully, took a few steps forward, stopping as if enjoying their desperate attempts to escape. "Now, light it!" Chris shouted. Julia lit the rag, and flames quickly engulfed the barrel. Chris and Julia jumped to the side. The creature froze for a moment, then swiftly moved toward them. A huge explosion illuminated the night as the barrel ignited, sending tongues of flame upward. The fiery flashes lit the area, but the creature still stood there. It looked battered, its cloak burned, revealing parts of its strange, unnatural body, but it didn't stop. "We did it!" Julia screamed, grabbing Chris's hand. "Run, before it catches us." But their joy was short-lived. The creature seemed to have not even slowed down. It continued after them, now faster. Chris grabbed Julia's hand, and they ran into the forest. In the forest was dense and grim, the trees merging into black walls, and dry branches clawed at their clothes. Chris and Julia made their way through the bushes, trying to hide. Behind them, they could hear the sound of heavy footsteps. The creature was still chasing them. "We can't keep going like this," Julia panted, stopping to catch her breath. "It's too fast for us." "No, we have to," Chris replied, his voice filled with panic. "If we stop, it'll find us." Suddenly, they heard a loud crack of branches nearby. Both froze, holding their breath. Chris looked around and noticed a fallen tree lying across the path. "We need to hide," he whispered, pointing to the tree. They crawled under its massive, moss-covered trunk and crouched low, trying not to move. The steps drew closer. The creature seemed to sense them. Its breath was heavy and deep, like an animal's. Chris saw the moonlight illuminate the creature for a brief moment. It moved slowly, as if sniffing the air. Its long arms brushed against the trees, and its head jerked from side to side. When the creature moved a bit farther away, Julia whispered, "We need to go, before it finds us." Chris nodded, and they began moving cautiously deeper into the forest. In the distance, they saw an old shed. The door was slightly ajar, and moonlight filtered through, illuminating the dusty floor and old furniture inside. Without a second thought, Chris and Julia made for the shed. They entered quietly, gently closing the door behind them. Inside, it looked abandoned. The floor was covered with a thick layer of dust and straw. Cobwebs hung on the walls, and broken tools lay scattered in the corners. The air was heavy and stale, but it was better than the darkness of the forest and the creature hunting them. Chris was breathing heavily, his chest heaving from the stress. He fell to his knees, clutching his head. "This is it, Julia," he rasped. "It'll find us. We can't escape." Julia knelt beside him and put her arm around his shoulders. "Hey, we'll make it," she said firmly, though her voice trembled. "Do you hear me? We'll get out of this. Just calm down, okay?" Chris looked up at her, his eyes full of fear and despair. "It's not just chasing us, Julia," he said quietly. "It's hunting us. There's a game for it. Then we'll break its game," Julia replied, her voice shaking, but her resolve firm. They fell silent, straining to listen to any sounds from outside. Only the wind rustled through the trees, making them creak. Time seemed to stand still. Chris stood up and looked around the shed. We need to find something to defend ourselves with, he suggested. Julia nodded, and they began to search the room. Among the old junk, they found a pair of broken pitchforks, a rusty axe, and several long wooden boards. "This is better than nothing," Julia muttered, grabbing the axe. Suddenly, the air grew oppressive. Chris froze, catching an almost imperceptible sound behind the door. Quiet footsteps. Julia heard it too. They exchanged a glance, holding their breath. The footsteps grew louder, approaching the shed. Then everything went silent. A dead silence. "It's here," Julia whispered, gripping the axe. The door suddenly creaked open, and the creature stepped inside. The moonlight illuminated its terrifying figure. Its skin glistened with moisture, and thick liquid dripped from its mouth. Its eyes, burning with darkness, fixed directly on them. "Run!" Chris screamed. Grabbing Julia's hand, they dashed to the opposite end of the shed, climbing over piles of old junk. The creature let out a low roar and charged after them. The shed filled with the sound of breaking boards, clattering tools, and their heavy breathing. The ominous roar echoed through the shed. Chris looked around in panic, trying to find an exit, but all paths were blocked by debris. Julia gripped the axe, her hands trembling, but her eyes burned with determination. "Chris, stay behind me," she whispered, glancing from her brother to the approaching monster. "What are you going to do?" Chris asked, horrified. "Stay behind, and when there's a chance, run." The creature lunged forward, its massive hands reaching for them. Julia screamed and swung the axe. The blade cut through the air and landed directly in the monster's shoulder. There was a dull thud, and the creature staggered back, letting out a piercing scream that sent chills through them. "Don't stop!" Chris yelled. Seeing the creature faltered, Julia struck again, aiming for the creature's legs. The blade sank into its flesh, and the creature, wobbling, collapsed to one knee. This gave them a chance. "Run!" Julia screamed. Pulling Chris's hand, they ran through the debris, stumbling over old boards and tools. Julia spotted another door on the opposite side of the shed. It was half-blocked, but wide enough to slip through. Chris reached the door first and began clearing the way, tossing boards and debris aside. The creature, despite its injuries, was already rising. It snarled viciously, its eyes burning with darkness, and its body swayed slightly. "Julia, hurry!" Chris shouted, pushing at the door. Julia rushed to him, but the creature, letting out a furious scream, lunged again. She turned and at the last moment threw the axe straight into its chest. The weapon hit its mark, knocking the creature back several steps. That moment nearly cost them their lives. Chris flung open the door, and they bolted outside. The cold night air burned their faces. They ran, not looking back, hearing the creature tearing out of the shed, smashing everything in its path. The forest swallowed them again, but this time, Julia felt a flicker of hope. The axe had delayed the monster. Even if only for a moment, it was enough to give them a chance to survive. Chris and Julia raced through the forest, barely seeing the path ahead. Their breath came in short gasps, and their hearts pounded so hard they thought they might burst. Branches tore at their clothes, ripping fabric and leaving deep scratches on their skin. Chris tripped, crashing into tree roots, but Julia immediately grabbed his hand and helped him up. "We can't stop," she yelled, still running despite the pain in her legs. The forest around them was dark and endless. Every shadow, every rustle made them look over their shoulders, fearing to see the creature. They heard something loud cracking behind them. The creature was still chasing them. "Chris, stumbling, looked at his sister. "We can't keep this up. It'll catch us. We have to." Julia refused to slow down. "Just keep running." After another burst of speed, the trees ahead began to thin out. The darkness of the forest gave way to moonlight spilling onto an old, overgrown road. Chris and Julia stumbled onto the open ground, their feet slipping on the wet soil, but they stayed upright and kept moving forward. In the distance, they saw a faint light. It was a flickering bulb at the entrance of a small house. It looked old, leaning, but in that moment, it became their symbol of hope. "Look, a house!" Chris shouted, pointing ahead. "Run to it! Faster!" Julia replied, feeling her strength waning. They raced toward the house, barely seeing the road underfoot. The light of the bulb grew closer, but behind them, the sounds continued. The crackling of branches, the crunching of dry earth under heavy steps. The creature was still on their tail. Chris and Julia reached the old house, their faces slick with sweat, their breath ragged, and their legs shaking with exhaustion. Chris reached the door first and pushed hard, but it wouldn't budge. "Damn it! It's locked!" he yelled, looking back at his sister. Julia rushed to the door and began knocking, at first gently, but soon her panic took over. Her fist pounded against the old wood, the sound echoing in the silent night. "Is anyone there? Please open," she begged, not stopping for a second. Chris also began to bang on the door, then checked the windows, but they were all tightly shut. "This is useless. There's no one here," he said desperately, but Julia refused to give up. "We can't just leave. It'll catch us." Somewhere in the forest, they heard the crack of branches. The creature's footsteps grew louder. It was getting closer. Chris turned and looked in the direction they'd come from. Among the trees, he saw a dark, moving figure. "It's here!" he shouted, grabbing Julia by the shoulder. "Wait!" she responded, pounding on the door with all her might. "Someone, please open." Suddenly, quiet footsteps could be heard from inside. Chris and Julia froze, exchanging fearful glances. Then came a dull sound, as if someone was moving a heavy bolt. The door creaked open just enough to reveal half of an old man's face. His eyes were tired and distrustful, and he held a rifle aimed directly at them. "Who are you? What do you want?" he asked sharply. "Please, let us in," Julia cried, not caring about the weapon. "Something's chasing us. It will kill us." The man squinted, looking over their shoulders. Then he cursed under his breath, opened the door wider, and gestured for them to come inside. "Get in quickly." The door swung open, and before them stood an old man with a thick gray beard. His eyes were cold, the gaze of someone who had seen too much. Chris and Julia stumbled into the house, and the man slammed the door behind them. The creature's roar echoed from outside. The encounter with the ancient evil. Chris's voice was shaking as he gasped for air, his eyes wide with terror. "It's hunting us. Help us!" he cried, his hands gripping Julia's arm in panic. The old man simply shook his head, his face set in grim determination. "You shouldn't have come here," he muttered in a low voice. "What is it? What's hunting us?" Julia managed to ask, her voice barely a whisper. The man turned, his gaze distant as he stroked his long gray beard. He sat on a creaky chair, the wood groaning under his weight. "It's an ancient evil," he began, his voice low and heavy with years of sorrow. "It's called the Ravager. It appears every 23 years, hunting for 23 days. It won't stop until it gets what it wants." "What does it want?" Chris asked, his voice trembling. The old man's eyes grew darker, the weight of the years pressing down on him. Flesh, fear, souls. His words were like a curse. It chooses its victims, but what's worse, those victims aren't random. It chooses those who have what it needs. Julia felt her heart pounding in her chest. What do you mean? She asked, her voice tight. It smells what makes you unique, the old man said slowly. Fear, passion, even your sins. This creature isn't just a hunter. It feeds on the very darkness. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside, followed by the unmistakable growl of something massive. It's here, Chris whispered, shrinking back behind Julia. The old man stood slowly, his movements deliberate and confident. He grabbed a rifle from a nearby wall, checking the ammunition. You're not the first ones to come here, he said, his voice cold with years of regret. I've seen people like you before, many years ago, but back then, I was younger. I couldn't save them. Julia froze. You've met it before? She asked, her voice quivering. The man nodded, his face hardening. It killed my wife. I've spent all these years preparing, studying it. I've learned its weaknesses, but no weapon can truly kill it. It's something more than flesh. Julia swallowed hard. Then what do we do? She asked, her voice desperate. We fight, the old man said simply. It's all we can do now. Outside, another loud crash shook the house. The door shuddered under the impact, and a monstrous roar split the night air, chilling them to the bone. It senses your fear, the old man murmured, his voice steady despite the growing danger. Stay calm. It's your only chance. Will we survive? Chris whispered, his voice filled with dread. The old man looked at him, his eyes filled with pain and resolved. I don't know, but if I die, I'll take it to hell with me. The door groaned once more under the monster's force. The creature was almost inside. Julia and Chris huddled together in fear, but the old man didn't flinch. He stood tall like a final line of defense, the confrontation with the ancient evil. The door held for a few more moments, but on the third blow, it splintered, and monstrous claws ripped through the wood, tearing it apart. The old man wasted no time. He fired his rifle at the creature, and it recoiled, letting go of the door. It will slow it down, but not for long, he yelled, reloading. You have 10 seconds to hide. Hide! Julia cried, her mind racing. You said it'll find us anyway. It will, the old man said grimly, glancing at the door. But I'll buy you time. He pointed to a hatch in the corner of the room. The basement, the safer, for a while. Julia grabbed Chris's hand and pulled him toward the hatch, but he hesitated. We can't leave you, he cried, his eyes wide with terror. The old man smiled faintly. Boy, I've been dead for years. My time was up 23 years ago. But now, at least I have a chance to get some revenge. He waved his hand sharply. Go! The creature struck the door again, and this time, it splintered completely, scattering in all directions. The creature stepped through, its monstrous form filling the doorway. Its skin was dark and armor-like, and its wings stretched high, casting a long shadow. Its red eyes locked onto the old man. Remember what I said, he shouted. Julia grabbed Chris's hand, and they both dove into the darkness of the basement. In the basement, the air was damp, thick with the smell of decay. A faint light from an oil lamp illuminated the walls, which were lined with old newspapers and faded photographs. The basement was cluttered with weapons, maps, and journals. Julia quickly closed the hatch behind them, propping it up with a nearby crate. What now? Chris asked, his breath heavy. She scanned the room, her eyes falling on a map covered in markings. At the center, there was a large red mark. It seemed to indicate their current location. He studied all of this, Julia muttered, lifting an old journal. Everything connects to the creature. The pages of the journal were filled with sketches of the monster. Its claws, wings, teeth. Among the notes was one that stood out. It can't be burned, can't be killed, but it can be wounded. Its weakness is its eyes and heart. Eyes and heart, Julia whispered. That's our only chance. The old man's final stand. Above them, the sounds of a violent struggle filled the house. The crash of furniture, followed by the old man's shout and gunshots, echoed in the basement. The creature roared in pain, but it didn't retreat. Chris looked at his sister. His face paled. We can't just stay here. He'll die. If we go up there, we all die, Julia replied, her voice tight. But I know. He's buying us time. Time that we need. Suddenly, there was a loud crash above them, followed by an eerie silence. Do you think he? Chris began, but he froze when he heard a faint creak. The hatch trembled. The creature had found them. It knows where we are, Julia said, her voice breaking. It's coming. Faster. We need weapons, she shouted, grabbing an old crowbar. Chris found an axe. The hatch flew off its hinges, and the monster dropped down into the basement. Julia didn't hesitate. She lunged at it, aiming the crowbar at its face. The creature caught it in one massive hand, but Julia kicked its knee, trying to destabilize it. Chris screamed and swung the axe at the creature's back, but it barely seemed to notice. It turned, grabbing him by the arm and throwing him into the wall. Chris! Julia screamed, but she didn't stop. She grabbed the oil lamp and hurled it at the monster. Flames engulfed it, and for a moment, it froze, howling in agony. Now! Julia shouted. Chris scrambled to his feet and, with a scream, struck the creature's burning eyes with the axe. It shrieked, staggering back. Heart! We need to hit the heart! Julia cried, grabbing the crowbar again. She ran forward and slammed it into the creature's chest. The weapon sank deep, puncturing the ribs and hitting the heart. For a moment, the creature went still, its body contorting unnaturally. But then it stirred again. No, it's not enough, Julia whispered in despair. A choice without choice. They realized, with growing horror, that the creature wouldn't die. It was merely delayed. Julia, the basement. We can lock it in here. Chris shouted. They rushed up the stairs, dragging a heavy chain behind them. The creature charged after them, but they managed to slam the hatch shut, blocking it from inside. How long will this hold? Julia whispered. Chris glanced at the burning house. We just have to survive a little longer. The smoke filled the house, and they rushed outside, hearing the building crackle and burn behind them. But Julia knew one thing. They hadn't killed it. They had only bought themselves time. Returned to the car. Julia and Chris ran along the deserted road, leaving the burning house behind. The night seemed endless, the silence muffling every step they took, but the fear wouldn't let go. Both knew the creature was still alive. We have to get back to the car, Julia said, breathing heavily. It's our only chance to get out of here. What if it follows us? Chris asked, struggling to catch his breath. Then it's better to meet it on the road than in this forest, she replied, gripping a rusty crowbar. The road seemed to stretch on forever. Every rustle in the bushes made them flinch, but the monster didn't appear. Finally, they saw their car parked by the side of the road, twisted branches still lying on the roof. The doors were open, and Chris immediately noticed that the hood was slightly lifted. Someone's been here, he said, nodding toward the hood. Or something, Julia replied quietly. Walking around the car, they carefully looked inside. The items were in their place, but claw marks were visible on the doors. Looks like it tried to get to us even here, Chris said, inspecting the long scratches on the body. It doesn't matter. The main thing is that the car starts, Julia said, sitting behind the wheel. Chris sat beside her, glancing over his shoulder as she inserted the key into the ignition. Unexpected problem. The engine groaned but didn't start. No, not now. Julia mumbled in panic, turning the key again. The engine sputtered but still didn't start. Damn! She screamed, slamming her fist on the wheel. It broke the engine. Chris wasted no time, jumped out of the car, and opened the hood. What are you doing? Julia shouted. I'm going to try to fix something, he replied. But when he lifted the hood, he froze. Inside, everything was covered in a black sludge that looked like tar. The liquid was dripping down the wires and covering the engine. It did this, he whispered, stepping back. Chris, run! Julia suddenly screamed. He turned and saw the creature slowly emerging from the forest. It was limping, one of its arms dangling limply, and its eyes glowed brighter than before. The race for survival. They ran down the road, leaving the car behind. Despite its wounds, the creature moved faster than they expected. Its steps echoed closer. We can't just run, Chris shouted, looking back. We need to find something. Somewhere to hide? Or a weapon? Julia replied, glancing over her shoulder. In the distance, lights appeared, faint headlights. A car! Someone's coming! She shouted, grabbing Chris by the arm. They ran toward the light, waving their arms and shouting, Help! Please stop! Meeting the stranger, an old pickup truck screeched to a halt. A man in a hat stepped out, holding a flashlight. What's going on here? He asked, looking at the two frightened fugitives. It's after us, Julia screamed, pointing into the darkness. The man shined the flashlight toward the forest and froze. The creature's red eyes glowed in the beam of light. Damn, you brought it here, he muttered, quickly heading back to the truck. Get in if you want to live, he shouted, starting the engine. Without thinking, Julia and Chris jumped into the bed of the truck, and it sped off. The pursuing horror. The creature didn't fall behind. It jumped onto the road and, spreading its wings, began chasing the pickup truck. Faster! It's right behind us! Chris yelled, gripping the side of the truck bed. I'm going as fast as I can, the driver shouted. The creature soared into the air and began descending toward the truck. Julia grabbed a metal crowbar she had found in the truck bed. When it gets close, I'll try to hit it, she shouted. The creature flew closer, its clawed hand reaching toward the truck. Julia struck its hand with all her might, forcing it to recoil. It's not giving up, Chris shouted, throwing the tool he had found at it. The driver sharply veered onto a side road, causing the creature to lose its balance. It slammed into the ground and screamed in fury. Did we lose it? Julia asked, struggling to catch her breath. Maybe, but not for long, the driver replied grimly. That thing always comes back. Meeting the stranger. When the pickup finally stopped on the side of the road near an old gas station, the driver turned off the engine and faced Julia and Chris. His face was covered in dust, and his eyes showed the weariness of someone who had seen too much. Who are you? Julia asked first, still gripping the crowbar as though it could protect them. Name's Roy, the man answered, tipping his hat. You're not the first ones to encounter that monster. Do you know what it is? Chris asked, trembling from the tension. Roy sighed and leaned against the truck hood. Yeah, I know. I lost my sister to it. 23 years ago. Roy's story. My sister, Lizzie, and I were just heading home from college back then. Roy began, looking into the darkness as if reliving the nightmare. I was driving, and everything was quiet, and then it appeared. Roy rubbed his face, as if trying to erase the painful memories. It targeted us just like it's after you now. Back then, I didn't know what it was. We thought we could run, hide, but that thing didn't stop. It took Lizzie right before my eyes. And you survived? Julia whispered, unable to believe her ears. Only because it already got what it came for, Roy answered darkly. Lizzie was its target, and I've lived with the curse ever since. Knowing it exists and waiting for it to return. Why does it hunt? What does it want? Chris asked, unable to look away from Roy. Roy fell silent for a long moment, then pulled an old, weathered notebook from the truck cab. He opened it to a page with drawings. One showed the winged monster, the other strange symbols. It appears every 23 years to feed. Fear, flesh. It needs these to continue its existence. Roy's plan. So what do we do? Julia asked, feeling panic rise in her throat. Roy closed the notebook and looked at her. I've been waiting for this moment for 23 years. I've gathered information, looked for ways to stop it. I can't bring Lizzie back, but I can at least try to put an end to this once and for all. You want to kill it? Chris looked at Roy skeptically. Kill? Or at least trap it where it can never escape, Roy replied. Roy walked to the back of his truck and opened the trunk. Inside were tools, gas cans, several boxes of ammunition, and a couple of ancient books. I have something that might help, he said, pulling out an old rifle and a long metal rod wrapped in cloth. This is ancient weaponry created by people who knew how to fight creatures like it. And you want us to help? Julia asked. You're already involved, Roy said coldly. It won't leave you alone until it gets what it wants. Together, we have a better chance of surviving. Julia and Chris exchanged a glance. The decision was hard, but there was no other choice. What do we need to do? She finally asked. Roy nodded, seeing their resolve. First, we need to go back to where it hunts. We'll lure it into a trap and make it face its own fears. Everyone has a weakness, even this monster. Action plan. Roy unfolded a map that he had pulled from his notebook and spread it out on the truck's hood. It was marked with numerous notations, indicating the locations of previous encounters with the creature. Here, he pointed to a small dot in the center of the forest. An old well. They say it was used for rituals in the past. People believed this place could lock away evil. So what's the plan? We just lure it there? Chris asked, throwing a worried glance down the dark road. No, Roy shook his head. First, we weaken it. I have a few things that can help. He pulled a bag from the trunk, filled with strange items. Chains soaked in a black liquid, amulets, and several bottles containing an unidentifiable mixture. Is this it? Just amulets and chains? Julia asked distrustfully. These aren't just things, Roy replied coldly. These amulets are made with ancient formulas. They radiate energy the creature despises. And these chains, they've been treated with salt and holy water. If we can wrap them around it, it will slow the beast down. And if we can't? Chris asked quietly. Roy looked him in the eyes, unblinking. Then we die. On the brink of despair. The path to the old well was grim and tense. The forest surrounding them seemed endless, and every sound of the wind or the crunch of branches made them freeze. Roy led them confidently, but Julia and Chris felt the creature could appear at any moment. "It senses our fear," Roy said as he walked ahead. "The more afraid you are, the easier it is for it to find us." "That's reassuring," Julia muttered, gripping the crowbar she hadn't let go of since leaving the house. Suddenly, a crackling sound came from the distance. Everyone stopped. "It's here," Chris whispered, his voice trembling. "No, it's just the wind," Julia tried to reassure him, though she was barely holding herself together. But Roy stayed silent. He listened, then made a hand gesture, "Move faster. The creature returns." When they reached the spot, the well was exactly as Roy had described. Old, surrounded by faded stones, with a gaping black hole in the center. An ominous feeling hung in the air, as if nature itself was avoiding the place. "Here, it'll be vulnerable," Roy said, unwrapping the amulets and chains. "This well is our last hope." Suddenly, a roar pierced the air, deafening them. The ground shook, and the trees around them swayed. "It's here!" Chris screamed. The creature shot out from the shadows, its wings tearing through the air, its eyes glowing like embers. It moved fast, despite its size. Roy was the first to fire. The bullets from his ancient rifle slammed into the beast, making it screech in agony. Julia grabbed one of the chains and ran toward the creature. "What are you doing?" Chris shouted, trying to catch up with her. "We need to slow it down," she yelled, wrapping the chain around a nearby tree. Roy continued shooting, while the creature, enraged and wounded, turned toward him. Julia and Chris seized the moment and threw the remaining chains at the monster. The creature roared, its movements slowing, but no less terrifying. "Now to the well," Roy shouted, grabbing a bottle of the incendiary mixture. "The final battle." The creature howled, struggling against the chains that bound its movements. Its powerful wings flapped, stirring whirlwinds, and its eyes burned with hellish light. Julia and Chris gathered all their strength to keep it at the edge of the well. "Just a little more," Roy yelled, his hands shaking as he lit the bottle with a match. The creature suddenly lunged, tearing one of the chains loose. Julia was thrown back, slamming into a stone. "Julia!" Chris cried, abandoning everything to help her. But the creature abruptly shot out a clawed hand, grabbing his leg. "No!" Julia screamed, trying to rise, but her head was spinning, and her body wouldn't obey. Roy hurled the flaming bottle directly into the creature's face. The flash illuminated its monstrous face, and the creature shrieked, recoiling. But it didn't release Chris. "Chris, hang on!" Julia grabbed a chain fragment and lunged at the monster. The creature yanked Chris toward itself, its claws sinking deeper. The young man fought with all his might, but his face twisted in pain. "Julia, don't come closer," he screamed, pushing against the beast with his last strength. "No, I won't leave you," she cried, her voice breaking with terror. The creature lunged forward, and together with Chris, it began falling into the well. Julia rushed forward, her fingers grazing her brother's hand for a split second, but she couldn't hold on to him. "Chris!" Her scream tore through the silence of the night. Chris disappeared into the black abyss of the well, along with the creature. The sound of the fall echoed across the area. Then everything fell silent. Julia collapsed to her knees at the edge of the well, her hands trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks. He's gone." Her voice was almost inaudible. Roy approached her, his face grim. The first light of dawn poured through the trees, casting soft rays on the ground. Julia still sat by the well's edge, staring into its ink-black void. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and an emptiness gnawed at her chest. Roy remained silent, his face stern, but his eyes betrayed a deep fatigue and sorrow. Suddenly, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper came from the depths of the well. "I will return." Julia jumped up, recoiling from the edge. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice trembling. Roy nodded cautiously, peering into the well. "We need to make sure," he said. The old hunter lit a lantern and, attaching it to a long rope, began lowering it down. The light faintly reflected off the walls, revealing dampness and mold, but the bottom remained unseen. "There's nothing here," he said quietly. "But I heard it." Julia clutched Roy's sleeve, her eyes wide with panic. "I heard its voice." Roy stared into the well for a long moment before pulling the lantern back up. "If it was here, it's gone now." His voice faltered, and he lowered his gaze. "Along with your brother," they continued inspecting the well, peering into every corner, but found nothing. No sign of Chris, no trace of the creature. Not even signs of a struggle. It was as if everything that had happened was just a terrible nightmare. When they finally stepped away from the well, the forest returned to an eerie quiet. But Julia still felt its presence. The creature hadn't disappeared. It hadn't been defeated. "We can't just leave," she said, clenching her fists. Roy looked at her with a heavy gaze. "For now, this is all we can do." As they walked away from the well, the forest seemed ominously silent, as if holding its breath. But in their hearts, the whisper still echoed, burning like poison. "I will return." Hello, listen carefully. My name is Larry, and I'm going to tell you what happened during a game I once decided to play with my friends. This game was called the Midnight Game. We chose an old, abandoned psychiatric clinic as our playing field, one known as Hammond Ward. The ones playing were me and my friends, Carlton, Josie, Greg, and Benny. The initiator, of course, was Benny. He was fascinated by the occult, and when he heard about an urban legend, he immediately wanted to test it for himself. But to do that, he needed to gather for more people. Naturally, he pitched the idea to his close friends. 5 12-year-old kids playing some kind of occult ritual, what could possibly go wrong? When Benny asked me to join, at first I thought it was a joke. But he insisted. I agreed because I was sure it would be fun. Benny and I had already tried playing Bloody Mary, but nothing happened. We had also searched for ghosts in abandoned buildings, but aside from homeless people, we never found anything. Benny continued to believe that all supernatural things were real. I, on the other hand, thought this was just another failed adventure like all the previous ones. How wrong I was. When we arrived at the location, Benny explained the rules of the game. It was a little-known urban legend that claimed there were things beyond our perception, and they could only be communicated with through certain rituals. The Midnight Game required 5 participants. Each participant had to sit in a circle with a lit candle. If someone's candle went out, they had to relight it as quickly as possible. At some point, it was allowed to leave the circle but not the playing field. Another important rule: the Midnight Game had to be played in a place that had experienced great suffering. Benny didn't have to search long for a suitable location. This psychiatric clinic, with its chilling history, was the perfect choice. Mistreatment of patients, lobotomy experiments, everything you could imagine from the most terrifying nightmares or horror films. Benny had even taken me there once before trying to find ghosts. But as always, we found nothing. Despite that, the place was eerie. The walls were covered in drawn pentagrams and inverted crosses. Empty bottles and other strange artifacts were scattered around. I realized we weren't the first ones here. This place didn't need ghosts to make you feel true terror. Trust me on that. Benny told us one more important rule of the Midnight Game. not to utter a single word. We weren't allowed to speak for an entire hour. To keep track of time, Greg set a timer on his phone. Benny led us into one of the smaller rooms. This was where we were supposed to play. I asked why here, and he said it was better this way when there's only one door. I was about to ask how he knew all these details, but he beat me to it, saying he had read it on some internet forum. I rolled my eyes and was ready to leave, but I didn't, because I didn't want to look like a coward in front of my friends, especially in front of Josie. We sat in a circle and handed out candles to each other. Each one was unique. Mine was long, thin, and red. Josie's was orange and full-bodied. Benny's was black and cylindrical. Greg's was yellow, and Carlton's was green. Before we began, Benny explained another important rule. We must light the candles in a clockwise direction. Before midnight, he said, glancing at his watch. Benny lit his candle first. 1 hour, he said. 1 hour of your time. That's all we ask. Then I lit mine, followed by Josie, Greg, and Carlton. Once all the candles were burning, Benny reached out his hands toward us. We hold hands, he said, demonstrating that we were united. I felt a little silly, but it was nice that Josie was holding my hand. Carlton grumbled something under his breath before grabbing Benny's hand. Then Benny continued, "We, the 5 of us, want to play with you. 5 people with 5 candles. We want to play the midnight game. Do you want to play with us?" Silence. Absolute silence. That was Benny's answer. I opened my mouth, wanting to say how ridiculous this was, but then I realized just how quiet everything was. I took a deep breath, feeling the air rush into my throat, but I heard nothing. I tapped my foot lightly against the floor. Still, no sound. A cold fear curled in my stomach. I looked at Benny, but he seemed mesmerized by the candle flame. "If you want to play," he said, "give us a sign." His voice was the only thing breaking the silence. I looked at Josie. Her lips moved as if she were speaking, but no sound came out. I glanced at Carlton and Greg. They had the same expression as I did. "Give us a sign," Benny suddenly repeated, this time almost demanding, though there was no real force behind his voice. He was desperate, hoping this wouldn't be meaningless, that his fascination with the occult wouldn't end in disappointment, that he could prove to himself and to us that this was real. I think that's what was going through his head at that moment. But nothing happened. We sat there, holding our breath, unsure of what we had gotten ourselves into. Benny sighed, opened his mouth to say something, but I saw the disappointment in his eyes. I wondered if he had noticed just how eerily silent it was. And then, all at once, a gust of wind blew out the black cylindrical candle in front of Benny. He froze, staring at the smoke rising from the extinguished wick. Then, quickly, he pulled out a match and relit it. His face lit up with a grin as he turned to us. The disappointment vanished, replaced by an almost euphoric excitement. He didn't realize the full gravity of what had just happened. "The game is starting, guys," he said. 3, 2, 1. All of our candles went out at the same time. I rushed to relight mine, but I didn't even notice that the silence had vanished. Only when I looked down at my candle, watching red wax drip down its side, did I realize that I could hear my friends breathing again. I lifted my gaze and looked at each of them. They were just as confused as I was, except for Benny. I wanted to say something, to ask, but then I remembered Benny's warning. We cannot speak until something begins. Would I risk breaking that rule? Of course not. A voice broke the silence, but it didn't belong to any of us. "What do we have here?" it said softly, like a child. Another voice, identical to the first, replied, "Players of the midnight game. It's been so long since I've seen players of the midnight game. What a joy," a third voice said. "It's been so long since I've played this game," added a fourth. "What are we supposed to do?" asked a fifth. "Come, I'll show you," came the response. I didn't even breathe, wondering if I had imagined those voices. I glanced at Benny, whose eyes were wide with excitement and shock. "What the hell?" Carlton suddenly said, breaking the silence. "Screw this. I'm leaving." He muttered something under his breath, and as I watched in stunned silence, seeing him attempt to stand up, I noticed dents on the shoulders of his coat, like thin, pencil-like fingers pressing into the fabric. "What the hell?" Carlton whispered, his voice trembling. I scanned the filthy room. My friends had the same wide-eyed expression as me. Benny was staring at the wall, or at least it seemed that way. I wanted to ask him what he was doing, but then my candle flickered out. I quickly struck a match and relit it, then turned back to Benny. He was no longer looking at the wall. He was staring straight at the flame. His face had gone pale. For a brief moment, his wet eyes lifted and met mine. He didn't need to say a word to express his regret, and I shared it. A creaking sound came from outside, and we all turned toward the door. It was sharp, painful, metallic, stretching out across the entire clinic. With each second, it grew closer and closer. We waited, tense, expecting some horror to pass by the doorway. A rusted, empty wheelchair appeared in the threshold and stopped. Slowly, it turned toward us, its crooked wheels scraping against the floor. The left front wheel suddenly rolled forward, the right one twitching as it slowly inched into the room, crossed the doorway and then halted. "What's happening?" Carlton said, and the dents on his shoulders deepened. "Hush!" a voice suddenly whispered. "Hush! You wouldn't want to wake them, would you?" "Wake who? We can wake someone? What kind of bullshit is this?" I asked. The voice continued, "They are not awake yet. If they wake up, you all lose. Now hold your candles tightly, get on your feet. It's time to play the midnight game. You know the goal, don't you? Don't wake them." A pause. Then the voice continued. And that's when I couldn't help but notice the tension in the dents on Carlton's shoulders. "If they wake up, then we win." I darted a glance at my friends, then turned to Carlton. "They're already stirring, but they're not awake yet. Best if none of you speak until the game is over, right?" Yes. But the question is, can you keep from screaming?" Carlton couldn't. He reached out, but something suddenly yanked him backward into the darkness, and he vanished. I almost screamed, but Benny lifted his hand, holding his candle high, and aimed the flame into the darkness. Carlton reappeared. His face was sunken, drained. His hair had turned gray. His eyes were wide, empty. His whole body trembled. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. "One player," the fifth voice said, "has lost the midnight game." A soft giggle echoed from the other four voices. Then all five spoke at once. "Well then, now only four remain." Nobody knew what had just happened to Carlton, and nobody wanted to know. One look at his exhausted face was enough to send a chill down my spine. And the voices were still speaking in unison. "For remain. For remain." They repeated it over and over. I covered my ears with my hands, trying to block out the noise. But then, my candle went out. I immediately tried to relight it, but I felt something touch my hand. My eyes snapped upward, and I found myself staring into Josie's face. She was in a panic, pointing toward the door. Just as I struck a match, I heard it. Someone groaning. A deep, guttural, wild groan. A man's groan. The voices fell silent for a brief moment. "Interesting," said the fifth voice. "It seems there's someone else here. Not a player." Silence stretched for a few seconds. Then, from behind the door, came the sound of shattering glass. "Benny, Greg, Josie." I looked at her. A discarded bottle slowly lifted into the air. supported by invisible hands that left behind thin, pencil-like imprints in the dust. "Run," said the fifth voice. Then the bottle shot forward and crashed violently to the ground, shattering into pieces. The glass glinted in the moonlight, and then a blood-curdling scream. I barely remember grabbing my candle and bolting out of the room. Josie was the first to rush through the doorway. I followed. Together, we shoved the wheelchair aside, toppled over with a loud crash, one of its wheels cracking. Shards of glass crunched under my boots and my friend's boots. Heavy footsteps thundered down the corridor, coming straight toward us, accompanied by terrible, guttural screams. I barely held back the urge to scream myself. None of my friends screamed either. I wanted to call out, to ask them to wait for me, but then I felt heavy breathing right against my ear. I froze. Turning my head, I saw it, Carlton's thin, pale face. He was following me, his white hair starkly contrasted against the darkness around us. His eyes were hollow, empty, staring straight ahead. He clutched an unlit candle to his chest. He passed right by me without even glancing in my direction, moving as if gliding down the corridor before colliding with the wall. My candle slipped from my grip and hit the ground, its flame snuffed out. I bent down, grabbed it, and quickly relit it, just as something else fell to the floor. I turned, and my heart nearly stopped. Benny had tripped over the overturned wheelchair. He dropped his candle. The wick had burned, but it wasn't relit. A wisp of smoke curled into the air. Benny reached for the black candle. Glass crunched beneath him. Several shards lodged into his palm, and blood trickled down, coating the candle as he slowly pulled himself up. The pounding footsteps were nearly upon us. I lunged toward Benny to help him up, but suddenly, the candle slipped from his grasp and rolled across the floor. Then it stopped, and slowly, it lifted into the air. Benny was already on his feet. He caught it midair and fumbled for a match. Eyes wide, I stared down the corridor, toward the far end, toward the corner, the one the footsteps were now rounding. No, one of the voices said. He mustn't. Rules, the fifth voice spoke, must be followed, not broken. But how can we win without a little cheating? A massive, towering figure with a wild mane of hair emerged from around the corner. The piercing screams morphed into a beastly howl. I lunged forward, grabbed Benny's arm, and yanked him along with me. He broke free and ran beside me. The howling behind us grew closer. The corridor split into 3 different paths, not counting the one we were already on. I glanced at Benny and pointed to the right, then at him. Keep running. We were so in sync that Benny didn't need me to repeat myself. As soon as we reached the intersection, he turned right, and I followed. I slipped on a discarded bottle, nearly crashing to the ground, barely keeping my balance. Benny skidded to a halt, eyes wide, ready to help me, but I raised a hand. The howls were nearly upon us. Without thinking, I bolted in the opposite direction. I looked back. Benny was staring at me with an expression of pity before dashing the other way. Then, his path was blocked by the hulking figure. Chased me down the dark corridor. It pursued me relentlessly through the entire asylum, never stopping the chase. I don't know how I managed to escape, but I dove beneath the broken doors hanging limply from their frames. I swear, I could feel its hot breath on my neck, but it never managed to grab me. I knew that if its hands wrapped around my throat, I was done for. I rounded a corner and stumbled into an abandoned room. The screams began to fade into the distance. I kept running, ignoring the burning in my lungs, desperate to find a place to hide. I shoved open a set of double doors and found myself in what must have once been a kitchen. I stopped. Knives, covered in dark rust. Spatulas, large serving spoons, other kitchen utensils I couldn't name if my life depended on it. Frantically, I scanned the room for a hiding spot. I yanked open an old refrigerator and barely held back the bile rising in my throat. Inside were the rotting remains of a rat, its body writhing with greasy, squirming maggots. Instinctively, I slammed the door shut. "Where are you?" A guttural growl rumbled from just beyond the double doors, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. I cursed myself for being so careless. The footsteps drew closer, accompanied by more growling, low, unintelligible muttering. I whipped my head around, spotted a cabinet, and shoved myself inside. My candle was my only source of light. As the footsteps neared, I peered through the small gap in the cabinet door. Candlelight spilled through the crack. Without thinking, I blew out the flame and fumbled in my pocket for matches. Then the doors slammed open. I froze. A deep, guttural voice muttered something incoherent. Heavy footsteps stomped through the kitchen, knocking over everything in their path. Something crashed. A door banged shut. Curled up inside the cramped cabinet, my body ached with discomfort. My back screamed in protest. The footsteps continued their slow, menacing journey across the kitchen. Glass crunched. A wisp of smoke rose from the long, thin candle still clutched in my hand. Then, the footsteps stopped. A shadow loomed in front of the cabinet door. The incoherent mumbling took on a more aggressive, threatening tone. I didn't need to see his face to know. This man was unhinged. Something rustled. The shadow shifted. Through the crack, I saw his bare, filthy foot. His toenails yellowed and thick with fungus. Then the other foot came into view. Both feet turned and stopped right in front of my hiding place. The muttering was replaced by a long, deep sniff. Then, a loud thud against the cabinet. I bit my tongue so hard I tasted blood. A second thud. Then another, and another. The cabinet shook with each violent strike. The thing outside was pounding against it, howling with rage. Tears streamed down my face. This is where I die, I thought. Then, the pounding stopped. The howls ceased. I strained my ears. A metallic creak. A door slamming shut. Shuffling footsteps. The yellowed, claw-like nails dragged across the floor, then faded into the distance. I waited until the muttering disappeared along with them. Slowly, I pulled out a match, struck it, and held the flame to the wick of my candle. Relief washed over me as the fire flickered to life. I exhaled shakily and blew out the match. Then the cupboard door slowly opened and stopped halfway. The dust on the inside of the door was smudged in places, leaving thin, pencil-like marks. I held my breath. The door swung open completely, shuddering. However, it didn't slam shut. It stopped just a centimeter from the cupboard and then closed all the way. I jumped and dropped the candle when my phone buzzed in my pocket. Instantly, I grabbed the candle before the flame could go out, brought it to my face, and pulled out my phone. A message had arrived. We made a group chat to make it easier to talk, but I didn't feel any relief when I saw Josie's message. In fact, what she had sent made my blood run cold. "Guys, I'm in the basement, and I think I hear something." I was the first to reply. 3 little dots danced in the text field. Then her response came, "I can't. Something is blocking the door upstairs. I hear one of the voices. It's whispering above. I think it's singing." I swallowed hard as another message came in. This time from Benny. "Josie, I'll try to help you. Greg. Larry, are you with Carlton?" Greg was the first to reply. "I thought he was with one of you guys." My heart leaped into my throat, and I frowned as I typed, "Guys, Carlton isn't with me." The text field with the little dots disappeared for a few seconds. Just as I saw Benny start typing, it happened. A sharp scraping sound tore through the air, like stones being dragged across a metal floor. The entire building started to shake and sway. This didn't feel like an earthquake. It was something else. Felt like the asylum was moving. A voice whispered right beside my ear. Then Josie sent another message. Guys, something's wrong. Something is really wrong. I'm not alone. I'm scared. I hear someone screaming. I don't think it's human. Benny, why the hell did you convince us to play this game? I barely started typing a reply before the tremors stopped. A sickly green light seeped through the cracks of the cupboard. Phones buzzed again. A new message, this time from Benny. Guys, he began, I'm looking out the window, and I don't think we're on Earth anymore. Not on Earth anymore? What the hell? How could we not be on Earth? I sent that to Greg. His response made my hands tremble even more. Guys, I see a green light outside. There's something really bright, like a glowing sphere in the sky. Josie was the first to reply. Bullshit. What sphere? Are you hallucinating? What the hell is happening? Benny, you son of a bitch. You didn't tell us this game could do something like this. I didn't know. I didn't want this to happen. Whatever it is, whoever it is, it's playing with us, Benny wrote. Greg's next message shut down Benny and Josie's argument. Guys, yeah, this is freaky, but we need to focus on getting out of here. Listen, we have about an hour, but we still need to find Carlton. What else do you remember about the rules of the midnight game? I can't, guys. Sorry, I didn't really prepare. I just skimmed the rules, Benny admitted. Greg jumped back in. We need to stick together. Josie, you said you're in the basement, right? I'll try to get there and help you. Benny, Larry, try to find Carlton. We'll meet back in the room where all of this started. Okay, but what about the lunatic? I asked. I waited anxiously for a reply. Greg was the only one who responded. I don't know. Just try to avoid him. All right. Does everyone have a plan? A flood of affirmative messages followed. Okay, good luck, guys, I typed. Stay safe. I waited for a few minutes, but no new messages popped up in the group chat. That left me with one option. I carefully nudged the door open with my foot. The entire kitchen was bathed in an eerie, painful-to-look-at green light pouring in from outside. I couldn't stop myself from glancing out the window toward the source. There, high above us in the dark sky, something really was glowing like a burning sphere. The landscape outside was almost identical to the one we had passed through to reach Hammond's ward. There were trees, grass, and flowers, but everything looked gray, barren, and lifeless. I had to shove my phone into my pocket when I picked up a knife from the floor. If nothing else, I needed to convince myself that I could fight back against whatever we were dealing with. The knife was covered in rust, the handle worn down. Part of the blade was jagged, serrated in places. I slowly pushed the kitchen door open, picturing a massive human figure waiting on the other side, its hands reaching for my throat. But nothing. No one was there. Just an empty hallway, its walls covered in spray paint, with the nauseating green light shining from outside. Fear, fear, fear. A voice whispered right beside my ear. Something brushed through my hair. Every cell in my body screamed at me to run and never stop, but I couldn't force myself to move an inch. I was frozen like a statue. A distant, inhuman howl echoed down the hall. That snapped me out of it. Molten wax dripped onto my skin, but I didn't care. I walked slowly down the corridor, gripping the knife in my shaking hand. I stepped carefully, trying to make no noise at all. The only sound I could hear was my own breathing, echoing against the walls around me. I stopped. My breathing grew faster. The voice whispered, "Fear, fear, fear. We are your fear." And in that moment, my candle went out. I dropped the knife, scrambling to relight the candle, my heart pounding wildly in my chest. I picked up the knife again as a terrible crash came from the corridor ahead, followed by a blood-curdling, inhuman howl. I froze, staring toward the end of the hallway. A massive window stood there, green light pouring in, and suddenly, a shape became clearer. It was undeniably human, but with elongated limbs and thin, spindly fingers. Its head was grotesquely distorted, a twisted caricature of a human face. I could make out thick lips that jutted too far from its face, gnarled teeth pushing through its gums, green, slanted eyes filled with hate, and thin strands of hair clinging to its swollen, misshapen head. The figure moved, then snarled. I gripped the candle tighter. "Larry," I turned around. It was Carlton's voice. "Larry," I spun sharply, looking back. It wasn't Carlton. I kept walking slowly, gripping the knife in my hand, as my friend's disembodied voice attacked me, repeating my name from a different spot each time. "Larry, Larry." I wanted to scream at it to go away, but I couldn't make a sound. If I did, I would break the rules. I just kept walking. Soon I turned right. There was a staircase. I started climbing the stairs when suddenly, a dusty glass bottle rolled down from above, slowly tumbling step by step. I stopped it with my foot and, noticing a faint inscription on it, quickly bent down and grabbed the bottle by the neck. I lifted it and brought it close to my face. "And one more thing, Larry. I knew it was a lie." I threw the bottle aside and continued up the stairs. At the top of the stairs, I saw a piece of paper taped to the wall. It read, "Larry, some of them are hiding in the basement. Josie will wake them up. Larry, she will scream, and they will awaken." Damn. If this wasn't a joke, Josie was in danger. I turned away from the wall and stepped onto the third floor. I had no idea how to find Carlton, just a feeling that he might be here. My phone buzzed. I quickly set the knife on the floor and pulled out my phone. A text from Benny. "Guys, I found the basement door. It's blocked by 2 hospital beds. I'll move them and get Josie out. Don't make too much noise, or that lunatic might hear you," I replied. And then someone screamed. I froze, my eyes snapping away from the phone. I knew that voice. My blood ran cold as the screaming suddenly stopped. Only one thought raced through my mind. "They have Greg. That's 2 down already," a voice whispered near my ear. "3 left," it giggled. "You will lose the midnight game." I ignored it, yanked out my phone, and checked for messages. Nothing. I began typing frantically when my candle went out. In my panic, I dropped the knife and stuffed my phone away. I relit the candle just as I heard a sharp sound behind me. I will never forget what I saw. It was Carlton. His face was gaunt and pale, his eyes sunken deep, his hair streaked with gray. His arms were crossed over his body. I blinked in shock and fear, then rushed toward him, careful not to call his name out loud. Carlton didn't move, even as I hugged him, making sure not to burn him with the candle. Then he spoke. I felt my blood turn to ice. "Larry," he said. It wasn't my friend's voice. It was something else, something wrong. I let go of Carlton and backed away, staring into his haunting eyes. Fear wrapped around me like a suffocating blanket. "Run," Carlton whispered. "Run, Larry." And I ran. I ran as hard as I could, refusing to stop for even a second, like a rat trapped between walls. I turned every corner recklessly, my breath ragged, my heart pounding. Words flashed by on the walls, painted in bright red. "They are near. They are stirring. They are waking up. What happens when they wake up?" I was sure my mind was just playing tricks on me. After minutes of sprinting, I stumbled into a room. In the center stood a rusted steel table. Moldy curtains hung limply around it. On a tray nearby lay a set of twisted, rust-covered surgical tools. The operating room, that's what this was. Something moved in the corner. A large rat. A big, black rat staring straight at me. It stood on its hind legs, twitching its nose, its front paws held up as if reaching for something. Then, it jerked and slipped through a hole in the wall. I still held the candle in my hand. I clenched it tighter, unwilling to take my eyes off the corner. The fifth voice spoke, right in my ear. "How fascinating, isn't it?" the voice murmured. "A rat standing on its hind legs. Who do you think taught it that?" Then silence. A warm gust of breath tickled my ear before the voice whispered again. "Do you think you could fit into that hole if you tried?" The rat appeared in the hole again, then suddenly sprang forward, dashing toward me across the floor. I nearly screamed when it reached my foot. Then it leapt into the air beside me and froze in the middle of the room, its claws gripping something I couldn't see. "Oh dear," the fifth voice chuckled. "That's my leg." Somehow, I could feel its unseen gaze locking onto me. Behind me, footsteps. Slow, shuffling, patient footsteps. A chilling voice whispered my name. Panic surged through me. I had to get out. But where? I knew I wouldn't fit through the rat hole. But I had to try, because the alternative was worse. I started kicking the wall. Luckily, it was drywall. After just 2 kicks, it began to crumble. A sharp squeak rang out behind me, and the rat scurried past my feet into the widened hole. I crawled in right after it. The space between the walls was tight, but just wide enough to move through. My candle illuminated my steps, keeping the rat in sight. When it rounded a corner, I followed. Then my phone rang. The rat stopped, turned, staring directly at me. I hesitated, then pulled out my phone. A message from Benny. "Guys, I got Josie out of the basement. We're heading for the main exit. I can't find Greg or Carlton. What about you, Larry?" The next message. "Wait, I see Greg. He's in the West Wing." My eyes widened. I typed, "Benny, don't go near Greg. Don't go near Carlton. Find somewhere to hide. I'll come to you." Josie replied almost instantly, "Larry, what are you talking about?" I started typing, and then a scream, a monstrous, inhuman wail, echoing from below. The rat squealed, and then footsteps, heavy, approaching from beneath me. A slow, distant voice drifted through the space behind me. "Larry, I'm coming." I glanced at the rat, then shoved my phone away. I reached for my knife and realized I had left it on the floor. The voice spoke again, closer now. "Larry, I'm coming." The rat bolted. I ran after it. We moved through the narrow passage until a hole in the floor. It didn't look deep. I jumped. The impact sent sharp pain shooting through my legs. I hissed through clenched teeth and quickly relit my candle, scanning my surroundings. A room bathed in eerie green light. I reached for the door, and it swung open on its own. Beyond it, an empty hallway. I exhaled in relief, and then my candle went out again. I didn't panic when my candle went out. Honestly, I was used to it by now, and relighting it wasn't difficult. From the very beginning of the game, I had to do this constantly, so practice had made it easier. One strike, the match ignited. In the dim light coming from the hallway a few meters ahead, I suddenly saw, probably, the same rat I had been chasing. I have to admit, it didn't seem entirely normal. Something was definitely off about it. Then again, after everything that had happened, very little could truly surprise me anymore. The rat watched me light the candle with an almost human-like patience. When I finished, its nose twitched, and it took off down the corridor again. Without further hesitation, I followed, closing the door behind me. felt strange following a rat. There was a sense of purpose in its movements, as if it was leading me somewhere intentionally. Every step it took was so certain, so deliberate, that, much to my shame, I found myself almost envying it. The green light outside seemed darker now, like it was fading. Passing by a window, I glanced outside. The world was still the same, gray, barren, lifeless. My phone buzzed. I pulled it from my pocket. A message from Josie. "Larry, where the hell? I lost Benny. You were right, something's wrong with Greg. And there are rats everywhere. I've never seen rats this big before." I replied immediately, "Listen, I think the rats are on our side. Got it? So I don't know how to say this. Just don't be afraid of them." A new message popped up, this time from Benny. "Josie, Larry, thank God you're okay. Listen, I'm following one of the rats right now. Guys, do you know what time it is?" I glanced at the top of my phone screen. What the hell? The time wasn't displayed. I had no idea what that meant, but an uneasy feeling settled deep in my gut. The phone I had checked so often now felt distant, unreliable. What if this world was just as unstable as our technology? A scream echoed from the hallway. I jumped, nearly dropping my candle, and spun around. Another message came through. "Did you guys hear that?" "Yeah," I replied. "What was that? Or rather, who was that?" I froze, realizing I had no idea who I was actually talking to. My thumb hovered over the keyboard, paralyzed. Another message appeared. "Who is it?" It was from Josie's number. The next message answered her question. "Greg." My tongue felt like sandpaper, my mouth suddenly dry. Another inhuman wail tore through the air, followed by the sound of rushing footsteps. Something tugged at my pant leg. I looked down. The rat. It stared up at me, eyes wide and frantic, then turned its head toward the far end of the corridor. I followed its gaze. From the shadows at the end of the hall came the crunch of shattered glass. Then a ragged voice rasped my name. The rat bolted in the opposite direction. I didn't need to be told twice. I ran after it. The moment the door ahead of us swung open, I dove inside, the rat slipping through just before the door slammed shut behind us. I knew damn well that whoever it was, whatever it was, it would find me. I had to barricade the door. Frantically, I scanned the room for a chair, a cabinet, anything I could use. A sharp squeak snapped my attention back to the rat. It was perched on top of an operating table. Without hesitation, I shoved the heavy table toward the door and flipped it onto its side so the wheels wouldn't roll. As soon as it was pressed against the entrance, the rat squeaked again. It was pressing itself against an old wheelchair. I grabbed it and shoved it up against the overturned table, reinforcing my barricade. Then I crouched down, making sure my head wasn't visible through the door's single rectangular window. Soft, shuffling footsteps echoed in the hallway. I held my breath. I clenched the candle tightly, tilting it to cast as little light as possible. The steps were almost weightless, even as they reached the door. I glanced at the rat. Its small body rose and fell with rapid breaths. It was watching the door just like me. The footsteps stopped. A shadow passed over the dim light from outside. I heard breathing. Who was it? Carlton? Greg? The voice that spoke was low, flat, so devoid of emotion that I couldn't recognize it. And yet, I knew one thing. This voice had once belonged to a person. "Larry, do you want to know where we are?" I clenched my jaw and covered my mouth and nose with my hand. My heart hammered wildly in my chest. What nonsense! "Larry, we never left Earth." A chill shot through me. "We are still on our planet. We're just seeing it for what it truly is, what it has always been. This is how it looks when no one is paying attention." Human eyes have never noticed. They are always so blind to the way reality truly is, unable to see beyond their own arrogance. This is what life as a rat looks like. The doorknob trembled and began to turn slowly. The door shuddered as something slammed into it. The makeshift barricade rattled. Another hit, then another, and another. Felt like the barricade was about to collapse. "Open the door, Larry," the voice said. "Let me in." I shut my eyes. The voice kept talking. Then, in the distance, a scream. A woman's scream. "Oh God, that's not her. No, not her." And just like that, the shaking stopped. Shuffling footsteps receded, but the voice continued. "The midnight game is almost over. Very soon all of this will end." I waited, not daring to move until the voice had completely faded away. Only then did I let myself breathe. The rat slipped from my grasp, climbed onto the barricade, and looked at me expectantly. Moving the table was harder than setting it up. By the time I managed to open the door, I couldn't help but notice the light had changed again. It was less painful now, but still harsh to my eyes. I was about to follow the rat when a deep rumble shook the floor beneath me, like an earthquake, followed by a distant, metallic clatter, like chains being dragged across the ground. "What's happening?" I murmured, and then froze. The rat turned to stare at me. I had just broken the rules, hadn't I? I expected to hear a voice declare that I had become the third player to lose the midnight game, to feel hands grab my shoulders and drag me into the dark, to end up like Carlton and Greg. But nothing happened. I pulled out my phone, intending to message the others, but someone beat me to it. Not much time left. A distant crash echoed behind me, and suddenly, my phone screen flared to life, a cascade of flashing rainbow colors. I tried to turn it off, but no matter how long I held my finger on the power button, the screen refused to go dark. Gritting my teeth, I shoved the phone back into my pocket and turned to look at the rat. His head suddenly lifted, and it let out a piercing squeak. For a single heartbeat, the entire world fell silent. Then, the walls trembled, plaster cracked, and a flood of rats burst forth, pouring onto the floor. They moved in perfect formation, aligning themselves behind the one I had come to trust as my guide. All of them stood still, watching me. Then, the guide squeaked again. The rats began to move, mouths clamped onto tails, bodies twisting. I felt my breath hitch as I realized they were forming words. "The midnight game is ending," they spelled out. Every rat, except for my guide, stood motionless as I read. "What lies below is almost awake. Only 2 players remain. Another team is coming for you." The rats unraveled, shifting into a new phrase. "Only one must survive to win the game. Find shelter until the game ends." My eyes widened. I shook my head, swallowing hard. The rats moved again. My guide remained still, its expression unchanged. "Your friends can only return to normal if you survive. Death plays fair." I blinked, squinting in confusion. Then, a voice, distant, behind me. "Ah, there you are. Tell me, have the rats already shared my title with you?" Footsteps. From behind, I turned slowly. The shadows converged once more within the bright green glow. The shape they took now was nearly identical to the one I had seen before, but taller, thinner, more regal. "The game is ending," the fifth voice spoke. At the far end of the hallway, the shadow stirred. One foot lifted from the ground, stepped forward. The other followed. The shadow walked. Now I must take the game to the next level. Otherwise, I could hardly call myself the king of death. Could I? I turned. The other rats were gone. Only my guide remained. It had already leapt forward, scrambling up my leg when Something grabbed my shoulders. "I must admit," the voice said, "I'm impressed by your resilience. For a player your age, you hold yourself remarkably well. Your composure, it's the challenge I've longed for. Please, when you're done screaming in fear, know this: I take no pleasure in losing a worthy opponent." Then, I was yanked backward. Everything turned black. I opened my eyes. Darkness. Then, a spark of light. Painful green. My eyes widened. A shape emerged in the glow. Then, something scurried onto my face. Tiny claws dug into my skin. A hairless tail draped over my cheek. Rat fur pressed against my eyes, blinding me. I felt its hot breath in my ear. Its whiskers twitched. Then, a roar. Deep, otherworldly. So distant it seemed to echo from the edge of the universe itself. Chains rattled. Another roar joined in. One I couldn't even begin to describe. Something I had never heard before. My ears rang. Something warm trickled from them. I shook. Winds howled, slamming into me, pushing me back. In a single heartbeat, cold turned to blistering heat. The rat squealed. Something grabbed my arm. Suddenly, I was falling. Then, a hard impact, flat on my back. The wind stopped. The green light was gone. I blinked. Above me, the rat stirred, moving sluggishly. I peeled it from my face, found myself staring up at the ceiling. And then, a shadow loomed over me. "You survived," whispered the voice. "I'm impressed. You're very lucky to have that rat with you. But the midnight game isn't over yet, Larry. We have 10 minutes left." It was at that moment that I realized death itself was speaking to me, and it smiled. Now is when the real fun begins. Something landed on my chest. I grabbed it and brought it close to my face. Plump, orange candle. "Light it," Death said, "and light your own as well. In all my centuries of existence, I have learned every human fear. Now I will use that knowledge against you. So please light the candles. Don't disappoint me." Death smirked again. "After all," it murmured, "you are the last player on your team." Damn, I was the only one left. Only 10 minutes remained. I didn't light the second candle, just my own. Trying to keep track of 2 burning candles in my hands would have been more of a hindrance than an advantage. Death chuckled softly. I had clearly made an impression. To sacrifice an advantage that would turn into an obstacle for greater safety, it noted. Wait, if Death knew I'd figure out that trick, then it must have had a backup plan. I was already on my feet, gripping my candle tightly. All my friends stood nearby, silent. Wait, where was the rat? It was no longer by my side. I frantically glanced around, searching for my tiny savior, the one that had guided me through nearly the entire game. Then, I noticed Josie's face. Gray hair, sunken cheeks, pale skin, eyes hollow, caved in. She smiled so wide that it looked as if her skin might split open. Benny stood beside her. The only difference was that his skin was slightly lighter in shade. Greg and Carlton stood on either side of them. They were all smiling at me, smiling so wide their cheeks cracked. I nearly screamed. I thrust the candle out in front of me, a feeble shield. My friends took a step forward, then stopped, still smiling, not even blinking. Something slid past my neck, slow, gentle. It brushed the back of my head. Warm breath swept over my ear. Thin, stiff whiskers tickled my shoulder. "Allow me to show you," Death whispered, "what it truly means to be afraid." I squeezed my eyes shut. Then, I heard them, my friends, wheezing, giggling hoarsely, dragging their feet. I opened my eyes. Josie's face, inches from the candle. I recoiled, nearly fell. For a moment, I thought I'd back straight into the thing behind me, but it didn't happen. I just kept retreating, further from my friends, until I hit a wall. Shit, where was the rat? My friends had stopped moving. A sickly green light slowly descended upon them. I lifted my head. The ceiling, holes. Through them I could see the sky, and in it, a green orb, like a sun, drifting, growing larger. Every second, I could see its surface, pulsing, like a heart. Then, the sun began to shrink, like it was collapsing inward. Then, in a blinding flash of light, it expanded. I shut my eyes, shielding myself from the glow. I knew it took 7 minutes for light from the sun to reach Earth. At first, this thought made me believe I was about to die. Then, I realized I must have already been dead. I looked up again. The sun hadn't changed. A pitiful trick, death whispered. I admit, one day the sun your people orbit will die. It will consume your world. Will it be today? Tomorrow? While your grandchildren still live? Who knows? The shuffling in front of me caught my attention. My friends were moving again. I kept holding out my candle, keeping them at a distance, but it went out. I managed to relight it within seconds, but I couldn't take my eyes off them. Benny began separating from the group, stepping off to the side. I moved along the wall and stopped. Greg and Carlton slowly shuffled toward me. I shifted my gaze between them. Josie, Carlton, Greg, Benny, all of them staring at me, smiling wide, unblinking. And then, I realized something. None of them had attacked me. They had plenty of chances, but they never took them. Why? Unless death needed me to scream, to give up. It didn't need to harm me, because forcing me to scream wouldn't be fair. That wouldn't be real fear, would it? I took a slow step forward. My friends stepped back. Another step. They retreated again. I kept walking, slowly, until I reached the spot where the plump, orange candle lay. I bent down, picked it up, lit it with my other candle and set it at my feet. My friends were still smiling at me, but the fear of them was gone. You understand, Death whispered. You solved the mystery. Very perceptive. How strange for someone so young to be so insightful, so cunning, so composed. I tensed. Why? Where did you get such a talent? Were you born with it? Death let out a quiet chuckle. Was it developed? I spun around, scanning each grinning, hollow face. Who nurtured your skills? Death whispered. Did they do it on purpose? Was it your parents? A chill ran down my spine. Death had found an opening. Do you love your parents? Do they know you're here? Do they know you're playing the midnight game? I bit my lower lip, hard. A thin trickle of blood ran down my chin. Careful, Death said. No need to harm yourself. Then, a breath, close to my ear. Have you ever wanted to kill someone? I inhaled sharply. My breath caught in my throat. Oh, Larry, does that scare you? I couldn't answer. Death chuckled again. I see. That's your fear, isn't it? Someone your age shouldn't have thoughts like that. And yet, it terrifies you. Deep down, you imagine finding the people who hurt you and taking their lives with your own hands. There is a darkness in your heart, one rarely found in someone so young. Silence, then a whisper. I understand. In an instant, the room fell silent. The kind of silence that came when the midnight game began, when I couldn't hear my own breath or my own heartbeat. Then, laughter, warped, mocking, distorted. It was my laugh. I felt something slide over my shoulders. My hair didn't stand on end, but my skin prickled. Strange. I had been terrified when the game started. But after nearly an hour of fear, I no longer felt the urge to scream. Time flies, but it is inevitable. Soon enough, the hollow threat of fear will lose its power. There is only one way left, Larry. Something grabbed my shoulder. I spun around instantly, but there was nothing there. Just narrow, bony knuckles and fingers tipped with black claws. Feed your fear. I was yanked back and thrown to the ground with ease. The candle slipped from my hands. It went out instantly, and what I saw above me left me in shock. A gray, grotesque man. His lips cracked in several places, revealing jagged, crooked teeth. Rows of them growing out of his gums. 2 fiery red eyes bore down on me. I had only seen his head, and already my courage was slipping away. And now, Death said softly, crouching down. My friends stood behind her, moving in eerie, supernatural synchronization. And at last, I saw something in their empty eyes. The same thing I saw in Death's. That same tiny glimmer. Her lips didn't move as she spoke. The game is ending. Her gaze locked onto mine. I felt invisible threads weaving between us. Like worms, they slipped through my eyelids and burrowed into my head. A scream rose in my throat. Then, the rat returned. First, I heard its sharp squeak. Then, a furious screech. And then, a deafening crash. Several doors I hadn't noticed before burst open. A man with a terrible beard stormed into the room, charging at the figures in front of me. Something black darted past his legs as he slammed into Greg and Josie. Death turned for a split second and vanished. So close, she murmured, almost thoughtfully. So close. And then, Greg's alarm went off. I can't fully explain what happened next. The entire Hammond Asylum began to shake. The walls seemed to collapse, fragments of the world itself breaking apart down to the atoms. Then, a pair of tiny feet scurried up my arm, across my face, blocking my vision. The rat leapt off, and suddenly we were back in the room where it all began. Everyone was unconscious, and I was the only one who saw it. Their candles had burned down completely. All that remained were puddles of hardened wax on the floor. I had to wait for them to wake up. When they did, none of them remembered the midnight game, or what happened after their candles went out. And I never told them about the horrors I had seen. As we left, I kept looking back. Graffiti and scribbles on the walls, left behind by other visitors, reminded me that we weren't the first to come here, and we weren't the first to leave. I know I didn't imagine it. Even now, at night, I lie awake, staring at the ceiling, afraid to fall asleep. As we stepped out of the asylum, my mind drifted to Josie, and honestly, there was never anything between us. We were just kids, and we remained just friends. Even though they don't remember what happened during the midnight game, I felt like somehow it brought us closer, made our bond stronger. I couldn't have been the only one who noticed, but they never said a word about it. Like many events in life, this story didn't begin in a particularly original way. A man woke up on the floor in an empty room. He remembered nothing about himself except for his name, Myron. It seemed unusual to him, though, to be fair, he had nothing to compare it to. He simply didn't know any other names. Myron stood up and looked around. Concrete walls without windows, a low ceiling with a dim light bulb, a closed wooden door, and a mirror hanging beside it, as if inviting him to come closer, to see what he looked like. He stepped forward and saw his reflection. A pale, gaunt face, light-colored hair sticking out in all directions as if a comb hadn't touched it in ages, and gray eyes staring back at him with confusion and detachment. How old was he? He looked to be around 30, But did age even matter when he couldn't remember how he ended up in this room, and his appearance triggered no memories? A noise came from beyond the wall, footsteps and barely discernible voices. After a moment's hesitation, Myron flung the door open and stepped into a dimly lit corridor, where men and women of various ages were hurrying about. They were dressed just like him in gray pants and shirts. With fearful expressions, they frantically opened the doors lining both sides of the seemingly endless corridor and quickly disappeared inside, as if the slightest delay could cost them their lives. "What's going on?" Myron asked a bald man who was nervously yanking at the handle of a nearby door. "Skrex," the man blurted out, looking deranged. "The Skrex are coming." The bald man yanked at the handle again. It was stuck, refusing to budge. Then, shoving Myron aside, he darted into his room. Myron lunged after him, but the door slammed shut right in front of his face. He grabbed the handle. It was locked. "Open up. That's my room." From inside came hysterical laughter. The bald man was clearly pleased with how cleverly he had hidden himself from the danger. But what danger was he talking about? As if in response to Myron's thoughts, a clicking sound echoed from deep within the corridor, so sharp and piercing that a chill ran down his spine, and his heart skipped a beat. The monstrous noise grew louder with each passing second. Whatever was making it was fast, big, and undoubtedly dangerous. But what exactly? Myron couldn't see, as the far end of the corridor was shrouded in darkness, from which the clicking emanated. "Don't just stand there, run!" A high-pitched voice rang out behind him. Myron turned. A girl stood before him. Like the other inhabitants of this strange place, she wore loose-fitting pants and a shirt that barely concealed her thin frame. He noticed her dark, messy hair, as if cut in a fit of rage, and her eyes, glowing like embers in the dim corridor light. Where had she come from? He had seen everyone else hide in the rooms. "Run," the girl repeated urgently. "They like it." She said something else, but Myron didn't catch it. His ears were drowned out by a deafening, chittering roar behind him. He spun around sharply. Dark figures emerged from the shadows at the end of the corridor, towering to the ceiling, with elongated, oily bodies and multiple jointed limbs. They resembled monstrous insects born from the fevered mind of an entomophobic. The Skrex, Myron was sure that's what they were, had heads composed of bulging, glowing yellow eyes and massive mandibles bristling with rows of jagged teeth. Their jaws never stopped moving, producing that otherworldly clicking. Upon spotting Myron, the creatures froze for a moment, like predators before the pounce, their long-awaited prey in sight. Then, with terrifying speed, they lunged forward, their tubular limbs propelling them down the corridor. Myron bolted in the opposite direction, realizing with shock that the girl had already vanished. She must have hidden in one of the rooms. "Open up!" Myron banged on doors as he ran, yanking at handles, but no one responded to his desperate cries. The corridor ended in a fork. Two more endless hallways stretched out in opposite directions, dimly lit, lined with doors. Myron glanced back. The Skrex were closing in. There was no time to think. Did it even matter which way he went when he had no idea where either path led? He dashed into the right corridor, running as fast as his legs would carry him. After several minutes, he reached another junction. He turned right again. Feeling the creatures on his heels, the clicking grew louder. His breath came in ragged gasps. His pounding heart and relentless sprint through the maze of hallways were taking their toll. Finally, he reached yet another intersection. Without thinking, he turned right and froze in place. A few meters ahead, he saw a sight that sent ice through his veins. 3 Skrex were tearing a man apart, sinking their mandibles hungrily into his mutilated body. He wasn't screaming, he was already dead. Who could have survived such wounds? Severed limbs lay scattered on the floor, and a bald head with a crushed skull lolled lifelessly as the creatures feverishly ripped into his chest cavity. A bald head. When Myron's heart started pounding again, he realized it was the same bald man who had locked himself in his room. As vile as the stranger's betrayal had been, he certainly hadn't deserved this fate. But how had he ended up here if he had hidden in Myron's room? There was no time to wonder. Myron slowly backed away, eyes locked on the feasting Skreks. They paid him no mind, too engrossed in devouring their meal. The clicking from the hallway behind him grew louder. The other Skreks were still approaching. He had only one option: to take the other path, the one free of monsters. At least he hoped it was. The new corridor was empty, and soon he reached yet another junction. The building seemed to be an endless labyrinth of hallways lined with closed doors. Trying to catch his breath, Myron decided to turn left this time, fully expecting to see another long corridor. But to his surprise, he found a spiral staircase with wooden steps. Looking closer, he noticed dark stains, dried blood. He hesitated, torn between two choices: ascend the staircase or keep running through the maze of corridors. The answer came quickly. As the clicking sounds of the approaching Skreks echoed from both hallways, Myron rushed up the stairs. Climbing the spiraling steps, he stumbled repeatedly. His legs, exhausted from running, no longer obeyed him. His head spun, his heart pounded against his ribs, and his mouth was dry, but he stubbornly continued his ascent. Soon, the staircase made one final turn and abruptly ended. Before him lay a dimly lit attic with slanted ceilings and wooden beams, cluttered with boxes, old furniture, and various junk. Among the scattered objects, he spotted a rusty child's bicycle, stacks of books, and an ancient computer with a bulky monitor. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling beams like funeral shrouds, and the air was so thick with dust that Myron's nose itched. At the far end of the attic, a round dormer window glowed with an eerie, shimmering light, shifting between blue and green, as if an aurora burned just outside. A noise erupted from the staircase, the sharp chittering of Skreks, mixed with the tapping of thin limbs against wooden steps. Glancing down, Myron saw them climbing in a line up the spiral staircase. Just a little longer, and they'd be on the attic floor. He sprinted to the dormer window and yanked the handle, throwing it open. A quick glance over his shoulder confirmed his worst fear. Several Skreks had already crawled into the attic and were closing in on him. Myron pulled himself up, squeezing through the window. It was just wide enough for a person to fit through. A cold wind lashed against his face, tousling his hair. Clutching onto a drain pipe, he stepped onto a narrow ledge that ran along the edge of the building's attic. He froze in shock. All around him stretched an endless void, illuminated by vivid bursts of green, blue, and violet, as if the very darkness pulsed with an otherworldly glow. It seemed as though the massive brick building, with Myron teetering on its ledge, was floating in a boundless cosmos. His gaze was swallowed by nebulas shimmering with fantastical lights at the edges of the universe. A jagged Skrek limb shot out of the dormer window, resembling a twisted, withered branch. Myron gasped in terror. His grip slipped, and he tumbled off the ledge, plunging into the abyss. For a fleeting moment, he simply ceased to exist, swallowed by the eternal darkness, erased from reality as if his very existence had been meaningless and undefined from the start. He came to on the floor of the room. Opening his eyes, he saw the same ceiling with the dim light bulb, the same bare concrete walls, the same wooden door. Myron sat up, feeling a strange lightness in his body, as though there had been no exhausting chase through endless corridors, no plunge into the abyss from the attic. He still remembered nothing about himself and had no idea how he had ended up back in the room where his life had begun the day before. But had it really been yesterday? Wondering how long he had been unconscious, Myron got to his feet and moved toward the door, glancing at the mirror out of habit. What he saw made him freeze. A man in his 40s stared back at him. His appearance was drastically different from what he had seen the day before. Short dark hair, a broad, weathered face covered in thick stubble, and narrowed brown eyes. Everything had changed. Even his height seemed slightly different. But how was that possible? He ran a hand over his face, trying to confirm that the reflection was not deceiving him, when suddenly, he heard a quiet creak of the door. In the narrow gap by the doorframe, he spotted the outline of a face. Rushing forward, he yanked the door open, revealing the girl, the same stranger who had urged him to run from the Skrex. Caught off guard, she flinched in surprise. Myron noticed that, unlike him, her appearance had not changed at all. And when he looked at her pale face, a strange ache blossomed in his chest, as if an old wound had just been torn open. "I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to spy on you," she said with a guilty smile. "But that's exactly what you were doing." Myron glanced down the corridor. It was empty, no frantic strangers, no insect-like monsters. "I just wanted to make sure you woke up," she explained. But Myron didn't let her finish. He grabbed her arm, pulled her into the room, and shut the door behind them. "What is this place?" he demanded. "What the hell is going on here? And why do I look completely different?" He bombarded the stranger with questions, not taking his eyes off her bewildered face. She seemed taken aback by his behavior. "You used to act differently?" And barely remembered anything, the girl mused. Then, as if struck by sudden realization, she gave a cautious smile. "That means they've started watching you. You've become interesting to them. That's why you woke up today unharmed. And why you remember what happened yesterday. Who are they?" Myron crossed his arms, trying to mask his unease. His head buzzed from the flood of information. "You mean the Skrex? The creatures that chased me through the hallways?" The girl answered in a whisper, as if afraid someone might overhear. "They're far more dangerous than the Skrex. If they like you, they'll watch you. But only for as long as it amuses them." "What does that mean?" "It means you exist only as long as they are watching." Myron instinctively scanned the walls and ceiling, searching for surveillance cameras, but found none. He shook his head. Her explanation made no sense. It sounded like the ramblings of a madwoman. Or maybe that was the real answer. Maybe they were simply in a mental asylum, and all the monstrous creatures, the cosmic void, and the memory lapses were nothing more than side effects of the drugs forced upon them by the doctors. He almost voiced this thought but hesitated and instead asked, "Are they people?" The girl nodded cautiously. "How many of them?" She shrugged and said thoughtfully, "It varies. Sometimes just one, other times several at once. But they always watch. There may be days, years, or even an eternity when no one observes you. But then, someone starts watching again. And then you live again." Myron exhaled, closing his eyes. He was now certain the girl had lost her mind from being trapped in this strange place. Did that mean the same fate awaited him? To mutter insane theories about mysterious beings secretly observing the prisoners of this labyrinthine house? "Is this some kind of experiment?" he finally asked. "Are we test subjects?" The girl smiled sadly. "You always ask that question. And every time I answer, no, this is not an experiment. Sometimes you ask if this is a psychiatric hospital, and I tell you the same thing. No, it's not an asylum, and we're not insane." Myron stared at her, startled by her ability to read his thoughts. "And no, I can't read your mind," she added with that same sorrowful smile. "Sometimes you remember what I've told you, and other times you forget. This has happened countless times, and will keep happening as long as they are watching us." "All right," Myron agreed irritably. He still had many questions, and he wanted answers, no matter how absurd they sounded coming from her lips. What is this house? And how do you explain the change in my appearance? Why did I wake up with a different face? The girl bit her lower lip and closed her eyes, looking truly exhausted. Like this conversation had repeated itself so many times that it had begun to wear on her. The house belongs to the source, and we are its property. You woke up with a different appearance because you're still in the process of being created. The source hasn't decided what you should be yet. I've seen these changes happen many times. Sometimes you look strong and determined, other times lost and confused, like you did yesterday. It's not just your face that changes. It's your entire personality. She fell silent, then, studying Myron intently, added softly, but today you're different. For the first time, you remember what happened before. Her words only deepened the mystery. Questions multiplied in his mind, and a strange emptiness settled in his chest. He wanted to ask about the source, but before he could, a piercing chittering sound echoed from the hallway. Skrex! The girl's face twisted in horror. They're coming! She lunged for the door, locking it just as a blood-curdling scream rang out. A prisoner being torn apart. Myron shuddered at the sound, remembering how the Skrex had ripped open the bald man yesterday. Quick! We need to barricade the door, the girl commanded urgently. With what? Myron looked around. The room was completely empty. The girl dashed toward the side wall, and Myron's breath caught when he saw a massive wardrobe and a chair beside it. But they hadn't been there before. Don't just stand there. Help me. The girl, flushed with exertion, was already pushing the wardrobe. Myron snapped out of his shock and rushed to assist. After a few moments of grunting effort, they shoved the heavy wardrobe against the door. The chittering beyond the wall grew louder by the second. As Myron and the girl stepped back to the middle of the room, something massive and powerful slammed against the barricade with a deafening thud. The blows came one after another, accompanied by a terrifying, rage-fueled chittering. The creature pounding against the door was going mad with hunger. The wardrobe trembled with each impact, and Myron prayed that the antique piece of furniture would withstand the monster's assault. The Skrex won't stop until they get to you, the girl cried, glancing at Myron. Her face had turned ashen with fear, her eyes brimming with terror. They will hunt you because they enjoy it. Who are they? Who the hell are they? Myron exploded, exhausted by the constant evasions. The relentless pounding and the creature's screeching had worn his nerves to the limit. The girl grabbed his hand, her palm was ice cold. He noticed, and pulled him toward the wall where a lone chair stood. You have to escape, she said, throwing a frightened glance at the wardrobe. It had shifted several centimeters after another brutal hit. The source has all the answers. You must find it. How? Myron spread his arms wide. We're in a locked room with no windows. How am I supposed to get out? Through the ventilation shaft. She pointed upward, and Myron followed her gaze. High up on the wall, just beneath the ceiling, a wide opening covered by a metal grate loomed in the dim light. He couldn't be sure if it had been there before. Maybe he had simply overlooked it, but a far more likely explanation struck him. Just like the furniture, the vent had appeared the moment the girl spoke of it. Myron lowered his gaze and nearly gasped in shock. The girl was gone. He didn't even have time to process how that was possible before a powerful crash against the door sent the wardrobe skidding half a meter across the floor. With a furious screech, the Skrex squeezed through the gap. Its head swayed from side to side, mandibles spread wide in predatory anticipation as it searched for its prey. Myron had no choice. He leaped onto the chair and grabbed the grate covering the vent. A few desperate yanks, and the bolts securing the bars popped out of the wall. To Myron's surprise, tearing off the grate was far easier than he had expected. He turned just in time to see the Skrek, its eyes burning red like embers, slowly creeping toward him, hesitating as if afraid to scare him off. That brief pause was all Myron needed. He hurled the grate at the creature and, pulling himself up with all his strength, scrambled into the ventilation shaft. Inside the dark tunnel, unexpectedly wide, the air reeked of damp rot, the stench so overwhelming that nausea twisted in his gut. Fighting the urge to gag, Myron crawled forward on all fours, his palms scraping against the rough surface of the passage. He glanced back, just in time to see the Skrek's head push through the opening. The creature thrashed in frustration, unable to squeeze its bulky, many-limbed body into the narrow space. Myron kept moving, forcing himself to take shallow breaths. The nauseating stench only intensified with every meter, thickening into an almost toxic miasma. Periodically, he passed ventilation grates, through which stale air trickled in and faint strips of light spilled onto the floor and walls. The openings led into other rooms. Yesterday, terrified men and women had hidden there from the Skreks. But now they stood empty, so Myron didn't waste time investigating. He focused on his last directive from the girl: find the mysterious source, the key to all answers. Soon, he noticed the tunnel's texture had changed. The floor became soft, spongy, and damp, as if coated in some kind of mucus that stung his palms and soaked into his knees. The walls and ceiling had transformed as well. Now they were smooth, glistening with secretions, resembling the fleshy interior of some colossal intestine. A few meters ahead, as the tunnel bent at a sharp 90-degree angle, Myron encountered the source of the unbearable stench. In the dim light filtering through the grates, a gruesome blockade came into view, a tangled mass of corpses clogging the passage. A wave of nausea surged through him at the sight of the half-rotted remains, their tattered shirts and trousers clinging to decomposing flesh. He wanted to get a closer look at their faces but recoiled in horror. Their heads, slick with mucus, had been reduced to shapeless, pulpy masses where flesh had melted away, exposing the yellowed bones of their skulls. Gasping for air, Myron pressed his face against the nearest vent, inhaling deeply. Even the stale, musty air from the room beyond felt fresh compared to the sickening stench of decay that filled the tunnel. How many of them were here? How long had they been lying in the tunnel? What had killed them? What was the strange slime covering their remains? Questions ricocheted through Myron's mind, but one thought stood out as the most obvious conclusion. He wasn't the first person to crawl through this shaft. Lost in thought, he was slow to notice the tunnel walls shifting, contracting like the insides of a colossal worm, slowly closing in as thick mucus dripped from the ceiling. Fat drops splattered onto Myron's skin, burning wherever they touched. His face, neck, and hands flared with irritation. Scrambling over the corpses, Myron suddenly realized with horror that they had fallen victim to the house itself. It was digesting them, breaking them down with its acidic mucus, as if they were trapped inside a living organism. The passage continued to shrink. Another moment, and the wet walls of the shaft would seal completely, crushing him. The line of corpses was nearing its end when Myron halted by the last one, startled by a faint, wheezing breath escaping from the corpse's slightly parted lips. It lay sprawled on its back, arms spread wide, its chest barely rising with weak, labored breaths. Myron hesitated. Should he move closer or keep going before the tunnel sealed completely? The dying man rasped again. Cursing under his breath, Myron crawled toward him. A second later, he froze in horror. In the dim light, he could finally make out the face of the living corpse. The acidic mucus had eaten away patches of skin on the cheeks and forehead, exposing raw muscle and bone. But there was no doubt. Just yesterday, this face had belonged to Myron himself. He recognized it from his reflection in the mirror. The same gauntness, the same pale complexion, the same distant gray eyes, the same tousled light hair. As if confirming his worst fears, the corpse rasped, "You are me. How is this possible?" Myron exhaled, watching as his own past self licked his cracked lips, crusted with dried blood. "You don't have much time," the doppelganger wheezed. "Finish what we couldn't." A chilling realization struck Myron like a hammer. He turned to look at the bodies behind him. They were all his duplicates, previous versions of himself that had perished in failed attempts to pass through the tunnel. How many had there been? How many tries? The rasping voice of his past self pulled him back to the present. "You're close to the source. Don't stop. They like it." "Who are they?" Myron finally snapped, his voice rising in frustration. The tunnel walls kept closing in, his breaths coming shorter, and there was no time left for cryptic half-answers. "Who are they?" "You'll make it through as long as they're watching," the doppelganger murmured. Then, with a ragged gasp, he arched his head back in a final death spasm. Myron shook him by the shoulders in a futile attempt to rouse him, but the body slumped lifelessly. As he pulled away, his fingers brushed against something solid in the corpse's shirt pocket. After a brief hesitation, he reached inside and retrieved a folding knife. Snapping open the blade with a firm click, he held it up to the dim light. The walls of the gut-like tunnel pressed in, nearly sealing off any escape. Without thinking, Myron drove the knife into the soft, pulsating floor and sliced downward. He pried open the wet edges of the gash. Thick mucus oozed from the wound like translucent blood, and blinding light burst into the tunnel, tearing through the darkness. As his eyes adjusted to the glow, he glimpsed a room below, empty, except for a man sitting at a desk, frantically hammering at the keys of a typewriter as if possessed. Then the tunnel convulsed with a violent spasm, and from deep within, a guttural roar erupted. Myron's cut had wounded the house. The shaft trembled, clenching in a crushing grip. Myron dove through the opening just as the walls of the tunnel, quivering with spasms, slammed shut behind him. He didn't see it. By then, he was already falling. He plummeted several meters and crashed onto the floor. Dazed, he lay still, blinking away the flashing lights in his vision until the world sharpened again. Through the white haze clouding his sight, a gray ceiling came into focus. A narrow hole gaped above him, the one he had fallen through, but only for a moment. Before his eyes, the wound in the ceiling sealed itself shut, mucus glistening as if healing over. Myron pushed himself up, rubbing his bruised side. He scanned the room, surprised to find it empty. The man at the typewriter had vanished. He was standing in a spacious chamber, bathed in blinding light. A massive panoramic window stretched across the entire wall, flooding the room with its eerie radiance. Myron's eyes welled up with tears, but he could still make out an incredible sight. Outside, snow was falling, its large flakes appearing gray against the pale clouds, which seemed to emit a muted glow. Somewhere on the edge of his consciousness, a memory flickered. Just last night, constellations of endless space had blazed beyond the house's walls, but Myron brushed it aside. He felt an eerie emotional detachment, as if anesthesia were slowly spreading through his scorched nerves, erasing anxiety, confusion, and fear. Only one thought remained in his mind. He had to find the source, the one mentioned by the girl and his double. Myron picked up the knife that had slipped from his grasp during the fall and approached the desk where the man had been sitting just moments ago. A sheet of paper was loaded into the carriage of an old typewriter, and Myron made out the printed lines. As if anesthesia were slowly spreading through his scorched nerves, erasing anxiety, confusion, and fear. Only one thought remained in his mind. He had to find the source, the one mentioned by the girl and his double. Myron picked up the knife that had slipped from his grasp during the fall and approached the desk where the man had been sitting just moments ago. A sheet of paper was loaded into the carriage of an old typewriter, and Myron made out. The final words blurred before his eyes. Myron, breathless with shock, gripped the edge of the desk. When the ringing in his head subsided and his heart stopped hammering against his ribs, he grabbed the stack of printed pages with trembling hands and flipped through them frantically. His gaze darted from line to line, catching sentences and paragraphs that described, in painstaking detail, every thought and action he had experienced since waking up on the floor of the empty room. Disbelieving, he reread the words printed on the paper in the typewriter. The text ended with the moment Myron had approached the desk. "I haven't decided what happens next yet," a quiet voice said behind him. Myron turned. Before him stood a short, middle-aged man with an unremarkable face, as if sculpted from dirty white clay. It was the kind of face one could see 100 times and still never remember a single defining feature. His forehead, nose, and chin all seemed blurred, melted, worn down. His small eyes were like cloudy glass marbles. Myron had no doubt. This was the same man he had seen typing at the desk. "Who are you?" Myron asked hoarsely. His mouth was dry, his voice weak, as if the air had been sucked from his lungs. "I am the one they call the Source." The man introduced himself, stretching his thin lips into a smile. "The cause of all events and changes in your life." "What does that mean?" Myron instinctively tightened his grip on the knife's handle. To his surprise, the subtle movement did not escape the attention of the man calling himself the Source. He smirked and rolled his eyes theatrically. "You won't need that." The man shook his head. "Its appearance in the story is nothing more than a deus ex machina. I just didn't know how else to help you escape the tunnel. I've hit a complete dead end." The Source spread his hands, and Myron was stunned to see a look of genuine regret cross his face, as if he truly felt sorry for everything Myron had been through. "You've been watching me, writing down my every step." Myron gestured toward the stack of papers. "But how do you know my thoughts?" The Source grimaced and slowly closed his eyes, as if the conversation were giving him a headache. "You still don't understand." "Then what am I supposed to understand?" Myron snapped. "Are you one of them? One of those who are watching us?" "But why? What do you want?" The Source looked at Myron again, and this time his gaze turned razor-sharp, sharp enough to cut, if his eyes had been shards of ice. "I'm not watching," he said after a pause. "I'm creating, bringing stories to life on paper. But there is one tale that has haunted me for years. I just can't seem to finish it. I've thought about the plot and the characters, about you, so often that at some point, fiction began to feel like reality and reality like fiction. To be honest, I no longer know where one ends and the other begins." He exhaled, shaking his head. "I wasn't even surprised when you appeared before me, though maybe I should be questioning my sanity. After all, writers don't usually have conversations with their own fictional characters." His lips curled into a wry smile. "Maybe I've lost my mind," he shrugged. "Or maybe I haven't." He finally fell silent, and his words, reminiscent of a madman's ramblings, settled in Myron's mind like black soot. "So you created me?" Myron forced out with a nervous laugh, surprised by how absurd the question sounded. "I'm just a figment of your imagination?" The Source spread his hands. "Not just you. The entire house, its inhabitants, the Screx, everything that was, is, and is yet to come. All of it exists only as I write it." A spasm tightened around Myron's throat, as if an invisible hand were squeezing his trachea. He barely managed to whisper, "And the girl? Did you invent her too?" A flicker of surprise crossed the Source's eyes. The question seemed to catch him off guard, leaving him momentarily perplexed. "The girl?" he echoed, and without waiting for an answer, continued, "To be honest, I never really decided what role she should play in the story. I didn't even give her a name. Interesting that you asked about her." He walked over to the desk, pulled open a drawer, and rummaged through it before taking out a few sheets of paper. "This is one of the deleted scenes. I don't remember when I wrote it," the source said, handing the pages to Myron. "At one point, I wanted to give the girl a more active role in the story, but then I shifted my focus entirely to you, deciding she was better left as a secondary character." Myron scanned the text. It was difficult to read. Many lines and even entire paragraphs were crossed out. The letters danced before his eyes, refusing to form coherent words, and the words refused to form meaningful sentences. Frustrated, he gave up trying to make sense of it. Noticing his confusion, the source explained, "In this scene, the girl hides in the basement after a Skrek bursts into your room, while you manage to escape through the ventilation shaft. Like much of the story, this episode led nowhere, so I removed it. But I thought you might be interested to know what became of her." "Sounds like you're a terrible writer," Myron sneered, relishing the way the source flinched at his insolence. "Pointless running through corridors, cliché monsters, cheap riddles, ridiculous plot twists. Is that the best you can do? What's the point of all this?" He shook the pages with disdain. The source's face twitched with a nervous tick. It took him a moment to regain his composure. Then, with a crazed smile trembling on his lips, he replied, "I write because they enjoy it." "They?" Myron exploded, his hand involuntarily tightening around the knife. "Who are they?" The source raised his eyebrows in genuine surprise, and something about it made Myron uneasy. The man truly believed the delusional madness spilling from his fevered mind. Wild guesses exploded like galaxies in Myron's head, one after another. When the cacophony of thoughts finally subsided, he spoke in a quiet, drained voice. "They? You mean the readers?" The source nodded. "You exist as long as they are watching you. Right now, at this very moment, someone's eyes are tracing these lines, and that is why you live, breathe, hope." He paused and gestured toward the pages in Myron's hands. "Just as the girl existed while you were reading about her. But the moment they look away, you cease to be. Your life stops, until they return to the story to see what happens next." He tilted his head slightly, though that's not always the case. If a story is too boring, they abandon it, and then you disappear forever into the black void of oblivion. Something inside Myron cracked. A dull ache settled in his chest as he realized the bitter truth. His desperate struggle to escape this cursed house, infested with monstrous creatures, was nothing more than the whim of a pathetic hack, spinning a mediocre horror story for an audience that craved cheap thrills. In that case, there's no guarantee you aren't someone else's invention too, Myron said with a spiteful smirk, eager to wound his creator, if only a little. The source simply shrugged, as if the thought didn't surprise him in the least. "I've considered that. Maybe, at this very moment, someone is writing a story about me. A story about a failed writer who can't figure out an ending for his pathetic little tale." Myron mocked, savoring the way a shadow of irritation flickered across the source's face. "That's exactly right," the source admitted, looking weary. "I've rewritten this story so many times. Changed your name, your appearance, your personality, hoping it would push the plot forward. Dozens of times you've crawled through that tunnel, running from the Skreks, but I could never come up with a satisfying conclusion. Again and again, I abandoned the narrative and started over." His gaze darkened. "I could do the same now, but they would be furious. No one likes a story without an ending." Myron wearily closed his eyes and quietly asked, "Why? What do you mean, why?" The source asked, puzzled. Why am I crawling through the tunnel? Why do I want to escape the house? Why am I running from the Skrex? What is the purpose of all this? Myron was surprised to see how his seemingly simple and obvious questions suddenly left the writer at a loss. The source absent-mindedly touched his chin, his gaze clouding over as if 100 thoughts were racing through his mind. A good question, why? He mused aloud. I still don't understand your goal. You really are a terrible writer, Myron smirked. You make me go through endless, pointless trials, and you don't even know why. His eyes fell to the pages still in his hand. A sudden realization struck him. He had never found out how the deleted scene with the girl ended. The source had said that his secondary character had hidden in the basement from the Skrex, but what happened next? Myron turned the page and caught sight of the final paragraph. His heart pounded violently as he read the fevered imaginings of a madman. The girl trembled with fear, clinging to the desperate hope that the darkness of the basement would protect her from the Skrex. Just as the silence reached its peak, becoming unbearably oppressive, a loud chittering sound shattered the stillness, and the shadows suddenly took shape. An enormous monster, which had been creeping toward its prey all along. She let out a blood-curdling scream, and that desperate cry became the signal for the attack. The creature pinned her to the ground, its claws raking through the flesh of her arms and legs. It loomed over her, mandibles spread wide, ready to sink its jagged teeth into her throat. The text ended abruptly. The source must have never decided whether to finish the girl off or let her live. Myron, his hands trembling, lifted his gaze to the writer, who was now grinning maniacally, his face alight with an unhinged, almost ecstatic joy, so genuine it was terrifying. Why? Myron choked out. Why are you torturing her if you don't even need her? Instead of answering, the source snatched the page from Myron's hand and, hurrying to his desk, fed the sheet into the typewriter with frantic excitement. Now I know your purpose, he muttered under his breath, rubbing his hands nervously before positioning them over the keys. A damsel in distress, classic, but always effective. How did I not see it before? His fingers struck the typewriter keys feverishly, the metallic letters slamming against the page, imprinting new words in rapid succession. Myron never got to read them. In an instant, the pale light spilling through the panoramic window was snuffed out, as if swallowed by a wave of darkness. The room shrank, its sterile air replaced by a stale, putrid stench. A few seconds later, as the spots in his vision faded and a piercing scream shattered the silence, Myron realized he was in the basement, at the exact moment the Skrek attacked the girl. As if confirming his suspicion, a dim light flickered to life overhead, casting weak illumination over the scene. Myron saw the massive creature hunched over the girl, its jaws poised to snap shut around her throat. He didn't hesitate. In 2 swift steps, he lunged at the Skrek and, mid-leap, drove his knife into the monster's head with all his strength. The blade crunched through its chitinous skull, and a foul black ichor gushed from the wound. The Skrek shrieked in agony, lurching to the side. Myron, wild with fury, struck again and again, plunging the knife into the creature's head. The monster staggered on its crooked limbs, unable to escape the relentless assault. Finally, with one last wretched screech, the Skrek collapsed onto its side, its grotesque body convulsing as thick black blood pooled beneath it. Breathing heavily, Myron stood over the fallen beast for a few moments, making sure it was dead. Then, at last, he tossed aside the knife and rushed to the girl. She was already on her feet, pressed against the wall, fragile, terrified, her tear-filled eyes shimmering in the dim light. Thin streams of blood trickled from her wrists and soaked into the tattered fabric of her pants where the Skrek's claws had pinned her down. Myron wanted to say something, anything, to comfort the girl, but instead, he stepped closer and pulled her into a tight embrace. Her thin body trembled as if jolted by electricity, but after a few seconds in his arms, she began to calm down. She looked into his eyes and quietly asked, "Is this the end?" "I don't know." Myron swallowed the thick lump in his throat. "I hope so." When they emerged from the basement through a narrow door, they found themselves in a garden of barren trees. It surrounded the dark, looming house that had served as a prison for the characters of a deranged writer for what felt like an eternity. Myron didn't much care what had happened to the source, whether he had completely lost his mind, enraged by the escape of his own creations, or was still frantically hammering at his keyboard, struggling to keep pace with his fevered imagination. It no longer mattered, because Myron was holding the girl's hand, and the warmth of her palm filled him with both joy and peace. They walked in silence along the path winding through the lifeless forest. Words could not express what each of them felt. Soft flakes drifted gently from the sky, appearing gray against the backdrop of pale clouds. Only after a few minutes did Myron realize it was not snow, but ash, and he understood something else as well. He and the girl had nothing, and yet they had found the one thing that truly mattered. Have you ever just sat on a beach watching the waves crashing into the shore and retreating back out to sea? Have you noticed driftwood or shells being dragged back out, not knowing where they would end up next? Every morning I sit here, looking out into the ocean where the gray sky meets the dark water on the horizon. I wait to see one of them wash in with the tide, drifting up onto the hard-packed sand. As soon as I see them, I run from my position, grabbing them and dragging their limp bodies further up the beach, laying them to rest in the soft sand near the brush-filled dunes. That's when I set to work. It's a ritual I've performed since I was a child, being trained by my father, just like his father did for him. I look down at the naked body, always different. Sometimes a man, sometimes a woman, ranging from a younger adult to decrepit and old. Some have been thin, some obese. Once the drifter was missing a leg, making the ritual difficult to perform in its entirety. I make do, though. I lay them on their backs, feet facing land and head to the water, their arms stretched out to their sides in a crucifix position. I know I have to work quickly before they wake up. I've never had the misfortune of seeing it before, but have been told the stories of what happens if they wake before the ritual is complete. The entire island could be erased in the blink of an eye. Generations of work, my bloodline, all for naught. I'm getting distracted, sorry. The ritual. While in the crucifix position, I start the runes. Beginning with each hand and foot, I carve the same sequence going inward towards the body, from the tips of the fingers and toes, moving counterclockwise from the left hand to the feet and finishing with the right hand. The work is methodical. My knife moves with a determined precision, honed with 20 years of practice. Their blood flows blue, staining the sands with an almost neon hue. A scent of ammonia lingers with it. When every limb has been carved, I start at the top of the head, moving from the small bump in the middle of their forehead, down toward the chest. They bleed much more when I get to the neck, as one of the runes must cut right across the jugular. Their blood sprays, leaving a shower on the surrounding sand. Some days it mixes with the drizzle of rain, creating a bluish mist that floats across the beach. Finally, the runes are finished. The ritual is almost complete. I lay my knife down and wipe my hand across the drifter's throat, making sure I have enough blood to finish. I swipe their blood across my own forehead, leaving a horizontal line above my eyes, then drawing a vertical line under each of my eyes. This is my war paint. I alone stand against these terrors, protecting my island community, and by extension, the world. The preparations are done. I pick up the knife once more and walk to meet the crashing waves. The final step. My hand dips under the salt water, opening with my palm up. The waves crash in, and as soon as they begin to be pulled back to the sea, I swipe the knife across, letting my own blood flow freely and mix with the water. This is the final offering, the plea to whatever gods rule over the sea, to end this monstrosity and keep us safe. The salt water stings as I bring my hand back up, the cold air adding to the pain. My feet slide across the sand as I walk back to the drifter. Lifting the knife, still dripping with the mix of my blood and salt water, I plunge it into the middle of the drifter's chest, into the diaphragm. The same reaction every time. Their eyes snap open, a final, desperate gasp for air. All in vain. I've severed the muscle that allows them to draw breath. They slowly drown as whatever blood is left in them fills their lungs, screaming curses in a language I don't understand. When the ritual is done and the last spasms go through their bodies, I grab the can of gasoline and the herbs I keep in a small shack on the beach. I douse the body, setting it alight and throwing the herbs on top. Like sage for cleansing spirits, the bundle of lavender and catnip smolders, sending wisps of their scent through the air. With this, the drifter is cleansed and the island safe once more. I head back to the village, taking the beaten path carved into the brush by the generations before me. I exchange nice pleasantries with others as I pass by. They thank me for what I do, protecting us from the drifters. I simply nod, telling them it's my duty, nothing more. I make my way to the village square, heading into the courthouse at the other end. Briggs, our mayor, is waiting for my daily report. He looks up from the papers he's signing as I walk into the room. Raleigh, how are you today? Any happenings at the shore? He shuffles the papers aside and leans back in his seat, motioning to the chair across from him. I sit down in the stiff leather chair, hearing it squeak under me. There was one, older, male. They're coming more often these days. This is the third this week. When I started 20 years ago, we got one every 2 weeks or so. Should we be worried, sir? His brow furrowed with worry. He was an older man, at least 60. He had lived on the mainland for a while before coming back to the island in his younger years, world-weary and in disbelief at what we had to worry about compared to the outside world. They knew nothing of the drifters, the dangers they posed to our world, the heretic god they served. We'll certainly need to keep an eye on it. The records show that more show up preceding times of trouble. The earliest we have on record preceded the Black Plague. They were at an average of 2 drifters per day, with the highest number being 5 washing up at once. Your post was manned by 5 watchers around the clock, making sure none went uncleansed. We must be vigilant, make sure this doesn't become a problem like then. Do you think there could be something terrible on the horizon? I asked. I was the only one trained in the ritual. My father had me to help when he was my age, and his father and brothers before him, but I was alone. I had taken no wife, had no living children, and my only brother was killed as a child. If they began washing up more often, I was the only defense. As of yet, there's no way to tell. We simply must pay attention. Find someone from the village that shows promise, take them to be trained. You may need help, he answered, waving me off. I got up to walk out. Raleigh! I turned back, giving him a questioning look. He dug around in his desk drawer before withdrawing a long, thin blade in a black scabbard. He pulled the blade out of the sheath by a few inches, showing me a startlingly pristine edge with the runes I use inscribed on it. He sheathed it again and handed it over to me. This has been handed down from elder to elder. If the time comes when there are too many, use this. It allows the ritual to be bypassed. I bowed and thanked him as I took the saber. In all my research and learning about my position, I had never heard of this. We had always been told the ritual was the only way. I headed out and back to my house, lost in thought as I walked. I was shaken from my daydreaming by screaming coming from down the path, the direction of the shore. "Raleigh! Raleigh!" Vale, one of the village teenagers. She was shouting for me in a panicked voice, fear rising to overtake any other emotion. "Quick! You have to go to the shore. What's going on?" I stopped her as she ran up, panting for breath. She leaned over and grabbed her knees, gasping. "Another one. A drifter. Some of the kids were playing in the water and it washed up," she wheezed. "Shit." I didn't even wait for her to finish. When she said drifter, I took off, sprinting with all the energy I had. They never washed up past noon, rarely ever after daybreak even. 2 in one day. This is bad. If one wakes up while I'm not there, ruin would follow. Thankfully, it wasn't far to the shore. As I passed over the dunes, I saw the children gathered around it. The drifter this time appeared to be a woman, old and covered in wrinkles. One of the children had a stick of driftwood they were using to poke at it, nudging it as the waves lapped around. "Stop!" I shouted, waving my arms as the children continued poking. They looked toward me, a quizzical glint in their eyes. "Get the fuck away from it!" It happened in slow motion. The drifter's eyes opened. Their unearthly green hue, like emeralds reflecting a blue sea, shined through the haze. I saw the sharp teeth bare themselves and the hands reach for the nearest child. Long claws tore skin and red blood mixed with ocean spray. I heard the boy scream in pain before turning to a low gurgle as blood filled his throat instead. I wasn't thinking. Instinct took over and I drew the blade I had just been given. The runes reflected the gray sky, the sharp edge of the blade shining like the sea. I jumped at the drifter and plunged the blade between its neck and shoulder, stabbing downward through the chest and into the gut. It let out a high screech and the wind around picked up, intense howling echoing the drifter's cry. The ocean churned in response, sea foam churning into madness where calm, small waves were before. "Fucking die!" I screamed. I plunged my hand down into the wound, covering it in blood and painting my face with it. I withdrew the sword, quickly slicing my palm and dipping it into an incoming wave. The drifter screamed again. Clouds moved in, erasing any light that was left. The weather turned from a gray morning to a small hurricane in moments. I knew this had to end quickly. In one deft movement, I stabbed upward, bringing the blade out of the water and impaling the creature. Right in target. The screams died out along with the wind. Peace had returned to the shoreline. I sat there for a moment collecting myself before turning to look at the gore mixed with ocean. The poor boy, his throat torn out, had passed. I took him in my arms and carried him up to dry sand before going back and gathering the drifter's body. I covered the boy with my coat and the creature with gasoline. I wanted it to feel the flames of hell. I sat and watched it burn for a while, long after the local doctor had come and taken the boy, his mother screaming in grief as she watched. I couldn't come up with words to say I was sorry. I was supposed to protect these people. I was the one that should be dead. When the last ashes had fizzled out, I still remained, thinking to myself what could be done to prevent this from happening again. I didn't know that it would only get worse from there. There were 2 more this morning. I was waiting, watching the sea thrash and roll. I'm not sure when I drifted off. The same nightmare that kept me up the night before covered me again, leaving me in fits. I saw the boy's corpse laying in the waves, blood being pulled out with the sea foam. Suddenly the clouds started rolling in, wind whipping up sand and spray. I saw lightning flash down the shoreline and felt the thunder boom in my chest immediately after. Something was coming. The waves grew taller with each one that crashed to shore. When I looked closer, I saw that it wasn't just water hitting the shore. Drifters, hundreds of them, all tangled into each other in the waves, piling on top of each other as they hit the shore. Levees made of bodies started to block the waves. Suddenly, the sky opened above me. The wind stopped. The ocean calmed. The drifters lay in their piles, sleeping like the dead. The eye of the storm. Just as soon as it started, it was over. A million eyes snapped open at once. Their screams layered each other, creating an unholy chorus as they awoke and began flooding inland. Right before the flood, I caught a glimpse of the horizon. Gray clouds mired above rolling waves. Through the rain and wind, I could see something moving against the sky, wading through the depths of the water towards my home. I had seen pictures of skyscrapers, and this dwarfed them. Just as it began to become clear through the sheets of rain, a bolt of lightning struck in front of it. I woke with a start, jumping from the sand and looking in the direction it had been. The flood was gone. The day was gray but still, just a dream. I shook the sleep from my eyes and resumed my vigil. I spotted one washing in with the waves. Male, middle-aged. Other than the bump in the middle of their forehead and the long, claw-like nails, he could have passed for a normal islander. I set to work and was almost done with the carving when I heard a voice from behind me. "There's another one." I looked up, startled. Nobody else came out here this early. After what happened, I didn't think anyone would ever come here again. I was surprised even more to see that it was Vale, now nodding towards the shore a ways to my left. I followed her gaze and saw another motionless form crumpled there, sea foam washing over. "Damn it all," I muttered. Time to kill two birds with one stone. I left the one I was working on and walked over to the new arrival. Before grabbing this one, I dunked my hand into the water and sliced my palm, completing this part of the ritual ahead of time. As I began to drag the body back towards the first drifter, Vale ran up and grabbed the other arm, helping me along. "It wasn't your fault, you know," she said, grunting with exertion. "I was nearby when they found it. I should have told them to get away before I came to get you. I didn't even think they would do something like that." "Don't blame yourself," I replied, letting go of the new drifter and kneeling down next to the first. I took out my knife and plunged it into the diaphragm. The piercing scream began, then died out quickly. The new drifter didn't stir. "If they're showing up more often, you're going to need help," she said again, still watching as I doused the first one and struck a match. "Teach me. I can handle it." I didn't answer her, but threw the match down and started carving the new drifter. Small sizzles could be heard as ocean spray and light rain hit the burning body. I could still feel Vale's eyes on me, intently watching my hands work the knife through skin, carving my legacy in a living canvas. When the runes were done, I beckoned for her to follow me to the water. She stood beside me as waves lapped over our feet. I looked out at the gray sky and rolling sea, remembering the moment my father brought me out here, how he had carved the runes, then walked me out to the water. "Have you ever lost someone, Vale?" I asked her. She seemed taken aback by the question at first, and looked down at the water as she pondered it. "You knew my mother," she said. "You know I lost her. You didn't know your mother. She died giving birth to you. Have you ever lost anyone you truly knew and loved?" I shot back. "Then, no, I guess I haven't." I sighed and unholstered my knife, turning toward her. "If you take this on, you will lose someone you love. Maybe more than one. That's what we give up in order to protect the island. Are you prepared to take that on?" She seemed scared. I couldn't really blame her. She saw the aftermath of what happened yesterday. She knew what we would be dealing with. But underneath the fear there was a desperation. Desperation to prove her strength and protect others. "I am," she finally answered after staring out at the forming waves. "What do I have to do?" You're not of my bloodline, but there are certain cases where others can be allowed in to take over. I looked down at my hand, the cut already clotted with blood. I swept the knife across to reopen it. Come, we have to go further out. When we were waist deep in the water, I handed her the knife. Cut your palm and hold it open, I said. She winced as the sharp edge of steel sliced her hand. The blood flowed quickly, dripping into the water and leaving a red cloud. I held my hand above hers, making a fist and squeezing so a trickle of blood fell onto her cut. I then opened my own palm, placing it flat on hers so our cuts aligned, and took her hand under the water. She drew a deep breath in through her teeth as the salt water hit open flesh, but composed herself quickly. I, Raleigh Karras, do hereby pass my bloodline on to Vale Jensen. Having no living children, and having taken no wife, I realize that any day my bloodline may die and our cleansing end. Vale has offered herself as a tribute to the ocean, pledging to protect the island and all inhabiting it from the drifters and the heretical gods they serve. Do you accept this duty, Vale? Yes, she replied. I motioned for her to walk further into the water, letting go of her hand. She looked at me, asking how far. Until the sea takes you, I replied. She nodded, walking further. At about 10 meters out, she was completely engulfed, going under the water. She came up moments later, walking back to my position. Her usually wild, curly hair was now limp and soaked around her shoulders. She shined with a new purpose as she rejoined me. You are aware that with this acceptance you may never leave the island, being the first and last defense against the unknown. You know that the ocean requires a heavy toll for your service and the power bestowed upon you. Do you still accept? I hoped she would say no, but knew in my heart she couldn't. It was the same feeling I had thinking back to when I took the oath, my father standing in my place. Once you had the notion to take on this duty, it never left you. Yes, she said again. Vale Jensen, by my power and authority, being the last remaining of my bloodline, I surrender you to the sea. Today you are born anew in the salt and brine of the ocean. I withdrew my hand from the water, turning my fingers down so the mix of salt water and blood coated my fingertips. I drew the rune of rebirth on her face, a clockwise spiral ending in a smaller spiral spinning counterclockwise from the center. The ever-flowing dichotomy of life and the sea. I swear to serve with my life, she replied, giving a small bow. We'll start your training tomorrow, I told her. For now, I will finish this ritual. You will walk back to the village and stand in the square until I return. Tell anyone that asks you are now my apprentice. Yes, sir, she said, walking back up the beach. I sighed as she left, taking myself back up to where the newest drifter lay on the sand. I kneeled next to it, hefting my knife once more. I placed it above the diaphragm, one hand holding it steady while the other was poised above it, ready to thrust downward. I bowed my head, closing my eyes and whispering a prayer. Protect her. Let me be the father to her I could never be to my own daughter, I muttered, my hand raised up, tensing at the expectation of pain when it hit the knife handle. I was more surprised to feel the hand on my wrist as it moved downward. My eyes snapped open to see the drifter grabbing on, holding my hand back. Our numbers are infinite, it said. We serve, and we will be rewarded. We will devour you, drown you in the blood of your loved ones. We are vast as the ocean and relentless as the waves. We will break you. The pure hatred in its eyes terrified me. I had never seen anything like it, the pure, dripping spite. It bore through my skin and into my soul. It despised me, and that cold, unfeeling stare almost seemed to freeze the entire world. I forced myself to move as it opened its mouth wide to scream, making the wind pick up and clouds go dim. My other hand plunged the knife in. Its screams turned to wet gurgles as it drowned, choking on blood. I fell back in the sand, shaking. After what seemed like eternity, I pulled the knife from its chest and got the gas can and herbs, beginning the final step of cleansing. I didn't stay to make sure the fire was put out, but instead rushed back up the path to the village, stopping at the first person I saw. "Hello, Raleigh. Anything I can do for you?" he said. I didn't remember his name, but recognized him from the butcher shop in town. "I need you to go to the shore and keep watch. If any wash up, come get me. I'll be speaking to Briggs in his office." He looked at me quizzically, not quite understanding why I would want an untrained person watching the shore. I ended up losing my temper. "Just fucking go." He tore off up the path, leaving a dust cloud behind him. I rushed into the square, grabbing Vale, who was standing in the middle, chatting with some of the village women who were congratulating her. We barged into the office to Briggs' surprise. "Raleigh, you didn't tell me you had chosen an apprentice already. I should have had final approdash." I cut him off before he finished. "What the fuck is happening, Briggs?" I shouted, causing both him and Vale to wince in return. One of those damn things grabbed me and fucking spoke. They've never spoken before. His eyes grew wide. I could see Vale bring a hand to her mouth next to me. Briggs sat back in his chair, reaching into a drawer and pulling out a tall bottle filled with dark amber. He produced 3 glasses from the same drawer and started pouring. "I'm sorry for overstepping your authority," he said, raising the glass to his lips and sloshing half of it down his shirt from shaking hands. "I had hoped this wouldn't happen while I was in charge. Guess I hoped for too much." He drained his glass, then got up and walked over to a portrait on the wall. Pulling the portrait up and setting it down on the floor, he revealed a safe behind it. He opened it and pulled out a large, leather-bound book, yellowed with age. The next item he revealed was an old flintlock pistol. "Everything you'll need to know is in there," he said, motioning to the book. "I'm sorry, but it's just too much." He raised the gun to his temple and cocked the hammer. I barely had time to grab Vale and avert her eyes when he pulled the trigger. Warm blood and sharp skull fragments sprayed over us. The past 24 hours have been a blur. I only remember walking Vale out into the square, both of us spattered with blood and gray matter, everyone looking at us, some screaming, some crying. I sat Vale down on a bench and motioned for a nearby woman to come over. "Take care of her. If she's not in shock yet, she will be soon," I said, then turned to walk back into the building. "Also, call for the doctor. I'll need his help moving Briggs." The smell had already gotten bad inside. Copper. Sharp. It took me by surprise after dealing with the ammonia-tinged blood of the drifters for so long. I looked down at Briggs' body, small wisps of steam rising from the open wound as cold air drafted in. "Cowardly fucking bastard," I muttered to his body. For probably the first time since my father had brought me out to the beach, I was scared. I had seen the soul drain from Briggs' face when I told him about the drifter speaking. He knew things I never did, things that he didn't want to face. But what? The book was still lying on the desk where he had left it, now covered in a messy layer of gore. I grabbed a nearby cloth and wiped it clean, trying my best to get all the pieces of brain and skull off. Runes were emblazoned on the cover. Some of them I had never seen before. I opened the book and began reading. The pages were old and yellowed, with spots here and there from where ink had been spilled and what I think was blood. There were illustrations of drifters, making detailed notes of their anatomy and physiological traits. The next page showed the rune configurations as well as the carving for the ritual. I had just begun to flip through to another when there was a knock on the door. "Raleigh, what the hell happened here?" Gareth, our local doctor, was standing in the doorway, a handkerchief held over his face. He gazed around the room in horror before settling on Briggs' body. "Oh, God, Briggs, you know anything about all this?" I asked him, drawing his eyes to the book. He shook his head, looking instead at the flintlock pistol still clutched in Briggs' hand. "So he did this to himself?" "Yeah." Told him about the drifter that just spoke while I was doing the ritual. He handed me this book, then blew his goddamn brains out. I haven't seen anyone that terrified since, well, your brother. Gareth finished my thought. "Go, Raleigh. I'll take care of this. I know this brings back painful memories for you." He moved from the doorway, revealing that Vale was standing behind him, still with a look of shock on her face. I snatched the book off the desk and walked briskly out, grabbing her arm and turning her from the grisly scene. There were tear tracks through the blood on her face. We walked in silence towards her home. When we finally reached it, I sent her inside to clean up and sat on the porch to look further into book. The first half seemed to be all things I already knew about the ritual, the drifter's anatomy, a cipher of the runes. Then something different caught my eye. It was another illustration, but this one of a human. Multiple drawings of the same person, but with subtle changes between each one. Initially, it was a lengthening of nails and teeth, small gills growing in near the nape of the neck. Then the eyes turning. I don't know what they used to capture the color of the eyes in the illustration, but it was hauntingly lifelike. The next page held notes and more illustrations. Large ships at sea during a storm being rocked by the waves. A figure standing in the water towering above them. Then the ships being torn asunder by the wind and surf. One survivor of cargo ship Fate's Rest, a man by the name of William Stetler, noted that before the ship sank, he witnessed a looming giant on the horizon. I remembered my dream, the giant looming behind the waves of drifters, a general commanding his army. Stetler swears he saw this figure smash the ships with its own hands, causing all on board to fall into the water. Here he says they were set upon by people that looked just like them, save for a small bump in their foreheads and elongated claws and teeth. Stetler says these figures would drag the surviving crew and passengers under the water, never to resurface. The book went on to explain how Stetler had survived. He was knocked out by a plank of wood hitting him in the water and managed to wash up on the island, much like the drifters do. When the watchman on the shore at the time found him, he was almost cleansed with the ritual, only saved because his blood was red instead of blue. Safe to say this was a surprise for the watchman. Stetler joined the watch through marriage eventually, choosing to stay on the island instead of going back to his home on the mainland. He is responsible for one of the greatest breakthroughs in our understanding of the drifters. 10 years after the accident, and Stetler was on duty keeping watch one morning. When a drifter washed in, he moved to retrieve it as he normally would, but was frozen with fear upon looking at the face. Vale walked back outside, looking at me with concern as she wrung water from her hair. "What are we going to do?" she asked, sitting down next to me. I didn't answer, still reading and rereading the same sentence. Stetler recognized his brother, Jacob Stetler, who he had last seen dragged under the surface 10 years previous. He hadn't aged, and the only difference was the small bump on his head. "Vale," I said, looking at her, "there are things I'm still learning, along with you, things that may cause me to falter in the coming days and weeks. I need you to promise me that if I hesitate, you will step in and finish the job." "I promise," Vale said, still looking concerned. "What's going to happen, Raleigh?" Just then someone came running up the path, shouting my name. I recognized the same man I had stationed at the shoreline, out of breath and wild-eyed. Please come quick. It's going into the village." He stopped in front of the house, panting and shaking. "Calm down. What the hell do you mean?" I asked, jumping from my chair. And how did you know I was here? Doc Gareth told me you were taking Vale home. I saw Briggs. He almost looked like he was gonna vomit when he said it, thinking of the mess in Briggs' office. A drifter washed up on shore. I saw it and started coming to get you, but then it spoke to me. It asked where you were. Raleigh? Fucking hell, I said, beginning to gather my things and start back toward the village. He stopped me again before I could walk off. No, Raleigh. This one. It ain't like the others, he said, waving his hands frantically in front of him. It's him, Raleigh. I don't know how, but it's him. Who, goddammit? Who is it? Vale was shouting at him now, trying to make sense of this whole situation. River, the man whispered, looking down at the ground. I stopped dead in my tracks. I couldn't move. There was no way it could be him. He was gone, dead, his body was never found. This guy just didn't remember what he looked like. He was confused. Who the hell is River? Vale asked, getting impatient at the lack of answers. I turned to look at her, grabbing the rune-inscribed blade from my bag in the process. I handed it over to her. You don't know the ritual yet, and I may not be able to see this one through, I said. Will anyone please tell me what's going on? I can't help when I'm in the fucking dark here. Vale was practically screaming now, tearing at her hair. Who in the fuck is River, and why are you so worried about him? I felt tears forming in my eyes as I looked at her. Hot bile burned in my throat, and I almost choked on the words as they came up. River was my brother. Silence smothered us as we walked back to the village square. I was beyond lost. It hit me when I read the book that something like this could be possible, but I didn't think it would happen this soon. Vale was certainly worried, shooting me looks of concern between looking down at the blade I had given her. Finally, she spoke. What did you mean that he was your brother? What happened? I knew that she needed to know. Knew that she was only asking so she could be prepared. I resented it all the same. I had grieved River since the day I lost him, and it was only compounded by losing Dad days later. Did my dad know about this? Is that why he did what he did? Makes sense you don't remember it. You would have been very young. I finally replied, the words sounding as if they were coming from somewhere far away. River was out with Dad and I one day keeping watch. He was playing in the water while Dad and I were patrolling. He was there 1 second and gone the next. I don't know if it was a riptide or something else. He was just gone. So you never found his body? Vale whispered. I could feel the chill in her voice. She realized where this was going. That was 12 years ago, Vale. He was 6 years old. We never found him. There was a noticeable shakiness in my voice as I started to say what I feared. Dad blamed himself. Or maybe he knew the truth. Either way, he killed himself that night. Walked right out to the beach, stood in the waves and slashed his own throat. Dear God, Vale let out a small gasp. I found him the next morning. Tide was going out when he did it, so he didn't wash away. He was just laying there in a tidal of his own blood. My voice cracked, remembering that day. I could still feel the cold rain stinging as it hit my skin, the wind scraping my face. Sitting in the pool of his blood and shaking him, hoping he would wake up. I just sat there until I saw a drifter wash up. Then I had a duty, something I was the only one fit for. Only I could do until now. The village square was in sight now. I could see a crowd of people gathered around, all holding on to each other and staring at something in the middle. I stopped in the path, causing Vale to almost run into me. She hefted the blade in its sheath and looked at me expectantly as I turned to her. Remember what I told you? Step in if you falter. She nodded to me as she said it. If she was scared, she wasn't going to show it. Her gray eyes like the steel of the blade. She was well suited for this. If I make any sign of weakness, of not being able to do this, kill it, I said, reaffirming. If can't promise emotion won't get the better of me. If I move to stop you, cut me down. Raleigh. She looked shocked at this, but the resolve returned moments later. Okay. We walked the remaining 100 yards or so into the square, the crowd parting as we came. As the last of them moved, I could see what they had been staring at. A boy, no older than the day he had disappeared, standing in the middle of the square. He had the signature bump of the drifters and pointed fingernails and teeth. Nothing had changed. He still had the short cropped haircut that Dad had given him just days before he disappeared, and I could see the small slits in his neck where gills had taken shape. He gave me a sharp smile as I approached. "You grew up," he said. His voice was more guttural than I remembered. The innocence of a child's voice was gone, replaced by menace and bloodlust. "I've missed you, big brother, River," I replied simply. I could feel hot tears stinging my eyes. I knew he was dangerous. He could rip me to pieces in seconds if I let my guard down. It didn't change the fact that he was my brother once. He still looked like that 6-year-old boy that disappeared in the waves. "You don't seem as happy as I thought you would. I was hoping for more of a reunion," he replied. He looked around at the crowd that was still looking on, staring at him in horror. "What? I feel like you're all scared of me. What happened to you, River?" I managed to choke out. I was showing weakness. No doubt he would try to take advantage of this. "The ocean takes us all, eventually," he replied. "Some of us earlier than others. You and Dad didn't keep your eyes on me, and now here I am. To come back for you, though. I wanted to show you all the wonderful things I've learned. All the amazing sights and feelings. They've taught me a lot in these few years I've been gone." "Who?" I asked. "The others like me, of course. There are quite a few of us, as I'm sure you've noticed in the past few days. We've been busy, recruiting, creating, swelling our ranks. We bring more to him and he makes them like us. I'm sure I can put in a good word for you all. River, this isn't you." I was talking more to myself at this point than him. I didn't want to believe this was what my brother had become. Didn't want to believe he could be this monster. "You wouldn't know who I am," he roared, causing dark clouds to roll in and the wind to rise. I looked around, motioning everyone to stand back. I noticed then that Vale was no longer beside me. "Please, brother, let's not do this. Come back to us. You don't have to be this way," I said to him, trying to look around for Vale without him noticing. I finally spotted her in the crowd of people, slowly moving her way through the masses, trying to flank River. I had to keep him distracted. There's no going back now. This island won't exist for much longer. All will be swallowed by the ocean soon enough. You'll all join us or drown. Some of you have a choice. Some don't. He took a step forward, opening his arms toward me. "I wanted to bring you with me, Raleigh, to extend an offer. I can bring you with me, and you can be made new. Quick, painless. I want to help you," I continued. Vale was almost behind him. Just another minute and she would be in place. "Oh, but I want to help you," River sneered back at me. Vale looked at me and nodded. "Now," I lunged forward at the same moment she did. Her with the blade drawn, me with my knife. All I could see before striking was River's twisted smile. Vale struck just right, stabbing right into his spine. My knife found its mark in his throat, cutting any sound from him short. He managed to get 2 good swipes of his claws in, one striking Vale across the face and leaving 4 long, jagged ravines of open flesh from her left eye down to her chin. The other hand managed to catch me in the stomach, knocking the wind from me and gouging into my flesh. I felt his hand tighten into a fist, closing around whatever internal organs he could. "Get some fucking rope," I shouted at the onlookers. Two of them ran toward the nearest building and found a halfway weaved fishing net that had been left there in the excitement of the day. Throwing it to Vale and I, we quickly wrapped it around River, making sure he was bound right before cutting a strip of fabric from my sleeve and stuffing it in his mouth. There. No storms if he can't scream, I said, sitting back on the ground and clutching my stomach. I looked down to assess the damage and could see heavy bleeding, as well as some of my insides where they shouldn't be. Gareth! Where's Gareth? Fuck! Vale ran to my side, taking off her coat and applying pressure to my stomach. Her eye was swollen shut at this point. She would be lucky to see out of it again. Vale, help him. Please. I was gasping at this point. The adrenaline was wearing off and the pain taking over. The last thing I saw before passing out was Vale, tears mixing with the blood on her face, and River smiling at me on the ground. I'm awake again. It's been 2 days since we subdued River. Gareth patched me up best he could, but the diagnosis is grim. River managed to do some damage while he was in there. Vale told me she has him locked away in Briggs' office. Said he's fucking tied up in there, smiling at anyone who comes by. Half her face is covered in bandages. Gareth said her eye should heal, but she'll never regain 100% of her sight. I've been researching the book, she tells me, says she's learned the runes and memorized the ritual. She said there's also some talk of an older ritual. One talked about from long ago by long-gone ancestors. Something that may be able to stop all of this once and for all. That God, I guess you could call it. Vale says, the giant that creates them. There's the thought here and there by whoever put this together. They translated from some ancient notes left behind by the first inhabitants of our island. Whoever wrote this thinks that if 2 sacrifices are made, then he can be weakened and bound undersea. She went on explaining this further, but I was drifting in and out from pain. Eventually Gareth came back in and gave me a new dose of medicine. It didn't do much for the pain, but it sedated me. I'm in and out now. Vale is working on figuring out this ritual. If she can crack it, we may just have a way to end all of this. I just hope I'll live to see it. Hell came to our island. Death came to our island. It was beginning to get dark outside. I was still recovering, hoping for the medicine that Gareth had given me to kick in soon, so I didn't have to feel this throbbing pain nearly as much. I flipped through the book as I waited, the lamp beside me causing the pages to almost glow yellow. There were notes scribbled in the margins wherever they would fit, all in different handwriting. I had to wonder if these were written by cleansers before me. How old was this book? What happened to all of these people if they had these notes and theories about the end, but still couldn't bring it about? Was there something we weren't seeing in all of this? I flipped the page again and noticed there were no notes scribbled for the first time in at least 100 pages. Instead, there was just one stanza of a poem, like a prophecy being laid out before me written in beautiful script. When waves ride high and oceans flood, rain and wind howl, filled with blood into the sea, brothers of red and blue, ending water's wrath, beginning days anew. Holy shit, I said under my breath. This was it. This was the answer. This was how to stop everything. Raleigh, wake up. He stirred from the bed against the opposite wall, still in a drugged stupor. Gareth had said his condition wasn't promising. When River plunged his hand in, he had severed quite a few of his intestines, causing massive internal bleeding. Gareth did as much as he could, but he wasn't outfitted for major surgery on this level. Raleigh turned to me, eyes barely open. Josephine? He mumbled, looking at me in surprise. Are you here to take me away? You've grown so much. No, Raleigh. It's me, Vale, I said. Gareth had told me he may hallucinate due to the medicine. I found it, Raleigh. I'm not ready, Josephine. he muttered back. Tears stung my eyes seeing this man broken. He had protected our island for so long, brought me under his wing without a question. I cried a little more as tears tracked their way across my still open wounds. There came a soft knock at the door as Gareth walked in, holding another vial of medicine and an armful of clean bandages. He looked at me as Raleigh muttered for Josephine once more. Poor man. He hasn't spoken about her in years, Gareth said. Who was Josephine? I asked him. He let out a sigh and sat next to the bed, beginning to dress Raleigh's wounds again. The only person he ever loved, Gareth replied. Josephine was his daughter. Where is she now? Whatever heaven you believe. She only lived for an hour after birth. Passed away not long after her mother. He answered. Think that's why he took to you so well. You reminded him of what he lost. I couldn't hold it back any longer. Tears began to flow freely, stinging my wound even worse than before. I had no family. My mother died during childbirth. My father killed not long after my conception. The village raised me, and Raleigh had always been there, offering advice or helping where he could. Now here he was, dying just a few feet away. Gareth finished wrapping the new bandages and stood up, handing me the vial. Give this to him when he wakes up. It'll help with the pain. He patted me on the shoulder as he began to walk out the door. Raleigh stirred. Gareth? He muttered. Gareth, I need to go. He turned back around, looking to Raleigh. Rest, old friend. We'll be safe until you're ready, he said. As he opened the door to step outside, a scream pierced the air. Rising wind followed it within seconds. Help! Help me, please! Came a voice from somewhere outside. It began to scream again but was cut off in a moment. Drag them to the waves! Came another voice, this one guttural, like the sound of rocks scraping against the ocean floor. Bring them to Panthalison, so he may shape them in his image. Fucking hell, Gareth said, stepping back inside and slamming the door. There's a horde of them out there. More screams cut through the air, causing the wind to strengthen once more. I could hear rain begin to pound on the roof of the small hut. The walls creaked as they were moved. Raleigh stirred yet again, suddenly more alert. What's happening? Where's the blade? He began to sit up, then screamed out in pain, falling back on the bed. Gareth, I have to get out there. Afraid I can't do that, brother, Gareth told him, pacing the room in thought. They've never come this far inland. Other than river, of course. I don't like this. They'll find us soon enough. As if on cue, the door was kicked open. A towering drifter barged his way in, claws tearing at the doorframe. It screamed at the sight of them, bringing more heavy rain onto the hut. Back away, Gareth, I whispered, moving my hand down to the blade still sheathed at my side. He dove aside, leaving a straight path. I had to make sure I was on target, even with my crippled eyesight. I drew the blade slowly, leaning forward and focusing on the diaphragm area, just like Raleigh had showed me that day on the beach. It ran forward, rushing at me with arms held wide, claws brandished. I lunged forward, stabbing up toward it. I missed. It screamed in pain as the blade struck in the middle of the ribcage, above the diaphragm. I heard the bone crack as it was cleaved in two. The drifter fell on top of me, teeth gnashing as it tried to recover. I moved my other hand to the hilt of the blade, grasping it and starting to saw downward. The drifter threw its head forward, attempting to bite down on my neck as I moved to the side under it, furiously working the blade lower. I heard the final gasp as I hit my target. The drifter collapsed, twitching. Gareth ran forward to help roll it off of me as I pulled the blade free, splattering blue blood on the walls. Vale, are you okay? Raleigh asked, sitting up slowly this time so as not to hurt himself. He still winced in pain. "Raleigh, thank God," I said, moving over to him. "Look, I found how we can stop this. We have to get River." I grabbed the book from the table nearby, flipping to the poem. I shoved it toward Raleigh to read. "Brothers of Red and Blue? That can't mean us, can it?" he asked, looking up at me. "I think so," I said. I could see the fear in his face. He was putting all of this together, the same puzzle I had pieced together just hours ago. The wind was constant now, a continuous roar, a monster tearing the island apart. A board was torn from the roof, leaving an opening for rain to begin pouring through. "Help me up, Gareth," Raleigh said, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. "We need to go get my brother." I hefted the blade, getting ready to make our run across the square. Gareth stood, holding Raleigh up on his shoulders. We exchanged a small nod before running out of the hut and into the chaos. The square was bathed in red. Drifters were dragging bodies out of homes, taking no care if they cut them open or not. Anyone that resisted was torn open, treated as a game by the attacking monsters. I could see one in the distance grabbing a woman away from her screaming wife, slashing her throat so blood covered the woman she loved. It let out a demented laugh before lunging at the other woman. We made our way through, dodging what we could and trying to cut through what we couldn't. We finally reached the door of Briggs' office, busting it in and charging through. River sat there in the center of the room, staring toward us, a smile playing behind the gag over his mouth. "Grab and run," I said, looking towards Gareth and Raleigh. I took hold of the chair River was in and began dragging it out into the storm. We tried to go around the perimeter of the square and toward the path to the beach so as not to be seen. A drifter chased someone out into our path, stopping as it saw us. I charged forward, stabbing it through the eye this time. It fell to the ground shrieking, causing the storm to strengthen. When we finally made it to the path, I saw that we didn't have far to go. The amount of drifters congregating in the island and the chaos they were bringing had caused a storm surge, bringing waves crashing just a few hundred yards away. The dunes were gone. Now the island just consisted of the square and surrounding area. "Oh, it's time, brother," River shouted over the chaos. I looked back to see he had chewed through the gag, allowing him to talk once more. "There is our God, waiting just as promised." I looked in the distance to see an inky silhouette on the horizon, moving ever closer to our position. With every stride it sent a towering wave toward us, taking more of the land for its own. Drifters were frothing in the waves, moving closer to the square. There had to be hundreds, all crashing on top of each other as they scrambled to be first to the feeding. They stopped as they saw us. "Set me down," Raleigh said. Gareth gave him a look to confirm what he was asking, then a small nod before setting him to his feet. Raleigh came over to me then, putting his hands on my shoulders. "Whatever happens, I want you to know how proud I am," he said. He deftly slipped the blade away from me, hiding it in his coat pocket. "Well, brother, does your offer still stand? Will you take me to the sea? I thought you would never ask." River smiled, showing his sharp teeth. Raleigh walked over to him, holding his knife to the rope and snaring him. "I will let you free, but you must promise me you will not harm them." Raleigh was wheezing with the effort of standing in his own. River simply nodded in return. With a quick flick of the knife, his restraints fell around him. They walked together toward the water, River shouting to the other drifters in victory. When they were waist deep, he turned to Raleigh. "Behold, Panthalison." He motioned you the giant figure, features still obscured by the wind and rain that seemed to emanate from it. "The great sea, ruler of all beneath the waves. I bring you a sacrifice, the last of the cleansing line." He turned to face Raleigh, looking at him as he did the same. "I've waited so long, Raleigh." He thrust his hand forward, impaling Raleigh through the heart. He let out a gasp, leaning forward on his brother. River took him in a great hug, bringing him close. Raleigh wrapped his arms around him in return. "I as well," I heard him say. He flipped the blade from his pocket and held it to River's back, hugging him tight with one arm before thrusting towards himself. River let out a noise of surprise as he and Raleigh were joined by the blade. The drifters standing around began to scream and writhe, causing the wind to rise with them. Suddenly, they stopped. Gareth grabbed my arm and pulled me back, away from the water as we watched. The two brothers, their blood mixing on the blade and running into the water, seemed to melt away into a pool of red and blue. It only took moments for them to disappear completely, the color in the water branching out further toward the crowd of drifters. When they were touched by the blood, the drifters turned to water. With each new mass, a rising wave was formed, holding its place as a wall of water at the shoreline. I could almost make out the two brothers in the middle of it, still locked in their death embrace, translucent in their new state of being. When all the drifters has been reached, it was a towering tsunami standing at the ready. Panthalison stood in the distance, the storm still swirling around him. He hefted his first, crashing it down into the water and sending his own wave forward. The great tsunami rushed to meet it, absorbing it as they collided. It picked up speed as it moved ever closer to the sea god, rolling with fury. There was a loud crash as it smashed into the giant, knocking him from his feet. I saw it try to get back up and regain its footing, but as it did, tendrils of water shot forward from the surface, ensnaring him at every possible point. Finally, two tendrils, one red and one blue, shot forward to wrap around the ancient neck of the sea, pulling it first to its knees, then under the surface forever. We've started taking count and burying our dead now. The island is destroyed, houses gone completely. It appeared as though we had suffered a direct hit from a hurricane. I was walking along the beach earlier when I spotted something shining in a tide pool. As I ran forward to look, I was able to make out the hilt of the time blade. The blade itself was broken, nothing but jagged splinters after a few inches, but I kept it anyway. It's to remember the father I only had for a short time, the man who gave his life for us, as long as he lived. I know when the waves crash in, it's him telling me that he's still there, keeping the evil at bay in death as he did in life. Thank you, Raleigh. I used to work on the deep web, and this is my story. Hey, my name is Ryan. Not my real name, but the name I'll be using for myself herein. For obvious reasons, I won't be using anyone's real names. That's if I even knew their real names anyway. Still not sure. I'm a 23-year-old guy from the UK, and I used to work on the deep web. Now, before you grab your pitchforks and torches, the deep web isn't all you think it is. It's not guns, drugs, and porn. No. In fact, it's mostly news leaks, software sharing, forums, money solutions. It's a lot of things, but very few of them are what modern media would have you believe. And with such a plethora of services, it's only natural there are many job opportunities on the deep web. I'd worked on there for a good few years until I called it quits. If you're wondering why I stopped, well, that's a story for another day. For now, I'll get started where it most makes sense. The beginning. I was a college student, part-time. Between my mind-numbing engineering course, I worked at everyone's favorite fast food outlet, McDonald's. This kept my life quite busy, but in my downtime, I would browse the deep web. There were a few forums I would frequent, all of them being based around world events that the media would refuse to cover. This sort of stuff interested me, getting to see a world that mainstream media didn't want you to see. It was real, you know? Well, I slowly ingrained myself into the community for one such forum. I knew quite a few people that posted there regularly. Some of them were PIs, some investigative journalists, some were more colorful characters. But the main theme across them all was that they all tended to find things out that they shouldn't and also wanted to share these things. Hence, they used this forum to spread these taboo findings. Now, I'll go more into depth about the others later, maybe in another post, but today I'll be focusing on Matt. At least I'll be calling him Matt. Matt was one of those revolutionist types who was constantly trying to prove conspiracies about governments, corporations. You know the type I'm talking about. Not jobs. But the thing that made Matt different was that he had proof for his theories. He had evidence, sources, and my story today is about how I ended up becoming one such source. It was an average Sunday. I don't work Sundays, so it was my off day. I spent it procrastinating away on both the ClearNet and Deep Web alike. I was checking out the forum I spoke about above and saw I had a DM from Matt. I trusted Matt. He told me a lot about himself that checked out. He was a real honest dude. So when he asked me stuff, I tended to be just as honest. Which meant he knew what town I lived in, and apparently there was something going on in my town. Now, I live in a developing town, so quite a lot is always going on, but this was not your normal developing town stuff. Apparently, the local council were blackmailing one of the landowners to force them to sell their land for development. The landowner in question was a farmer who owned a sizable piece at the edge of the urban sprawl. After reading this, I responded to Matt with the usual, "That's cool. Thanks for the info," but then he replied with, "But there's more to this. I don't know what they're using as blackmail, but it has to be big. That farmer makes way too much money off his land to sell at the price they're demanding." Intrigued, I asked Matt if there was any way he could find out more. That's when he asked, "Yes, if you're willing to help." Now, I had never actively discovered any of this hidden news stuff, only browsed it. That's what made me and Matt such good friends. But him asking me to get involved, it had me at a crossroads. I left my deep web browser without replying. Rude, I know, but I didn't quite know how to reply. I tried to focus on the latest game theory video, but I couldn't get the thought out of my head. Could I reveal some hidden news? Some conspiracy? I logged back into the forum, muting MattPat's dulcet theorist tones, and replied to Matt, "What are you asking me to do?" I waited with bated breath for the response. Just talk to the guy, maybe take some pictures, nothing crazy. These people tend to be more than happy to tell someone about this crap. I looked at the response and pondered. What's the danger? Anything I should know? I replied, "No danger. Unusually for a farmer, he doesn't have a gun license, so you should be fine. Just talk to him." I should mention that by this point Matt had told me the farmer's name and address, but I'm opting to leave that information out for all of our safety. As I was considering taking Matt up on his offer, he sent another message. "I'll pay. What's your PayPal?" I froze. I had no idea that Matt paid his sources. I slowly typed out one of my many PayPal emails. "You have to have lots in order to move money on the deep web. £250 now, £250 after you give me the juice." I almost fainted after reading that sentence. £500 for driving to a farmer's house and talking to him. That was almost too good to be true. I responded with a sharp, "Fuck yeah," and waited, refreshing the email associated with that PayPal account. Bam. "Dear Ryan Dash, I forgot to give myself a fake last name, so I'll just leave that bit empty. You have received £250 from 3E99QR6@hotmail.com. I checked the PayPal account and sure enough, £250 sitting there, sent. You'd better not run away with my money now. I forgot I was talking to Matt. No, of course, I'll head down tomorrow evening and talk to him. Want me to record it or anything? Heart beating, I awaited his reply. No, I'll trust your word. If I have any doubt, I'll send another source up to confirm it. He had another source in my town? Why choose me? I decided I'd save those questions and be thankful for this very well-paid opportunity. I finished the conversation off with a "talk tomorrow, Matt," and went to bed. Not to sleep. There was no way I was sleeping with this crap racing through my head. After college the next day, I drove out to the farm. You could see the construction firms setting up in the fields closest to the suburbia. I pulled down a dirt road and up to the drive of the farmhouse. I felt every bump on the way down. My car was not made for off-roading by any measure. I locked my car and knocked the front door. No reply. My heart was thudding against my ribs and my mind racing in anticipation. I knocked again, opting to call out. "Hello? Mr. Dash again, no last names. You there? I'm here to talk to you about your land agreement." I heard shuffling behind the door, followed by the sound of the lock turning. Chains still on, I saw his face. He had the stereotypical look of an old English farmer, flat cap and all. "What ye want to be discussin'?" he asked in a deep, angst-filled tone. "I'm here to talk about the..." I carefully chose my next words as to let him know I was on his side. "Circumstances of your agreement and their bias against you. I'd like to know more about the situation. Perhaps I can help you." My confidence wavered near the end of my speech. He didn't look strong, but his glare was more than terrifying. His look softened and he opened the door, gesturing that I enter. I was wondering when some journalist might take an interest. "Well, I tell ya, it's open shut. Nothing more to it than the obvious." I sat myself down in his rustic living room. I'm pretty sure the furniture was older than him, and that's saying something. "I'm no journalist, sir. Or at least, I don't think I am. Not the conventional sort anyway." Despite my racked nerves, I managed to keep a face of confidence. His interest seemed to peak at my words. "Ah, tea?" he asked, his glum look seeming to fade. Perhaps it was meant for unwanted guests and my words swayed him in my favor. "Yes, please. Milk, no sugar. I'll hold off on questioning until we're both comfortable." As he busied himself with the tea, I sat there wondering, what the fuck was I doing? He placed the cup before me, the delicate china seeming ready to break without notice. I decided that maybe I wasn't thirsty. That cup looked pretty expensive. "So, what are ya interested, my boy?" I looked over the antique coffee table, meeting his gaze. "I've heard that your situation has come about because of some information being used against you." His face looked like that of a scalded child, that of shock and fear. "Why, yes, that be true. How did you come about that information?" I faltered, wondering how I should reply. "A friend of mine has taken interest into your case. He wishes to know more so he can help your situation." The old farmer looked down into his tea for a second. "If I say anything, it ne'er goes to no cops, all right." My heart seemed to stop for a moment. What could this old man have done that warranted such caution and suspicion that the police couldn't know? My expression must have betrayed my thoughts because after shooting a glance at me, he sighed and began explaining. "My wife was a lovely lady. Never hurt a fly. She wouldn't. But a couple months ago some drunk kids, they came from the city, you see. They broke into the farmhouse. We both shot up and looked at one another." She shook her head as if to tell me to stay quiet. She opened the gun safe beneath our bed and got out her shotgun. I interrupted, "But I'm told you don't have a gun license?" His face reddened slightly. "No, not me lad, but me wife does. She does most the work these days." Well, she got it out and opened the door. I don't know what happened, but I heard shots and the old man started crying, head in hands. I was at a loss. What can you say to that? Some kids broke in, so his wife shot them? Sir, what happened after? He wiped his eyes and looked back at me with a sniffle. We hid them, buried them. Cops traced it here, and next thing we know some council suit is here telling us to sell, or we'd go down for murder. He sighed heavily and sat his head in his hands, awaiting a response. But why not go public? They invaded your property. I'm sure it's self-defense. He met my eyes with a piercing look. Those boys were the mayor's sons. If I go public, I go down. If I don't sell, my heart was practically in my throat. Choking back tears, I stood up. Thank you for your time. I'll see what I can do. He stood with me, his face painted with a pained smile. I'll see ye out, lad. As I walked to the door, I saw his wife standing in the entranceway, shotgun over her arm. She was not as old as the man, but by no means young. She moved aside, glaring at me coldly. The second the door was open, I practically ran to my car, fumbling to get the keys into the ignition and get home. I sat at my laptop, still trembling from my previous encounter. I was typing up my report to Matt, still practically shitting myself. I'm sure that if I had said the wrong thing, I'd have died in that farmhouse. He replied to my message quickly, considering its length. That's some story, Ryan. People will love it. I'll see what I can do for the poor couple. And for you, dangers considered, I've dropped you the rest of the money and a little extra. I'm sorry. I had no idea that the wife had a gun. I checked my PayPal. £600 had been added to my account. There was no way this was all real. This had to be a joke, right? But the agreed amount was £250, right? I typed out rapidly. Turns out this story is better than I expected. I'll be in touch, Ryan. I left our messaging at that for the day. I had just earned £850 for talking to an old man in the middle of a field about a murder. What the fuck? Well, that's the first job I ever had on the deep web and what started this whole fucking mess. I'd explain more, but it's late and I need some sleep. Let's just say that isn't the last I heard from Matt. And certainly not the last job I took on the deep web. I'll be focusing on Matt and his jobs for now. They're most of what I have to tell. But maybe I'll talk about some of the other jobs I took from other people along the way. For now, night guys. Time for another night of no sleep. Hey guys, Ryan again. You guys seem to like my last post quite a lot. It garnered a lot of attention, which is a good thing and a bad thing. Some of my old links on the deep web found the post and, well, I just hope I don't get roped back into this crap. It was hard enough to leave in the first place. Another thing, Oswell, I call it the deep web, as do most people I talk to. I know people call it the Darknet or dark web, but I call it the deep web. Sorry if that gets you tilted. It's not the proper term, but it's the one most people know. So, and yes, I am from the UK. This all took place in the UK. People can own guns here, it's just not common. They're generally used by farmers. One more thing before I carry on my story. I'm not sure how Matt knew my location. He guessed and I confirmed it. Still not sure how he guessed it. Wish I could ask him, but it's a bit late for that. Anyway, back to the story. A couple weeks had passed since my job for Matt. I had spent those weeks impulse buying everything I could on Amazon thanks to Matt's generous pay, which meant a new laptop among other things. I tried to keep my spending quiet so people didn't start asking questions, but it's pretty hard to hide a brand new laptop. College had broken up for half-term, so I had a week off, got paid holiday from work and everything. As usual, I was wasting hours away on the internet. I'd taken up a new hobby. I was intrigued by that elderly couple Matt had sent me to talk to. I couldn't find much on them on the ClearNet, but I did find something interesting on the deep web. Turns out the old lady, I'll call her Janice, well, she had a criminal record for ABH, battery, and assault. And this record wasn't from her teen years. This record was from a mere 12 years ago. She managed to get off with a fine and community service somehow. Guess because they couldn't put an OAP behind bars. I wanted to do more digging, but then the thought came to me, I know a professional at this stuff, right? I sent a message to Matt asking if he knew anything or had done more research. I didn't get an immediate reply, which is unusual for him. When he did respond, all he said was, yes, we need to talk, but not now. I was naturally spooked by this. What had Matt found out? Assault charges weren't that interesting, right? The events of my last post still mess with me. That woman had killed 2 kids, and she was standing right goddamn there. There's no way I was going near that place again. I felt bad for the old guy, but the sooner they were gone, the better. Matt got back to me a couple hours later. There's more to the story. I've been taking a look into news stories for your town. The mayor's kids aren't the only missing children in recent years. My mind raced. The immediate conclusion I drew was that the old woman was a serial killer or something. She seemed capable of that shit. All the missing persons tend to be teenagers with parents in positions of power in the town. He sent this message with a link to a ClearNet file sharing site. It had pictures of the missing persons police reports. How the fuck Matt got these I'll never know, but I could see a trend straight away. The mayor's sons, a local entrepreneur's daughter, the police inspector's son, they all certainly followed a theme. So, what does this mean? Because there's no way I'm going back into that fucking house. Especially now I know this. I tapped out my response with a deep-set feeling of fear and dread inside me. Yet that feeling didn't stop the slight excitement at this revelation. Was I actually considering taking up another job for Matt? I'll have my other source meet with you. Choose a location and time. I know you have all week off. Now, before you draw conclusions, he didn't hack my computer to find that out or anything. I told him. Like I say, we're good friends. I met up with Matt's other source, Jacob, again not his real name, but you get the idea at this point, at a coffee shop in town. I brought a friend along. You can never be too careful. Jacob was a professional photographer who worked full-time for Matt. I had no idea what that entailed, but I think I'd rather not know. Once I knew he was legit, I told my friend he could go, much to my friend's relief. Jacob was a bedraggled-looking man in his 30s. The best way I can describe him is that if you saw him, you'd think that he'd just walked in off the street. He even smelt like it. We work together now. He spoke with an accent akin to that of an Eastern European. I've never been good with accents, so I have no idea where it's specifically from. Despite what you may think, his English was quite good. "You have a car?" he asked, his expression unwavering. "Yeah, it's parked out front." My jalopy was indeed outside the coffee shop. Quite why he was interested in it, though, I had no idea. "We take it to the farm. Watch the lady. Understand?" I nodded slowly, not sure I was quite at liberty to decline. "Good. We go now. I hate coffee. Makes me shit. Can't argue with that." The drive out of town had me pretty shaken. I was going back out there, and I wasn't even sure how much I'd be making for it. In my haste, I'd neglected to ask Matt for a paycheck. The construction at the edge of the couple's farm had extended slightly. I could see foundations being set by a swarm of reflective workmen. Once past the chaos of the developing town, I slowed down. I drove past the road leading up to the farmhouse, instead taking another, even more overgrown and neglected road, further down, which lead to an abandoned barn on the couple's property. I parked just out of sight of the barn, and Jacob busied himself with the duffel bag he brought along. He got out a few different, very expensive-looking cameras and began setting them up to look out of the car's back left window, aiming them at the barn and fields behind. There was a line of shrubbery enclosing the field the barn was in, which left quite an ominous claustrophobic feeling. Jacob didn't seem to feel this at all, but then again, he was a professional. I don't know what half the shit he had in there was, but by the time he was done, the setup looked pretty impressive. We put sensors in field, so know where old lady walking. You lock car, someone steal my camera, I kill you, He gave me a look that only seemed half joking. I laughed nervously in response. We walked around the farm carrying small GoPro-like cameras with antennas attached to them. Every now and then we would stop and attach one of the cameras somewhere, usually pointed towards barns or sheds, that kind of stuff. After about an hour of this, the skies were dark. Dusk had been setting in when we arrived and night had rapidly approached. I could see the lights of the farmhouse in the distance. We need sensors there. You smaller, you put there. I looked at Jacob with an expression akin to that of terror. His look made it obvious his statement was not up for debate. I took a sensor from him and crept towards the shrubbery surrounding the farmhouse. My heart was thumping hard against my chest as I crouched in the mud, staring at the farmhouse. I placed one of the sensors in a bush, pointing towards the front door. The farmhouse was by no means big, so my crawl towards the rear side didn't take long. I saw a silhouette in one of the downstairs windows and froze. Fuck me, I practically shit myself there and then. Unlike Jacob, I didn't need coffee to shit myself, just a psycho old lady with a shotgun. The back door had a canopy enclosing it. A sensor might be able to pick up movement from the shrubbery, but there was no guarantee. I had to get closer. I slowly and painfully dragged myself over the bushes surrounding the farmhouse, wrecking my new jeans in the process. I creeped towards the back of the house, spotting a small garage around the back, rolling door half open. I approached with caution, fitting that of a solider in enemy territory. Though that analogy wasn't far from the truth. The garage was filled with years of clutter. I placed the sensor just inside, pointed at the back door of the farmhouse. I was just about to head back when I heard the back door open. My heart dropped. In a panic, I climbed on top of a knocked-over wardrobe and seated myself behind it, hopefully out of view. The garage stank of refuse, but that wasn't my main concern. The old lady walked out into the backyard carrying a bin bag. I let out a slight sigh of relief as she threw the bag into a large dumpster, turned, and returned into the farmhouse. Despite knowing she was gone, I waited a good while before exiting the garage and returning to the shrub line, once again pulling myself over and returning to Jacob. What takes so long? Is only sensor, not rocket science, Jacob said through a smirk. I'm sure he was joking, but my nerves weren't in a humorous state. The walk back to the car was silent. Once back, Jacob took out a laptop and began tapping away. Every now and then I would hear a beeping sound coming from the laptop speakers, which would jolt me back from my drowsiness. All sensors work. Now we wait. You sleep first, I wake you if need you, Jacob said, breaking the silence. I grunted in way of response. I was already half asleep and I wasn't awaiting his permission to be fully asleep. I don't know how long I was out until he woke me. Hey, the lady is moving. Wake up, dumb shit, came his deep voice, pulling me unceremoniously out of my slumber. What? I asked, my mind still not full awake. He kicked the back of my chair from the back seat. The lady, she coming this way? This woke me up quite a bit more. I looked behind me at Jacob, his laptop screen illuminating his face. Where is she now? He closed his laptop lid and pointed out the window to his left. She had just broken through the treeline and was walking towards the abandoned barn. I sank down in my seat, praying that she wouldn't look over and see the car. I wish I'd bought one in a less conspicuous color. Red doesn't tend to blend well with shrubbery. She vanished from view into the barn. Jacob looked over at me. Unusually, he seemed just as tense as me. He whispered, "Get out, stay low. I go first. Leave key in ignition if she sees. We run." Out of everything he said, I could only agree with one statement: we run. That idea seemed more than appetizing to me at that point. We both got out, carefully as to not make noise when opening or closing the car doors. Jacob lead, sticking to the shadows with a purposeful step akin to that of a ninja. This clearly wasn't his first rodeo. Once we reached the wall of the barn, he approached a low window and peeked his camera over, bringing it back down and looking at the viewfinder. Clear. We go inside, he whispered, his voice barely audible despite the silence of the night. I followed him as he entered a doorway which seemed long absent of a door. The barn, surely enough, was empty, yet a light was being emitted from one of the far corners, seeming to come from the floorboards themselves. As we approached, we saw a hatch in the floor, thrown open, steps descending below. Jacob singed for me to move behind a rusting tractor, following suit behind me. He picked up a loose stone from the floor and threw it at the far wall, making a loud thudding noise. I stared him dead in the eyes, panic written across my face. He simply stared at me with a calm expression, his finger over his lips. The light went out immediately and I heard the old lady ascending the stairs. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her look around the barn before she walked back to the hatch. I heard the sound of the hatch being slammed, followed by another metallic noise and her hurried footsteps evacuating the barn. Me and Jacob sat in the quiet for a good half hour before daring to move from our hiding spot. Jacob took out his phone and looked at some app he had set up with the sensors. She gone, he confirmed, much to both of our reliefs. I felt ready to collapse there and then, either that or ready to run to the car and drive as far from here as possible. We both stood and made our way to the hatch, stepping across the decrepit barn cautiously. There was a padlock on the hatch, a new, shiny-looking one contrasting against the dead wood of the floor. "Hold," Jacob grunted, passing me his camera. He busied himself with the lock for a couple minutes. I couldn't see what he was doing, but I heard a metallic click and he began to slowly open the hatch. He took out a flashlight and turned it on, pointing the beam into the darkness below. At that moment, I felt the kind of indescribable animal dread that you'd feel if you were staring down a pack of hungry wolves. I did not want to go down those stairs, and I was sure whatever was down there, it was evil. Jacob seemed unfazed, already beginning the descent. He looked back at me. I'm sure I looked quite pathetic, stood there. "Come. Trust me." "Sure. I'll trust a man I just met," as we walk into some creepy asshole in an abandoned barn belonging to a murderous old lady. "Great idea." His look stayed trained on me. "Do you want to get paid?" he said with a snarl. Was Jacob the one paying me now? Fuck it, if I was gonna die it might as well be for money. I descended into the ominous darkness, following Jacob closely. We reached the bottom of the stairs and entered a small room with a workbench, corkboard full of papers, and a door off in one corner. The smell hit me before the sights, though. It smelt of rot. If death had a smell, I'm sure this would be it. Jacob set to work photographing almost everything. Handing me a flashlight, he said, "Here, you look at board. See if anything worth picture." I went over to the board and began sifting through the papers pinned upon it. There were news reports about the missing children, pictures of a few of them, and reports on the town's expansion into the surrounding farmland. Amongst these were handwritten notes in fancy cursive stating things such as "drinks at X pub" or "lives in Y location." This gave me chills that were truly indescribable. This old lady had been stalking those kids, working out when best to strike. God, Jacob put his hand on my shoulder. I had a miniature fit as I turned to see him, backing away with a smile on his face. "I just mess with you. I'm done here. We go now." I wasn't going to argue with that. We made our way back to the car and Jacob reviewed his footage on his laptop. "What was behind that door?" I asked, curiosity twinged in my voice. "Yeah, best you not know. You do good. Now let's go. I come back for sensors tomorrow." Yet another great idea. It seemed the less I know the better in this case. I began the drive back into town, passing that goddamned farmhouse on the way. I dropped Jacob off in some suburb and began my drive back to my flat. I was so goddamn tired. Before Jacob left, He gave me a piece of paper with an email on saying, "You good kid. Message with your email. I tell you if I need help again." I still wasn't quite sure what I did to help, but clearly I did well, as he also passed me a bulky envelope. When I opened it, I saw it was full of 20-pound bills. Once I was home, I counted them. 1,000 pounds. Fuck me. I was beginning to think this wouldn't be a bad career. Ask no questions, do my job, get my paycheck. Jacob sure had the right idea working for Matt. I still couldn't help but be curious about what was behind that door. Not like I was gonna find out myself, quite the contrary. I think I had my fill of that fucking farm. But I never did find out where that smell was coming from. That's all I have to tell for now. Takes me hours to write this stuff out, and I'm quite busy these days. Especially with old contacts of mine cropping up again. Asking questions. Maybe making all this stuff public isn't such a good idea after all. At least not my work with Matt. Well, I'll see. Maybe I'll make part 3, maybe not. Either way, I've got a busy few days ahead, so don't expect anything major soon. For now, I'm gonna go to bed and try to forget the past. I doubt I will though. I'm in for yet another night of no sleep. Hey everyone, it's Ryan again. I mentioned in my last post that things were getting a bit hairy. Well, I'm out of town and sorting things out. I've received multiple threats for talking about this stuff, but I think my tracks are well enough covered. I should be safe. I can't help shaking the feeling I'm being watched though. I'll put it down to paranoia. But enough about that, I'll be fine. It's time I carried on with my story. After the second set of events at the farmhouse, I made the outward decision to never go there again, regardless of pay. Yes, I liked the grand I had to spend. Yes, I was curious. But I wanted to live, and going back there would lower my life expectancy by 60-odd years. If the old lady didn't shoot me, I'd likely die from cardiac arrest just from being back there. Matt has been busy researching the case. I've messaged him a few times, but I only get one-word replies. I can't help but worry about him. This whole thing feels off, and not just because of the murderous old lady. I decided I'd do some of my own digging. Perhaps I could find something to help Matt out. In all honesty, not knowing was killing me. But then again, knowing could literally kill me. Regardless, I started by looking at the cases of the missing children. Online records showed that the mayor's 2 kids went missing a couple months ago. Considering the old lady supposedly shot them only a couple weeks ago. Either that old man was lying or those kids went missing before showing up at the farmhouse. The other kids had all went missing within 2 months of each other. All the same story, they go out to visit a friend or go to an event and never show up. No trace of the disappearance. No leads. No witness. They were all dead cases. All kids of powerful people going missing, then 2 turn up at a farmhouse on the fringe of town. Get shot, and all of a sudden the person who shot them is getting blackmailed by those same powerful people. Perhaps the old lady wasn't at fault after all. But what could be going on? It's been roughly 2 months since the last disappearance. Would there be another missing kid soon? If so, who? How was Matt so good at this stuff? More to the point, how can he afford to pay people? Did he have a boss? This whole line of thought added to my theme of having lots of questions and barely any answers. But then again, some questions you just don't want answering. If the old lady didn't commit those murders, then why did she have that cork board? Perhaps she was trying to find the truth as well. It hit me. Jacob. I sent Jacob an email asking him if he had photos of the cork board. Also letting him know to contact me on the sending email if he had any work for me. His reply came quite promptly. Ryan, I do have photos, but I can't show you. Photos are for Matt. You ask him, not me. Thanks for letting me know. Email. I'll tell you if I have work. You good kid. I sighed in defeat. I could ask Matt, but there was no way he'd say yes. I didn't want to go behind his back, and Jacob was his employee, but... Jacob, I'm looking into the same case as Matt. Please, I really need to have those photos. I'll pay you. Ironic, I was going to offer to pay Jacob with the same money he'd paid me not long ago. Ryan, I have uploaded the photos. Here is the link. Removed, for obvious reasons. Link goes in 5 minutes. Get quick. You owe me job. I always found it hard to argue with Jacob, especially when his point involves me not losing my money. I quickly visited the link and downloaded the photos. It was a ClearNet link, so I was about 90% sure the files were safe. I studied the photos, trying to scavenge whatever information I could. I'd been looking through the photos for a few hours. I wasn't much further, but I did find out that all the kids were involved in drugs. Nothing hardcore, just weed, couple less intense pills. I suppose when you have rich parents you can afford to do that crap. Quite how the old lady knew this is beyond me, but then again, everything about that hag was completely beyond me. The 2 kids who invaded the farmhouse were dealers, it turns out, weed dealers. They operated in the town. Where they got their drugs from was a mystery, though. The other kids seemed to all be users. The kids in question would also often frequent the same pubs, restaurants, shops. Seems they were all friends? Even with this new information, I was no closer to actually having an idea of what the fuck was going on. A bunch of drug-loving friends all vanish progressively, then 2 break into the home of an old lady who was watching them. This was all incredibly confusing, and I was still no closer to knowing anything substantial. I decided I'd look into drug traffic in my town. Best way I knew how? You guessed it, deep web. I went back onto my favorite forum and started asking around, pretending to be asking as a buyer. I found a guy who was a local dealer and asked to meet up under the premise of buying some weed. I had no fucking idea how much we'd cost or how much to buy, so I asked for 2 spliffs worth. Do kids even say spliff anymore? After a short drive into the town center, I met with the guy at some apartment block. He was waiting in the foyer. I had brought 500 pounds of the 1K pay Jacob had given me. I wasn't here for drugs, of course. I was here for answers. I greeted the guy with a handshake. As part of our agreement, I'm not allowed to describe him, so he was a person. He had arms and legs. That's all I have to say. After talking to him for a while, offering the money and saying a dealer had hurt a friend of mine and I wanted to know who, he told me a bit about the local dealers. Apparently, the entrepreneur whose kid went missing had been siphoning off business funds to run a deep web drug trade in the town. The dealer didn't know much more than that, only the boss himself and the fact the trade was carried out over the deep web. Guy even said the deep web gave him the chills, he just operated on it because that's how the boss likes it. He also said he knew 2 dealers had been taken out recently. He wasn't sure who did it, just that they were missing. I thanked him and headed home. Was this what being Matt was like? It was pretty exciting. This whole situation was still irredeemably fucked up, but actually finding stuff out, that almost made this worth it. Oh, I never actually bought the weed, by the way. In fact, he ended up smoking it, so said snitching gets him edged, but clearly 500 pounds is enough to buy some pretty useful info. So, a bunch of druggy kids who are all friends, who go missing when they go to meet their friends, whose dealers work for a guy on the deep web, whose kid is also friends with those kids, and those dealers invade the home of someone investigating them, end up getting killed, all the other kids are still missing. All this had me at was that clearly that businessman was corrupt as fuck. If only I knew someone on the INSEE Lara. I sent her a message, asking if she had done any work in the area, if she had any contacts. She got back to me after a couple hours. Hours I spent staring at the ceiling contemplating why I took that job in the first place. Hey stranger, long time no talk. Yeah, I've ran a few jobs. What's up? Something wrong? I was at a standstill for what to reply with. Should I tell her the truth? Some dealer attacked a friend of mine. All I want to do is find out who they were. I paused, choosing my next few words with inhuman trepidation, but they went missing a few weeks ago. Know anything? I waited, my breath catching in my throat as the seconds ticked by. I think I know the guy. I take drops from him pretty often. Mostly we'd write. Last time I saw him, he was gassing on about someone who was watching their work. There were a few kids with him at his place, all looked about his age. Half of them spent their time ogling me as ever. Stupid kids, winky face. I thanked her for her help and promised I'd talk to her more often again. I'd been pretty busy recently after all. I think I was beginning to get what was going on. Bunch of kids get together, all with powerful parents who can aid them, and run a deep web drug business. With the mayor, police inspector, a supporting entrepreneur, and the kids themselves, they could run a pretty good business free of risk. And anyone who tried to interfere, well, just look at the old couple. I thought about what Matt might know. Maybe he could help. I composed a message full of the information I'd gathered and the sources. Took me about an hour to write up. His reply came more promptly than his previous ones. Holy crap, Ryan. You've been doing my job for me. I was trying to find out the same things, but being so far away, I couldn't meet with any contacts. I was actually considering asking you to work for me again, but hey, I needn't ask. Good job, man. I'll get to work trying to find out more. In the meantime, I need you to lay low. I've looked higher up the pyramid than you, and let's just say some potentially dangerous people are behind this. Same account as last time for your pay, I take it. I was at a loss. I'd found more than Matt. These people were dangerous. I mean, I know they attacked the old lady, but where did it go from here? I was so busy thinking this over, I almost forgot Matt had just offered to pay me. I replied with a curt yes and a good luck, and sure enough, there in my account was another £900. Christ. I mean, costs considered, it was more like £400, but still, this was good money. And yet, was I really about to risk it by going against Matt and investigating more? Well, that's it for now. Before I can put out the next part, one need to make sure some people are okay being mentioned in it. After all, this information is pretty, well, illegal. But I should be able to get the go-ahead by tomorrow. After all, money talks. And I didn't impulse spend all the money Matt paid me, which leaves me with some bribery cash. Things will nearly be wrapped up in the next part. I'm sorry for extending things out by telling this in parts, but there are a lot of factors at play and I control barely any of them. Hopefully, I'll see you all next time for part 4. Until then, I'm going to head to bed for another painful night of no sleep. Guess who's back again? It's me, Ryan. I mentioned last time that this part should tie most things up, and it should. It did. But things have been happening recently that make me seriously question whether I even found the truth. You guys also seem pretty concerned with my safety. I can assure you I'm safe where I am now. I post these on a public Wi-Fi outside of the house using a VPN. My location should be pretty untraceable. I really do appreciate the concern. Good to know you guys are looking out for me. Time to carry on the story. I was stuck at an impasse. This situation had me hook, line, and sinker, despite the inherent creepiness behind it. I wanted to know more about this unraveling story. Matt had told me to lay low. I assumed that meant avoiding the deep web Oswell. I stayed offline for a while, resigning myself to the confines of normal life. I tried to get on with my college work and part-time job like nothing was wrong, but something was very, very wrong. My uneasiness had been rising since I visited that dealer. Not only had I paid for information, I had paid for his silence. That old lady was clearly attacked. I didn't want to take that chance. I decided it might be time I unwind, get out of town for a while. I contacted some relatives and offered to bring my grandma to see them, me in tow, for a week. The family rarely got together these days, and we were running out of chances to all be together. I drove down to the elderly home on the fringe of town, picking up my gran. She smelt like her same old perfume. It was nice to see her again. Almost made me forget my situation. As I drove out of town, I passed the building works. I could see the frames and scaffolding for the sprawling to-be residential suburb. And as I drove further down, I passed that fucking farmhouse. It was nice to be out of town. For obvious reasons, I can't talk much about it. The last thing I need is my family getting dragged into it. My grandma stayed with my family and I began the drive home, late at night as to miss the traffic. I had gotten the time off from work and college under the premise of a family emergency. Yet as I drove closer to town, I saw another kind of emergency. The road past the farmhouse was blocked, blue flashing lights filling the scene. I brought my car to a halt and an officer approached. "Road's closed, kid. If you want to get into town, turn back and take the next 2 rights." I looked at him, my eyes betraying my shock. "What's wrong, son?" said the officer in a calm, inquisitive tone. "Nothing, sir. I used to visit the man who lived here. Is he okay?" The officer's face seemed to drop, his expression changing to sympathy. I sat in the local precinct. "I'll call the policeman who was talking to me, SGT Church." He asked me if I knew anything about the couple, if I had any idea what might have happened. See, they were killed. Gas explosion, supposedly. Thing was, I wasn't buying it. And from the sounds of thing, neither was Church. I couldn't say much for obvious reasons. I made out that my gran knew the old guy and I used to check in on him for her. He bought the story pretty easily. Just a do-gooder kid checking up on an elderly couple. Then he started talking about the explosion, asked if I had ever smelt anything off in the house, if I had any suspicions on what could have caused the leak. I said they were careful people and the man was a good handyman who could maintain most things in the house. All lies, of course, but the real lie was that their death was an accident. This, just like the entire case, was not open shut. "Thanks for the help, kid. I know this must be hard for you." He wrote a phone number in his notebook and tore free the page, handing it to me. "You even need help or remember anything, give me a call." I thanked him and headed on my way. Sitting back at my laptop, I decided I should check up on Matt, but he had beaten me to it. I had almost 20 missed emails from him. He knew everything. Apparently, Jacob had been casing the place again when it all happened. He thought they would be coming for me or Jacob next, but Jacob is a professional and I was out of town. We should both be relatively safe for now. But there was some good news. Jacob had followed the attacker back into the town using a tracking device on his car. They had parked up at a warehouse in the industrial area of town. Seems cliché, eh? Ryan, I know you have already put yourself at risk enough for this case, but I can't send Jacob. All I need you to do is get in there and identify anyone in there. You get a positive ID against any of the missing kids or their parents. We can blow this whole thing open. Fuck this. I was in way too deep. You had better pay me pretty fucking well for this. Those fucks are murderers. I responded, my mind in a confused state, torn between anger and fear. 5K if you get in there and get a positive ID. Take pictures with whatever you have. I sat there, staring at the screen, contemplating. The drive to the warehouse was filled with anticipation of the unknown and the inherent danger lying within it. I hated this. I hated that I was doing this. And I hated that I was actually slightly excited. I parked my car a few warehouses down and began the walk over, masking myself in the shadows cast by the moon. If I was caught, I didn't want to think about it. I was standing before the warehouse. This was what all the research had culminated to. There was no way I could just waltz in there. I walked around to the back. A few containers were stacked next to a ladder scaling the entire building. I tested it. Last thing I wanted to do was make a load of noise with a creaky as fuck ladder. Sure that it would not give me away, I climbed, my heart pounding strongly in my chest, almost bursting out. I reached the roof, lying down, edging myself over in a prone position. I reached a skylight. It was covered in some kind of foil, The fuck? I saw the internal roof access in the corner of the roof, opposite from me. I carefully crawled my way over, taking every caution not to make a single sound. I heard movement and talking outside the warehouse, below me. I peeked over the edge of the roof and saw two darkly dressed men conversing. I was sure one of them was holding a handgun. This was so fucked. I took out my phone, making sure the flash was off. I snapped a picture. In the bad lighting, you could only just make out the people, the gun merely looking like a vague shadow. This was so fucked. I crouched at the door that would lead me into the warehouse. It was a fire escape. I could see the alarm mechanism fitted in the corner of the door. Luckily, being a student electrical engineer, I knew how to disable it. I carefully disarmed it by removing the power source and opened the door. It opened slowly and silently. I stood at the top of the stairwell, panic setting in. I crouched low and looked over the edge of the floor, peering down the stairwell and into the warehouse. I saw bright lights and the same foil from the skylight. I edged my way down the stairs, keeping my body spread against them. I saw what may have been one of the biggest weed farms in the UK. Plants covered the warehouse floor, light illuminating and heating them. Despite the cold breeze entering through the open fire exit door, I was sweating, though not entirely because of the heat. I took out my phone and began snapping photos. People were walking between the crops, a few of them openly armed with handguns and a couple with machetes. This was by far the craziest thing I had ever seen. That's when I noticed a few familiar faces sat at a table on the far side of the warehouse. It was the missing kids. I thought they were involved in the operation, but clearly, they had no consensual part in the unfolding events as they were tied to their chairs. A guard was sat with them. My phone camera couldn't get a good enough image from where I was. I had to get down the stairs and get a shot down one of the guards' walkways between the crops. This was so fucked. I inched my way to the bottom of the steps, the metal railing doing nothing to conceal me. Luckily, I was in a corner and there was another wall enclosing me, so I had 3 walls around me, so I was relatively obscured. But if any of the guards decided to go to the roof, I was screwed. I had to do this quickly. I reached the bottom and laid probe behind the bottom of the stairs. I could almost get the shot. I would have to be out in the open for a fraction of a second to pull this off. I waited for the guards patrolling the crops to be away from the stairwell. I stood and quickly took multiple photos with my phone, only a fraction of which were actually in focus. I then dove back into my hiding place, doing the best I could to keep my panicked breathing quiet. I had actually done it. I began the slow, treacherous ascent up the stairs when I heard footsteps approaching. I sped my crawl, reaching the door and closing it carefully. I went around the corner from the roof access door, thankfully back in the night breeze. I heard the guard walk out onto the roof. Clearly, the door alarm was never properly connected anyway. I heard a lighter click and more footsteps ascending the stairwell. A couple guards were stood at my only escape from my current position talking. I took out my phone again and began recording a video. I couldn't see the guards, but what they were saying was the important part. At this point in time, I can't disclose what the guards were conversing about, but I will reveal everything eventually. I was still stood there, frozen in terror at this point. I had to get off this roof. The building was about 2 stories tall and the ground below me was concrete, but there was an open dumpster around the back of the roof access. Only problem was the back wall of the roof access was flush against the wall of the warehouse. I would have to jump and hope against hope that I would land in the dumpster. I replaced my phone in my pocket and steeled myself. I jumped. I felt a rush of fear and indescribable euphoria as I fell through the air. It was strange. All I could think was, I'm going to die. But the feel of falling was almost thrilling. I hit the dumpster with a soft thump. It was loud, but much less so than my likely screams if I'd have hit the concrete. Yet on my landing, I felt a sharp pain in my foot. Tears in my eyes, I bit down on my hand to suppress a scream of pain. It was twisted at the very least. I crawled out of the dumpster, smelling quite a bit like Jacob. Maybe his smell was a vocational issue? Regardless, I limped my way back to my car. I had actually pulled this shit off. Fucking hell. I got back in my car and painfully drove back home. Despite the pain in my foot, I decided it would be best if I had a shower first. Showing up stinking like a homeless person at A&E wouldn't do me any favors. It didn't look broken, but it was pretty goddamn swollen. I also had bruises up my right leg and arm from where I had fallen. This would be hard to explain. I plugged my phone into my laptop and sent the pictures and video over. I saved them in multiple places just in case. Putting my phone back into my pocket, I returned to my car and drove to A&E. Took about 2 hours to get seen. I was sat there, my nerves going all sorts of insane for an innumerable amount of reasons. When the doctor eventually saw me, she wrapped it up and gave me meds. Turned out I had a pretty bad sprain and I'd have to go very easy on my foot to avoid tendon damage. I mean, considering the fall, I could have ended up much worse. Once back home, I sent everything to Matt. I awaited his reply with bated breath. You actually did it. Holy fuck. I didn't expect to actually find those kids, let alone a fucking weed farm. Good work, Ryan. I'll have to send the money across a few accounts or payments to avoid suspicion. Get back to me with the details when you can. And that I did. Sure enough, the final sum was £5,000 on the dot. This was insane. If this information was worth so much, what the hell was I getting myself into? I decided I'd try and get some rest. I'd done my part and I'd got my pay. I had to rest my foot, and laying low was the best move for me, all things considered. But thoughts raced through my mind. I was in for a long, sleepless night, and that's the end of it for now. As you can probably guess, the people I had to get permission from were my family. As much as I felt I could have left that part out, I also need to detail everything that happened so I can't be suspected of being anywhere I wasn't. I need to compile the next part carefully so I don't implicate people who weren't involved, as these posts have managed to attract attention from authorities, believe it or not. And with the information I'm releasing today, don't be surprised if I don't post again. Like you've all been saying, I'm either insane or extremely brave, and bravery isn't one of my strong points. Until next time, if there is one, I'm in for what could be my last night of no sleep. Hi. So, I'm not Ryan. He told me if he wasn't back by this time, I had to upload this for him. He also told me not to read it because it'd be the reason he was missing. So, yeah, dramatic, right? I have no idea what I'm posting or why, but I guess it's significant. He's been missing a couple days. Cops have a lead on him, so hope this was worth it. I've been alone in my flat for days. I hadn't been to college or work. I was too focused on finding out what was going on with that warehouse. Me and Matt had both been looking into it, and it seems to belong to the entrepreneur whose kid was missing and, ironically, held in that very same warehouse. We guessed he was being held ransom. Matt had just finished creating his final report to be posted on the forum, but, strangely, he stressed that the police shouldn't know and everyone should remain anonymous, which is very uncharacteristic for him. When I pressed him for reasoning, he just said, because this is not a normal case. I'm worried for him. Also, I think I'm being followed. I keep seeing the same people in the street and they hurry off when I notice them. He sent me the final draft of the report with all the names still intact, just in case, as well. I'm getting seriously worried. In other news, Jacob contacted me about a job coming up soon. I'll have to get back to him. I do owe him after all. What me and Matt have worked out so far is that someone is blackmailing the police inspector, the mayor, and a local entrepreneur who own the warehouse where all the kids are being kept. The mayor's kids were killed invading the elderly couple's home, and the elderly couple were killed by someone else, probably for knowing too much. The warehouse was being used as a drug farm, with the drugs being sold on the deep web and couriered by deep web couriers. This is pretty much everything we could work out. Based on questioning Laura, it seems the two kids who were killed by the old lady used to run the business, but with them dead, I have no idea who's in charge. And now the old lady is gone too. I can't ask her what she knows. But the basement, maybe there was something there that could help me. I never wanted to go back to that fucking farm, but my options were running thin, and this seems like the only way of getting any more useful info. I got in my car and drove the all-too-familiar route to the farm. As I broke from the suburbs, I could see the construction work was sprawling into the old couple's land at a faster rate. A couple of the first houses seemed complete, their windows illuminating the night sky. I felt sorry for them. Even I had thought the old lady guilty, but she was just a victim the entire time. I still had no idea what her motive was, though. I approached the barn in my car, driving up the old dirt road as I had those times before. I killed the engine and got out. Something was wrong. The barn looked like it had been invaded. The doors that were still on their hinges were wide open and things were strewn everywhere. I didn't like this at all. I approached cautiously, peering through an open doorway in the side of the barn toward the hatch in the back corner. I heard distant conversation. I entered slowly, positioning myself behind the rusted tractor, which also seemed to have been torn apart in search of something. I saw light emitting from the hatch, the conversation louder now. I was closer. I crept to the top of the hatch, almost prone. Looking down the stairs, I saw movement. I had to get them out of there somehow. Perhaps there was a fuse box in the farmhouse I could trip. Begrudgingly, I slowly moved away from my position and began the grueling walk toward the farmhouse, taking the route me and Jacob took back when we set up those cameras. A chill shot up my spine at the realization the old lady was dead. Her husband too. Shame, he seemed quite nice. Only a true gentleman offers his finest china to a guest. I reached the shrub line and hopped over it. The farmhouse was a state. The fire resulting from the gas explosion had taken out half of the second floor, and there were burn marks covering the entire thing. I approached the back door, flung off its hinges. There was police tape across it. Ducking below it, I stood in the kitchen of the farmhouse. I was in a crime scene and the place I most dreaded to be simultaneously. This was creepy to say the least. The ceiling had caved in the living room across from the kitchen. There was no way I was getting in there. The gun safe was sitting in the living room, half embedded in the floor. It was also covered with tape. It seemed the police had tried to force it open to no avail. This was so fucked up. I saw a door in the kitchen that seemed untouched by the fire and opened it. It contained stairs leading down. Another basement? These guys sure liked keeping things below ground, including the dead bodies of their invaders. I descended carefully, flicking a switch to turn on the dim filament bulb that scarcely lit the room below. There were shelves full of dried foods, washing powders, cleaning supplies, even a wine rack. Matt was right when he said the farmers made a lot of money off their land. This place was more than well stocked. I saw the fuse box next to the stairwell and another box next to it, both wall-mounted. I opened the fuse box and browsed. Homemade labels listed different rooms of the house, including barn basement. I had it. Nice. The other box had me intrigued. It had a keyhole. I looked around the basement for a key. The shelves were slightly dusty and contained nothing special. That's if you don't count dried cereal and canned goods special. After a good few minutes of this, I spotted that the wall seated against the staircase had planks that looked quite loose. I tried a few of them and found that the third from the left pulled away with ease. Sure enough, there was a crawl space under there. Removing more planks revealed a tunnel under the stairs, as well as a shelf with a key and a small safe on it. The couple sure had a lot of things to keep safe. I took the key and tried it on the box mounted on the wall. It fit. Inside there seemed to be spare keys for all the different lockable doors of the house, including the hatch in the barn. There was also a slip of paper with safe combinations. Gun safe 55301171911 gun safe ammo 55301191711 money. Dad's date of birth and our 50th anniversary. I found the last one particularly heartwarming and sad. They'd been together for 50 years. It was a real shame they had to get mixed up in all this crap. I took the spare key for the hatch and the combination list. I ascended the stairs one more. What I was about to do was incredibly illegal, and I was panicking to suit. Those people in the basement could be armed, and I didn't want to take any risks. Also, if the gun wasn't on the scene, the old lady could never be accused of murder. I'm glad I decided to wear woolen gloves to fight the cold that day, because otherwise, my prints would be all over the place. I opened the safe and saw the shotgun laying in there. Was I seriously going to do this? It was an under and over double barrel. The barrel was long and it looked heavy. After picking it up, I realized it was heavier than it looked. I'm amazed that old lady could carry it honestly. I pulled a latch on the side and the barrel swung down, revealing the place to slot the shotgun cartridges. There was also a safety adjacent to the latch, which I left securely in the safe position. I unlocked the ammo compartment and pulled out the only box of cartridges in there. There were 12 in the box. I placed the box in my backpack, taking out 2 and loading them into the shotgun, flipping back the barrel afterward. I pulled back the hammer, safety still engaged. I locked the safe back up and replaced the combinations in the box in the wall in the basement. Closing it and locking it, I remembered the crawl space and the tunnel inside it. I re-entered the crawl space and looked into the tunnel. It was tall enough for a person to walk through unhindered. Did the couple dig this themselves? I saw a crude sign nailed on the wall saying, "To barn." I hesitated. I took out my flashlight, putting down the shotgun to free up my hands. There was no way I could shoot that thing while holding my flashlight, and there was also no way I was going down that tunnel without it. Then I remembered the garage. It had to be full of stuff, right? Maybe there were some zip ties in there or something. I begrudgingly left the shotgun in the crawl space and ascended the stairs, leaving the farmhouse and approaching the garage. Remembering when I hid there so long ago now, that's when I noticed the sensor I placed there was still there. Did these things record footage? I hoped so. This battery was seemingly dead. I placed it in my bag, hoping I'd be able to get footage off it when I got home. I scavenged around the overfull garage and grabbed a few loose zip ties. I returned to the basement and tip-tied my flashlight to the side of the shotgun's barrels. I quickly dashed to the fuse box and flipped the fuse marked barn basement and began walking down the tunnel. I was sure the people in there hadn't discovered the tunnel, otherwise they wouldn't have come in through the locked hatch. I held the shotgun in front of me, flicking the safety off, trembling lightly on the cold. I eventually saw a door, that familiar smell disgusting me once again. I opened it and saw, it makes me want to vomit just recalling it. There were the rotting bodies of the 2 attackers in a bathtub in the room. This was the most fucked up thing I'd seen in my entire life. I fought back vomiting as I undid the lock on the other door in the small room. I opened it to see the same room me and Jacob had entered before. I aimed the shotgun at the workbench, regretting the fact I'd zip-tied the flashlight to the barrel as I awkwardly illuminated the desk. I pulled open a drawer on the bench to see it full of binders. Each one had a person's name on it. There was one for each of the influential figures and their children. I grabbed them up and placed them in my bag. I had photos of the bored OT home. Then the lights suddenly shot to life. Those men had found the fuse box and untripped the fuse. I looked around to see cans of petrol on a couple corners of the room. The stench of the corpses was clearly overwhelming the smell of the petrol. That's when I heard the shouts coming from the tunnel. I wouldn't let those people use this information. I ascended the stairs and took aim down the steps with the shotgun. I fired. A single barrel erupted, firing the buckshot into the basement and igniting the petrol. The recoil threw me onto my ass painfully and unceremoniously. I clambered to my feet and ran to my car, throwing the shotgun into the backseat footwell. I started the engine and got the fuck out of there. As I was leaving, I could see the fire spreading to the rest of the barn. It almost felt like closure to see the place burn down. I got home and began dissecting the sensor. I found an SD card inside which I plugged into my laptop. It was full of video files with timestamps as their names. I scoured through the more recent ones, looking to find the person who killed the elderly couple. Sure enough, there was a video of a hooded man pulling some kind of reel out the back door of the building. He stood in view as he pressed some kind of switch on the reel and the second floor exploded. He then flicked another switch, the reel seemingly coiling the trailing wire back up before running out of the camera's view, away from the crime. I had proof the couple were murdered. Now all I needed was the persons behind this all. I looked through the old lady's binders. They were all extensive, detailing the lives of all the people up until the day her house was invaded. I'm not going to detail all the contents, but from reading them I established the entrepreneur was working with the two kids before the kids invaded her house and she shot them. I had everything I needed. I used a scanner app on my phone to slowly and laboriously scan all the binders and archived all the evidence I collected as well as the logs I'd been keeping. The same logs I've been reading to make these posts. Using WinRAR, set a password and sent both the archive and password to Matt. No response. I waited a week. Nothing. I messaged him repeatedly asking about him. Even Jacob emailed me asking if I'd heard from him, but nothing. After 2 weeks had passed, I get a message from me. It reads below, Ryan, if you're reading this, I can't post the latest case and can't reply because I'm physically unable to. This message was coded to be sent as a failsafe if I didn't log into my computer for 2 weeks. This means I'm likely kidnapped, injured, or dead. It's a risk I accepted when I started doing this as a job, and I quickly saw the risk related to this line of work, as I'm sure you have. With this message will be all the information I have gathered on any unreleased cases I have, including the one you have been helping me with. Also attached is the email and password for a PayPal account with a substantial sum of money in. Consider it your payment/severance package. I've also attached a post I'd like you to make public revealing my disappearance. It's a bit of an autobiography of my work I'd been planning to post when I retire, but looks like it's an early retirement for me. Please release the case publicly as well as any of my unreleased ones. Please send copies of the cases to relevant authorities. You're a good kid. If you have sense, you will never work on the fucking deep web again. This place is cursed. Good luck, Matt. I sat there in shock. What the fuck was I supposed to do now? I messaged Jacob. He'd received a similar message, but he asked him to destroy all trace of his work with Matt. Was I in danger too? I recalled the feeling I was being followed. This was so messed up. I compiled both of our evidence into a single archive. I printed all the evidence and placed the bulky resultant pages into a binder of my own and marked it Farmhouse. I had tears in my eyes. I may have worked for Matt, but he was also my friend. I posted as he asked, linking the archive and listing the password as evidence. I wondered how I was going to tell the authorities. Then I remembered SGT Church. He knew something wasn't right about the death of the farmers too. It was in the early hours of the morning when I drove down to the station. I had removed the shotgun from my car prior. I had a USB with me which contained all the evidence, except me stealing the shotgun, instead detailing how the safe was open on arrival. I entered and asked to talk with him. I sat in a waiting room for a short while before he came and collected me. With an handshake, I followed him into his office. I handed him the USB. "What's this?" he asked, his voice filled with trepidation. It's everything I have on the elderly couple from the farmhouse that burned down. There's more to it. Read through it and it will all make sense. You have to understand that what I'm giving you exposes a lot of crimes. You will likely be hailed as a hero for the data, but I'm handing it to you now under the premise that I'm placed into witness protection. I almost died multiple times getting this shit for you. He stared me down with a loom FO confusion and fear. He plugged in the USB and began flicking through the files. Holy fuck, I need to ask questions. We will use what you say, but nothing will ever go to court mentioning you. Understand? I nodded. He pressed a button on a device on his desk. As he flipped through the files, he would occasionally stop and ask a question. I would reply curtly and with detail. He closed our interaction with a short interview. He told me officers could escort me home if I felt unsafe. I told him I'd be okay and asked what would happen from there. He said that an investigation team would have to verify everything and rule me out as a conspiring perp. I nodded and left with another handshake. I drove home and hid the shotgun and cartridges in a bin bag, taking the bin bag to the roof and hiding it in an AC unit that was about as decrepit at the burned-out farmhouse. Over the next year, the police conversed with me and built up the case. They raided the drug farm and rescued the kids. Their parents all opened about the blackmail. The entrepreneur behind it all was arrested for so many crimes. I'd need a new post just to list them. And that brings me the present. The entrepreneur is getting his case reviewed and some of the evidence has mysteriously disappeared. He stands a chance of being released, which is why I'm posting everything here on Reddit. People need to know what happened. I'm releasing everything so that what Matt died for isn't in vain. I might be going the same way for doing it, but I don't care. This needs to be out there. I was in witness protection, by the way. I had to escape that to make these last posts. That's what I meant when I said I was out of town with friends. My life is at risk, but hopefully releasing everything will make my pursuers back off, as they have nothing to gain from silencing me. If I don't post again, rest assured I was doing what I loved. With this all dealt with, and with some closure, I think I can finally get some sleep.